안녕하세요. 하나생명의 미드 제카 김건우입니다.
안녕하세요. T1의 미드 페이커입니다.
BNK PX 탑 클리어입니다.
DN프릭스의 정글 표식 홍채현입니다.
브리온 탑 모건 박루한입니다.
안녕하세요. 저희는 바론 그룹입니다.
와.
잘하는 이제 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 너무나 만족하고 있습니다.
하나, 젠지, T1, 담원 맞대결을 해봤을 때 저희가 더 강력하다고 생각을 해가지고 저는 만족스러운 것 같습니다.
네, 저도 상대적으로 봤을 때 저희가 더 강해 보여서 만족하고 있습니다.
지명이 마지막으로 되긴 했는데 다 사실 여기 오기 위함이었다고 생각하고 열심히 해보겠습니다.
저는 상대팀이 좀 무섭습니다.
무섭긴 합니다.
뭐 젠지 같은 경우에 항상 굉장히 강한 모습을 많이 보이기 때문에 젠지가 또 경계 대상이 아닌가 싶고,
다 밸런스가 좀 잘 잡혀져 있는 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 어느 하나 쉬운 팀이 없을 것 같아서 좀 힘들 것 같습니다.
동의합니다.
일단 하나생명이 있기 때문에 전차, 박격포 캐리를 해주지 않을까. 또 체급이 이제 저희가 강해진 것 같아서.
올해 챔피언십 우승한 T1이기 때문에 아무래도 가장 큰 강점이지 않나 생각이 듭니다.
바론하면 T1이긴 하죠 사실.
역시
믿고 있습니다.
뭐 설명 필요 없고 다 얼굴들 보면은 미소만 나옵니다.
저는 자신감은 없습니다.
예?
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 일단은 바론이랑 장로랑 싸우면은 바론이 디버프가 있기 때문에 1대1에서는 굉장히 강력합니다.
장로를 칠 수가 없는 상황이 바론을 먹으면 더 잘 나오는 것 같아서 바론이 더 중요하다고 생각합니다.
장로 보지도 못하고 게임 끝날 것 같습니다.
이하 농문입니다.
저희 팀이 이기면은 나머지 네 팀들도 이득 본다고 생각을 하니까 뭔가 열심히 더 준비를 할 것 같아요.
같은 팀이 이기면 저희도 약간 응원하게 되고 이런 점이 좀 재밌을 것 같아요.
약간 팀전인 것처럼 보이는데 결국에 후반 가면은 다 만날 상대들이 해서
그러네.
일단 임시 동맹이라 하고 일단 동맹하는 동안에 좀 협업해서 잘 성장돼서 이 중에서 국제대회에 참가했으면 좋겠습니다.
피어릭스 룰로 진행을 하니까 기존의 LCK에서 보지 못했던 그런 게임 양상도 많이 나올 것 같고,
플레이를 하는 입장이나 보시는 시청자분들 입장이나 더 재밌을 것 같아서 긍정적이게 생각하고 있습니다.
그리고 또 저희 팀에 피어X가 있어서 피어릭스 잘할 것 같습니다.
일단
KT 좀 긴장하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
아쉬운데?
반말을 하려 했는데 반말하는 건 좀 그럴 것 같아서.
네, 뭐 저희를 먼저 안 뽑은 걸 후회하게 만들어 드리겠습니다.
젠지 T1이 잡아줄 거라 생각하고 있고요. 네, DK 저희가 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 5승 0패를 목표로 하고 있고, 가능하면 장로팀에 합류하는 것도
예?
농담입니다. 5승 0패 목표로 하겠습니다.
새로운 시즌 맞아서 새로운 방식과 새로운 룰로 이제 LCK 컵 하게 됐는데, 여기 있는 이제 바론 다른 팀원들과 다 같이 협업해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내서 꼭 국제전 참가할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저도 이제 그 국내에서의 커리어가 조금 저조하다 보니까 이번에 컵 대회에서 꼭 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶고, 좋은 결과 팬분들께 꼭 보여드리고 싶습니다.
2025년 첫 대회인 만큼 좋은 성적 내서 좋은 경쟁 보여드리고 싶습니다.
다른 팀 선수분들이랑 다 같이 잘 해서 플레이오프까지 간 다음에 멋진 모습 다 같이 보여줬으면 좋을 것 같고,
모든 선수들이 그렇겠지만 새로운 시즌 다들 기대하시고 팬분들 기대하실 텐데 그 기대하신 만큼 열심히 잘 준비해서 잘해보겠습니다. 파이팅!
화이팅!
마지막으로 약간 구호를 정해보는 느낌으로
구호요?
구호?
의견 내실 분.
저는 좀
T1이
아이디어가
찾아보니까 구호를 좀.
그러면은 바론으로 갑시다.
바론?
좋습니다. 바론.
손은 뭐?
손은 아니야 바론처럼? 바론 아 죄송합니다.
아자 이런 느낌으로 가졌었지.
아
바론 그룹 파이팅!
이거 안 하세요?
했는데. 너 시작을 갑자기
아니
하셔가지고.
상엽이 형이 이런 말 할 정도면
바론 그룹 파이팅!
바론
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박재욱이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아의 쇼메이커 황준입니다.
KT 롤스터의 미드를 맡고 있는 비디디입니다.
농심 레드포스의 서폿을 맡고 있는 리엔유 손실입니다.
안녕하세요. DRX에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 테디 박진성입니다.
저희는 장로그룹이라고 합니다. 바론보다 솔직히 좀 장로가 좀 세지 않습니까? 좀 잡힌 것 같습니다.
장로 팀에 잘하는 팀이랑 선수분들이 많은 것 같아서 같이 하게 되어서 좋은 것 같습니다.
또 이제 믿을 만한 선수들이 많은 것 같아서 아주 좋은 것 같습니다.
바론 먹을래, 장로 먹을래 하면은 저 장로 먹습니다, 일단.
아 그럼요. 예. 그럼요. 예. 팀장님 말에 다 맞습니다. 아 지금 다
동의합니다.
너무 동의해. 너무 동의해.
너무 세요.
후반 갔는데 장로 부르셨어요, 바로.
정로가죠, 보통.
장로 가야죠.
근데 그 전에 이제 아타칸 생겼어요.
올해 갑자기 뭐라는 거야? 장로 바론 얘기하는데 저는 바론 가겠습니다.
너무 엄청난 시너지가 있고. 네. 화이팅! 장로 화이팅!
화이팅!
저희 근데 아직 좀 더 친해져야 될 것 같고요.
네, 시우가 좀 말이 많아가지고 정보 공유 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요.
시우가 좀 걱정돼요.
저도 제가 걱정돼요.
T1이 좀 견제됩니다. 롤드컵 월즈에서도 굉장히 좀 좋은 모습 보이기도 했고 늘 잘했잖아요. 그래서 좀 견제된다고 생각합니다.
첫 경기가 제일 중요하다 생각해서 DNFX가 제일 경기됩니다.
저희는 이제 같은 라인인 BNK 피어 X 네, 이기겠습니다.
저도 T1 이제.
첫 경기 T1이거든요, TK.
저도 BNK PX
다 이겨야 되지만 T1에 이어오고 싶네요.
팀전으로 하는 게 되게 신선할 것 같고요.
뭔가 응원팀이 생긴 느낌이라서 열심히 응원하면서 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
적으로만 생각했던 팀도 이제 응원하게 될 것 같고 하드 피어리스로 해가지고 이제 3세트 갈 때 좀 더 재밌을 것 같아서 기대되는 것 같습니다.
LCK 컵 우승하면 새로운 국제대회에 참가할 수 있게 되는데 LCK를 대표해서 나가는 거니까 되게 의미 있게 생각할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이 LCK 뭔가 자부심? 뭔가 그런 걸 가지고 나가는 거니까 좀 되게 뭔가 뜻깊을 것 같아요. 되게 재밌을 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
저희는 이제 저희 라인인 브리온을 전담마크 하겠습니다.
바론 그룹 패자주로 가시면 될 것 같습니다.
바론 그룹이 지금 좀 장로 그룹보다는 좀 약해 보이거든요. 제가 개인적으로 생각하기엔 저희 팀은 이제 당연히 일단 이길 거라고 생각을 하고 있고 나머지 이 멋있는 네 팀 선수분들이 열심히 캐리해서 우승 영표를 이끌어주지 않을까 싶습니다.
저희 목표는 4승 1패라고 생각하고요. 그중에서 저희가 1승을 맡도록 하겠습니다.
우승 영패는 뭐 깔고 가는 거 아니었나?
너만 까는 것 같은데?
젠진이죠. 이번에 또 새로운 시즌 맞이하게 됐는데 열심히 해서 좋은 모습 보여드려가지고 꼭 승자조로 진출해 보도록 하겠습니다.
저희 그룹한테 민폐 끼치지 않고 잘 해가지고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
같은 팀이 된 만큼 책임감 가지고 잘해서 잘 이겨보겠습니다. 화이팅!
새롭게 합류한 농심에서 시작하게 되었는데 되게 과감하게 할 생각이고 많은 걸 배운다는 생각에서 꼭 강한 팀 무조건 한번 잡고 팬분들께 좋은 기억 많이 드리겠습니다. 화이팅!
다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 꼭 승자조로 진출하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
팀장님의 구호 하나 정해주시죠.
구호. 구호 좀 신선하네요. 아니, 구호를 원래 팀장이 정하는 게 아니라 다 같이 정해야 될 것 같은데
청바지.
재밌냐 너는 근데.
바론하는 것 같다고요?
바론 대참사인데요?
그러면은 바론으로 갑시다.
아 패근수 그랬어요? 되게 좋은 것 같아요.
좋은 것 같은데?
좋은데?
괜찮은 것 같네.
저 생각났어요.
와우.
그래 제가 갑분싸 될 것 같아서 못하겠어요.
근데
질러 괜찮아. 아무도 너한테 뭐라 안 해. 진짜로.
바론보단 장로.
진짜 맞어. 괜찮은데? 그지? 괜찮은데?
바론보단 장로!
할까요?
네.
하나 둘 셋. 바론보다 장로 화이팅!
Hello, everyone. The wait is over. The 2025 LCK season is right upon us. Welcome, everyone, to the space for the first time in the 2025 season. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez. To kick things off, I'm joined by Chronicler and Ox. Welcome, gentlemen. How was your offseason, and how excited are you for the season to kick off?
It was wonderful, but I'm gonna be honest. Near the end, I was missing purpose. I was just sitting at home playing solo queue, and it's just not the same. But now the LCK is back, and purpose is refound in my life.
I've missed it a lot, and we have a new revamped space, which is so sick. I feel like just really sets the tone for a new season.
I forgot during the opening event you were on the casting desk, so you didn't get.
Yeah, I didn't get experience this. Yeah.
Well, we've got
already used to
a
it.
brand new 2025 LCK format for you. 3 splits, and so now the LCK has adjusted with the first ever LCK Cup, the inaugural LCK Cup, where teams have been divided into 2 groups of 5. The top teams will play into a playoffs that will qualify for the first ever international event, First Stand. We will then come back into the LCK regular season, which is 2 portions. Rounds 1 and 2, which is very familiar. Think of it like a spring-summer split, double round robin with qualifiers 2, MSI. Then we come back. The scores will count from the first round by being divided into different groups, and the top teams will play in playoffs, which then from those playoffs, we will know who our Worlds participants will be. No Worlds qualifiers this time.
Yeah, and we will have more internationals and more LCK games with this new format, so it's only good things.
Yeah, and while I'm gonna miss the regional qualifier, created some amazing stories. There's actually a ton of like little planes, little playoff segments strewn out throughout the year, so we'll still get a lot of that same energy.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the LCK Cup specifically with the overview of how it works. We've got the best of 3 group battles, so still best of 3, but as we said earlier, the teams have been divided up and drafted into 2 groups of 5, Team Elder and Team Baron, and they will do battle. The top teams from the group will qualify straight to playoffs. Everyone else will have to play in play-ins except the worst team in the losing group.
Which is really cool, because for the first time ever, if you are Gen G, you're now incentivized to cheer for Nongshim. Unfortunately for Ruler, still can't get away from Lahens. Same for KT. And this creates a whole new dynamic that normally we don't really get to talk about unless it's, some crazy thing like the season opening.
And obviously, being the winning group is a big advantage, but if your favorite team does end up being in the losing group, as Digon said, there are still opportunities to make it further in the tournament. They'll just have to prove themselves.
I mean, Group Baron, they've got the winners. They've got the current LCK champion, the current world champion, and the current Kespa Cup champion with the bros on in there as well. Unique to this season as well, in this portion of the season, Fearless Draft. And we're not doing the soft Fearless where, okay, you get to play it, then we get to play it. It's hard Fearless. The first time you see it, whether it's picked or banned by either team, that'll be the last time you see it all series long.
And it's going to be super impactful. I mean, I feel like the fact that getting to the end of the best of 5, 50 champion bans is so massive, especially when we look at roles like AD carries, where really it feels like the pool is quite thin. We've already seen teams on this new patch picking up a lot more mages. I think that'll have to be the meta, because you're just going to get cooked out of these AD carry picks so quickly in a series.
And when we get to Game 3, it's already going to be noticeable, but having watched it in Challenger last year as well, like especially Game 4 and 5 in the series, because the first couple of games, there's still a lot of meta picks, but things get really weird, and it will really, I hope, showcase the depth of champion pools of some of our players.
Yeah, and as we cover all the changes that are happening this season, we'll highlight which ones are our favorite. And this one is my favorite, because a lot of the time when we're playing solo queue, we want to try to see what the pros do and emulate that. But, you got a one trick that doesn't want to play the meta champ, he doesn't want to play tank top. Well, now we get to see what happens with our pros when their champ pool gets even larger, especially when we get to best of 5s. That's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of roster changes have been made as well, not just the patches, but transfers. The rotating seats have been moved around, and it all starts with that one right there in the top left corner. Hanwha Life, Zeus. That's right, Zeus moving on over to the champs.
And sometimes, you're like, okay, you pick this guy, I pick this. No, this is the pickup of the offseason. This is the most talked about transfer, and it should be, because this is a guy that has been contesting for the worst second best top laner in the world, for the last 3 years. He's an incredible player, and it felt like Humble Life couldn't really get any better. But with Zay's acquisition, I think they did.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really strong summer, obviously winning the title. Worlds was a little bit underwhelming. I think Doran did underperform in that series. And Zayas, I think everyone who's kind of said it consistently, is he's just been such a force to be reckoned with in the top lane. HLE looks like a god squad right now.
Do like Duro having a similar test like the Light did, in a similar position, coming up from a weaker team, called up to Gen G, where he used to play in Challengers. And now, you know I gotta talk about my boy Shiu. He is making it to the big leagues. Really exciting player. Someone that, even in the short time he was in Challengers, already made a huge name for himself. And the other one is Ruda. Ruda coming back to the LCK. This is a cultural institution, basically. This guy, for so many years, was exceptional. Was very close to clearing the golden road before T1 and Faker blocked him. Now back where he's supposed to be on Gen G.
And I'm looking at the bros, Handback and Hype in Challengers, basically achieving everything they can in Challengers, winning everything that they could, and then going on to perform in the Casper Cup and show up in a way that really surprised people, especially because Bro have tended to be this team who are a bit slower paced, take a while to get going. Even when they win, it feels like they're kind of just
this is real
doing it. This has been a team where they really drove the pace of the games in the Casper Cup, and especially with the meta where we've seen it leaning more towards early game pressure, these feats of strength, they dominated.
And they don't need to be good because they're the pros, but I think they will be, which is crazy. It's been many years, and I'm not generally the bro guy, but you know, today,
oh, do we have a bro guy?
I'm wearing appropriate costume. Do we?
Do we have a bro guy? Maybe one of the casters, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe one of the casters. I just feel like proud dad. Proud dad. President Palu getting the support that he needs and some hardware to go with it. Congratulations to the bros winning the Casper Cup in 2024. But we are in 2025 now, and there has been a lot of league already played. LPL has already kicked it on off. They do best of fives, so we've gotten to see what it's been like with the Fearless draft. It hasn't always gone to a best of five. I think none of them have gone best of five yet, but here's the picks.
Yeah, nothing has changed. Skarner is still insanely strong. I think the strongest jungler by a large margin. I'm sure we'll still see them, but he feels like he's a cut above. And Arcane hit, that's Victor in the secondary. You might not recognize him. He's had a bit of a makeover. Is a top tier pick here as well.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's still small sample size from these, but just a little bit of looking at some of the picks, you know, because Hante's still there, sadly. I know all disappointed by that one. And Bessa there as well. As you said, Victor with Arcane. And with LCK CL, all these aggressive AD carries like Kalista, Ashe, Varus that have a lot of setup or early pressure, and which makes sense because you can generally have a lot more control of lane and taking tower, taking First Blood. Big objectives right now.
All right, well, speaking of some changes, what have been the most exciting changes for you guys? Chronicler, you go first.
So I'm going to start with kind of an obvious one. You know, new season is always fun, but I am going to talk about Archon. Now, you might see this and go like, man, that's a lot of text. Don't worry. Don't worry about Ruinous Archon. We're not going to see him in the LCK. He's not real. He can't hurt you. But objectives to me also always have such a big impact in how the game is played. So the GA buff is insane. I'm not necessarily too excited about what the actual buff is, but an objective, particularly one as strong as Archon, I think he hurts even more than Baron. Completely shreds teams as well. Changes so much on how you need to move around the map. It changes how teams look at objectives. I want to cast your mind back to Herald. Remember how long it took for everyone to figure that one out? See if the Archon is the same.
Ox, how about you? What is the biggest change?
It's not the biggest, but this is a niche one that I think is actually really cool. Specifically, Nexus turrets now respawning. Because I feel like we sometimes had these games where the Nexus turrets go down and the game is over. You know, it hasn't actually ended, but there's chances just gone because you can't leave your base to contest any neutrals. You're kind of locked in because someone can easily backdoor. Now with the turrets respawning, it means we have less games that are done before the clock has run out, before the Nexus exploded, which I think is going to make the game more competitive. And even if it doesn't happen every game, it just gives these teams a fighting chance.
Yeah, and you know, uniquely, there's been a lot of talk about these changes on how it's affected pace of play and snowballing. Right? Froxen came on and showed the data. Again, 2 days of data, but showed the data that is of last patch to now, and not a lot of changes here, Ox.
Yeah, I think the takeaway is a little bit higher win rate on first turret, a little bit faster games. But I think going into the new season in solo queue, everyone was saying, oh, it's so fast paced, you know, the feature strength, FF after First Blood. The stats have shown, and again, early days, but kind of that isn't that drastic of a change. The fact is that although we have these feats of strength, you now don't have the extra gold for First Blood, the extra gold for First Tower, so there has been trade-offs to keep the games still in a roughly similar state with how impactful objectives are.
All right, and going back to Chronicler's point earlier, the Otacons haven't seen too much Ruinous, a lot of a voracious Otacon. How many Ruinous Otacons are we going to see? We've got these guys here at 1, maybe 1 with more fighting. More fighting means Ruinous.
So this is already, we took a huge risk by going for 1. So I don't know what the 2+ people are looking at, but for me, I think it's most likely 0. I'm like, we'll have 1 team.
I got to sit in some
that
scrims
really ups it.
during the offseason. We got to see a lot of Ruinous Otacon. I think after the first couple of games, then teams are going to start fighting a lot more like they do in
sit in
scrims.
what? Digon scrims.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone, scrims translate 1-to-1 at LCK. We all know that. That's tried and tested.
You practice like you play. And now it's time for you to answer some questions, not practice, but play Digon's Noxian Fact of the Week. Boom.
Colors as well?
Colors coordinated for the season. Let's get to it. This one, not so Noxian, but we've got a tough one for you here. And you at home can play as well. You can now subscribe to the LCK Twitch channel. True or false?
I mean, I wish this isn't a thing, right? I wish it was true.
Very good straight face, Ox.
Very
Good job.
straight face. I'm
no,
not already
come on.
subbed, by the way.
Come on.
I'm not already
now.
subbed. Definitely not.
Come on now, Digon. We're not in the past. That's not a thing. Is what we would say if Ox didn't ruin it for everyone. Of course you can.
Of course you can. A new change here over in the LCK and across the LoL esports space. You can subscribe to get unique ad-free viewing, plus region-exclusive Twitch chat emotes, and you see them right there on the bottom. Fly the flag. Fly your team's flag right on there, as well as the Twitch channel badge, letting you know when you subscribed. Ox obviously has knocked that one out.
They're animated. Just don't be like Ox, who already was lording it over Digon, that he was subbed 20 minutes earlier. Be a cool sub. Just spam the flag for your preferred team.
I also
Have a
want to
good
make it
time.
clear, so you start with a bronze badge. Once you've been subbed for 6 months, you get the silver badge, and after a year, the gold badge. So I will see you guys in 6 months with my silver badge, and we'll be mugging everyone. And then in a year's time, we'll have a gold badge, continue to mug everyone. So be a day 1 subscriber.
So all 10 flags are up there. They are animated, and those aren't the only ones that will be part of your.
Well, we got some stuff cooking.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyone suspicious of Ox, I think in the future we'll be able to showcase that a lot better.
Yes, and make sure that you send your suggestions to us, which ones should become emotes. Again, returning from last season to this season is the Udibank Gold King. It's the player with the highest average gold earned per week. So Group Battle Week 1, 2, 3, 4 play-ins, playoffs. They will win a Sterling Silver coin and a golden bar if you were the winner of the year. Also, it was probably the coolest award during LCK Awards. It was a golden crown for aiming. It was the coolest one. So thank you to Udibank coming on back with that one. Time to take a look at this week's schedule, as we've got matches lined up for you. And if you join this part of the show, as Chronicler said, it kind of looks like normal.
Yeah, nothing has changed. Is what you might think. That's obviously not true, because these are 2 separate teams consisting of 5 LCK teams that are facing off against one another. But let's be honest, most players are focused on their own achievements. And I think we have a lot of very competitive matches. T1 versus TK, rematch of the Gauntlet. But let's be real, what everyone's going to be looking at is that Friday match.
Yeah, that's a good one. It wasn't too long ago that we saw that one before, and it was pretty hyped then, so I'm excited to see how it goes down. And both teams having roster changes, I feel like always spices it up.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. We're getting to see the Kespa Cup, the reigning Kespa Cup champions take on former world champions at DRX in match number 1. And then later on today, the newly named DN Freaks up against Nong Shim Red Force. That is today's matches. And time to go to predictions, as again, we've got ourselves the Group Elder and Group Baron. Last year, Chronicler was right with his predictions. He was the winner. Who does he go with? He has a nice little split here, 5-5. What jumps out at you as we take a look at the predictions here, Ox?
I feel like a lot of people pretty big on Bro, understandably, after the Kespa Cup win. Nongshim getting a lot of love in that one today. Only Udigon going for the DN Freaks there. So there's little deviances, but this is kind of what we expect generally. I will say it is interesting to note that we've seen Team Baron, I believe, which is the purple one right on the right, with leaning more towards them. I mean, Chronicler and Atlas are even, but everyone else is in favor of Team Baron right now.
Yeah, I'm just more shocked that the Gen.G Home Alive matches is one-sided. I do think, obviously, Home Alive exceptional, but looking domestically, I think Gen.G have been such a incredible powerhouse over the last couple of years. And I know his Worlds performance was great, but you know who was great? Spring Chovy.
Spring Chovy was great. For me, picking the DN Freaks, we didn't get to talk about it in transfers. It's a debut for the North American MVP Berserker, who obviously started his career here in Korea, part of the T1 system in the Academy Tier 3 League, and coming back on up. Ox, what's that face for? Go ahead.
Nothing. I'm just, I'm pretty hyped about Berserker.
It's him and Mark. You know, you got the NA boys. I get it, Degon.
NA imports. A lot of pride there, Degon,
I'm just really excited. We got a little bit more time before we kick off all the action. Predictions here on who's going to get the first blood here, because obviously first blood has been just heightened with the feats of strength now part of the game.
Humbug.
Yeah, I like that one.
I think that's a pretty safe bet. I mean, if you look at Bro's Casper performance, they were on fire in the early game, and first blood means a lot. You got a really strong jungler coming in. I think they're going to be gunning for it.
Yeah, it just feels like with feats of strength, all of a sudden the game has now something to play for a lot earlier on, other than the level 3 tower dive that everyone's been doing since 2023.
Yeah, particularly having played, I've already played like 40, 50 games, more than you realistically should. But that feats of strength, the back and forth, I think it's really fun. I can only hope it feels the same in Pro.
All right, that set the table for the 2025 season. The LCK Cup kicks off right now with Bro versus DRX. See you in a bit.
화이팅!
드디어 LCK 컵 우승 가자! DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup, the very first time that we're getting into official competition here for 2025 at Lowell Park, and I am so happy that it is back. Wolf, how you feeling, man? Doesn't it feel great to be back?
It's been a really long offseason. I'm so excited to be back. We've got new teams, new rosters, big changes to the Rift, a new format, and it's going to be a great year, maybe potentially the best year ever for the LCK.
I agree. The fact that turrets are now guns is like kinda awesome, not gonna lie. Certainly a whole lot more changes as well, and we're gonna be diving deep into Fearless. If you've been a Challenger fan for a long time, then you'll know exactly what's going on. If you've been recently watching a bunch of LPL, then you'll also know exactly what's going on. But this is a new thing here in the LCK, and we're excited to see what it's going to bring here for our preliminary tournament, the LCK Cup. Very, very cool style as well as far as how these groups have turned out. And Wolf, as far as predictions were concerned, when you were making your predictions, were you thinking about Elder versus Baron? Because I have to admit, I was not, even in the slightest.
Well, you know, we'll talk about that a little bit when we get talking about the format a little bit more, but I didn't really think about it that much. I was thinking more individually. Speaking of individually, this roster, the Kespa Cup champions here.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, it could be the year of Bro. They've got the little bees on the jersey as well. You love to see it. Hambak coming in as one of the most hyped prospects from Challengers, along with Shiu. Of course, they're kind of vying for that top position. Closer moving from B&K into this roster. And then Hype, who's on loan from KT Rolster, is an incredible AD carry. They have Bull as backup for when they do play against KT Rolster, as well as potentially, because his style is very different, if they want to play something a little bit more early game, especially in Fearless, they might tech Bull in to a draft or two in this tournament. We'll have to wait and see, but this team, if you haven't been paying attention, definitely stronger than what you'd expect if you look at the results last year.
Yep, and having a look over the side of DRX, there are definitely some old names that you may remember. One that a certain member of this particular desk knows extraordinarily well is Rich. We used to call him the faker of HOTS. HOTS doesn't exist anymore. Well, it does, but it doesn't really. And Rich was the guy. He's come over once again to see what he can do. And this team is actually kind of shaping up to be kind of awesome. UCal coming back as well, really exciting. Lazy Feel, our very first Vietnamese import. Would be very, very cool if it was a better story. Because, of course, Teddy, unfortunately, not feeling so good. But let's dive into the interview, and then we can get into all that.
안녕하세요. OK저축은행 부리원의 정글을 맡고 있는 한박 함유진입니다.
네, OK저축은행 부리원의 원딜을 맡고 있는 하이퍼 변정이라고 합니다.
처음 롤파크에 오는 거여서 긴장도 되지만 데뷔전 잘 치르고 싶은 마음인 것 같습니다.
그리고 롤파크에서 경기를 정말 하고 싶었는데 하게 될 수 있어서 너무 좋고 좀 기분이 많이 설레는 것 같습니다.
제 성이 함씨이기도 하고 좀 한박 웃음을 짓는다고 많이 좀 들었어서 그냥 닉네임을 한박으로 했던 것 같습니다.
제가 닉네임을 바꾸고 싶을 때 뉴진스 하이보이 노래가 좀 유명했는데 하이프라는 단어가 좀 멋있고 좀 예쁜 것 같아서 그걸로 지은 것 같습니다.
CL에 있을 때는 좀 제 상대가 없다라는 생각을 하면서 플레이를 했었는데 확실히 LCK 올라왔으니까 제가 도전자의 입장에서 좀 배우면서 잘 적응하면 될 것 같습니다.
CL에서 마찬가지로 이제 할 때는 그냥 다 쉽게 상대하고 했는데 LCK 원딜이 워낙 너무 쟁쟁한 분들이 많다 보니까 제가 그분들의 장점도 좀 많이 흡수하려고 하고 발전하는 모습이 나오도록 노력하고 있는 것 같습니다.
롤파크 데뷔하게 됐는데 데뷔전 꼭 승리로 장식할 수 있도록 열심히 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
다른 선수들이나 많은 분들이 저를 봤을 때 이 사람 원딜 되게 잘 친다라는 느낌을 주는 게 제 목표입니다.
부리원 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저는 DRX 원딜 JTP입니다. Lúc đầu thì nó chỉ là feel thôi nhưng mà em cảm thấy là em hơi lười nên là em đã thêm chữ lazy vào.
처음에 제 닉네임은 그냥 필만 지었는데 그냥 뭐가 살다가 갑자기 내가 스스로 게으를 것 같아 이렇게는 깨달아가지고 그래서 레이지라는 거 앞에 추가했습니다.
Lúc đầu khi nghe tin đó thì em rất là lo cho sức khỏe của anh Teddy nhưng mà sau đó thì em rất vui và em nghĩ là phải cố gắng hết sức để có thể bù lại khoảng trống của anh Teddy ạ.
사실 제가 콜업 되는 이유가 그 테디 선수가 좀 아파서 콜업 되었는데 그래서 처음에 소식 들었을 때 좀 긴장되었습니다. 그 이유는 드디어 1군으로 올린 기회가 와가지고 그래서 좀 기뻤고 마지막으로 그 팬분들을 기대하는 만큼 열심히 하겠습니다.
Đây là lần đầu tiên có người nước ngoài đánh tại LCK cũng như là lần đầu tiên em đánh LCK nên là em cũng thấy rất là vui và em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để thi đấu thật tốt ạ.
최저 외국인 선수로서 저한테는 영광이고 그래서 최대한 열심히 하겠습니다.
Em nghĩ nó chơi của em là tấn công mạnh ạ.
좀 세게 하는 거로 무섭지 않고 이렇게 최대한 하는 것은 제 플레이 스타일인 것 같아요.
Em và đồng đội sẽ cố gắng thi đấu thật tốt để có thể giành chiến thắng hôm nay. Hy vọng mọi người sẽ theo dõi và cổ vũ tụi em. Em cảm ơn.
저랑 형들이랑 오늘 이길 수 있도록 최대한 하겠습니다. 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 제가 꼭 이기고 오겠습니다.
DRX 파이팅!
Great to hear from both the XKT boys from Challenger moving over to Breon and also from Lazy Feel. Kind of weird, man, having like a translated interview with a new player and even like having a look at the stat sheet. You see a Vietnamese flag on an LCK team. It's nutty. It's so cool.
It's so cool. We're witnessing history here at the LCK. You know, since CLG EU played so many years ago, we haven't had a non-Korean player participate in a Korean League of Legends league, nor, I mean, not the main one, the LCK, nor we had them as part of the main roster. And, you know, a lot of the time people thought that they would maybe come when we had a new hyped player from overseas training in Korea who then worked his way into the LCK. But I don't want to say LazyField doesn't deserve it because he has had phenomenal performances in Challengers. One of the big prospects I was looking at coming into this year potentially, especially if Teddy underperformed. Teddy's ill today, so LazyField steps into the spotlight. Definitely going to be a big name to live up to, one of the biggest legends of the 80 carry role. He is filling big shoes today.
Absolutely. And, you know, Teddy's shoes have been filled by young guns in the past. One by the name of Gumayushi does come to mind, and he's done pretty well with himself. And so hopefully LazyField can follow in these footsteps of this legend that is Teddy, as bros always standing together here. The vibes in Bro have been absolutely phenomenal. Was the case in Kesper Cup as well, where they were the victors. And now Rich joining DRX here on the other side is going to hit someone with a book.
So yeah, these are like
these are textbooks for the roles.
It's actually like the same meme I use for my Budichige brand. It's basically like the basic textbook for what they're listing as their role. For roaming for him, and for carrying for LazyField.
Yep.
And he's got Teddy here as well.
Oh, Teddy's actually here.
And his is vision.
Yeah, okay. Andal really good at seeing things. Absolutely fantastic. I think the new rune's going to be helping him out there as well.
That's great. I love the meme.
I know, it's actually really, really cool. Really well done. I think Andal's probably the one, though, on this DRX roster that has to play the best, because he's got Pleta behind him, Wolf. And that guy is really good. He's on that challenger team once again, but can be called up at a moment's notice. Edgar making his way out once again. And I think if you're Edgar, you are the happiest you have ever been at the start of a season, ever since you joined this team.
Absolutely. Some things never change, but now Edgar's got this powerhouse roster that I think before Kesper Cup started we were optimistic about, but after watching the Kesper Cup results, you know, again, there are some asterisks there. They weren't playing against full rosters, minus D plus Kia, who they did defeat. This team looked really good. Their early game especially has been a strong point for them. It reminds you of the Umpty days when the General would lead this team to early games, but they sometimes stumbled in the mid game or leading into objectives. They made rash decisions and would fall apart. This Bro roster has so far been able to stick the landing when you look at their Kesper Cup results. Rich returning to Korea, also playing on NA recently after playing in the LPL where he had some good results on V5. We'll see what he can get done here, because he's seen a lot, right? He's lived through 2 different regions after some middling performances here in the LCK. Probably coming back with a lot more wisdom.
I would agree. He's also, you know, done some work with the LCK as well. We've learned a lot more about Rich with the extra content, and it's absolutely fantastic that we now get him back into the LCK once again. Joined by Sponge, who is sticking around. Of course, there is so much of this DRX roster that has changed. One of the parts that hasn't is Sponge, and I'm very happy to see it because this guy, I think, has a long way ahead of him. Speaking of changes, Close are moving over to the Bros. And at first I was like, this feels weird. But after witnessing what they were doing at the Kesper Cup, I think that this is exactly where Closer belongs.
Oh yeah, I mean, get this guy fed, get this guy ahead. Yukal's return as well, super hype for me. He's had, you know, a really tough time over in the LPL. He played on Thunder Talk, wasn't able to find a lot of success there. But despite having a sub 50% win rate, he's actually got big laning stats. He's ahead at CS, he's ahead in gold at 15 minutes on average. He had a pretty good performance individually in the mid lane, even though his team didn't have great results. So I think a player people should look out for, even though his results recently haven't really said as much. And then, man, talking about the bottom lane for Bro, Palu has really stepped into his own with Hype joining the team. And they look like a completely different duo than anything we saw from them last year. And then the main man of the day, I mean, LazyField coming and picked up POG just last night. Won MVP, playing for Challengers, did an interview on stage. They brought his translator there. He had a lot to say about his communication. He's picked up a lot of Korean. He comms in Korean with his team. Speaks English when there's a word he doesn't know. He said the most exciting part about living in Korea, now he's been in Korea for a year, as in Vietnam, they don't really have winter, they don't have cold weather, and he said it's been such a joy to experience the cold weather here in Korea.
I can relate to that entirely. 2018 was a very interesting time for me. I had to buy a jacket for the very first time in my life, and I assume LazyField had a very similar experience. Getting the big jacket is just such it's like a coming of age moment is what it feels like when you are here in Korea, because it does get extraordinarily cold. Today is an example of that. But it is now time to put into the test in the LCK. Kind of crazy that we were watching him yesterday in Challenger, and now immediately brought up, thankfully, he had a good experience, because if it was a bit of a rough time in Challenger yesterday, then this could be a very different story. However, LazyFeel, even from what we saw previously in the Kesper Cup, where he spent the entirety of the time Teddy didn't play at all, he looked pretty good. So we're going to be diving into the draft here, and of course, the big change is going to be that this is fearless. No one has any fear. You're not allowed to be scared. If we sense fear on the stage, you will be removed immediately.
So while there are no changes to the first draft in that no champions have been played, so there's no additional bans, things like first pick become so incredibly important because you get to not only have that B1 champ that you want to prioritize, but you can deny your opponent from playing it throughout the entirety of the series as well by just locking it in.
And I wonder how much strategy is going to come from, like, if we pick this champion, then our draft for the next game is going to be so much better. And a best of 3 like this, buying yourself space for a game 2, and then having even more for a game 3 could be something to play into, but we haven't necessarily seen too much of that. It's more about, let's just pick the good stuff that we can find and see if we can make a composition. As,
banning
double,
Aurora.
and also double LazyFeel bans feels very respectful. You
2
love
picks
to see that.
He's played in Challengers as well. So Skarner has been the talk of the town, has been basically banned completely in the LPL and has been played a ton in Challengers, or banned every time. When he's left available, he's insta-locked. He is left open in this case with the Aurora ban. That's where I'm expecting we're going to go.
Yep.
That will be the case here for Hambach's debut. And now, you know, with the ban on the Azir, I wonder what UCal has in mind here. The AD carry pool, especially in terms of early bullies, has been thinned out, so things like the Ezreal to become a little bit more appealing here, potentially for LazyFeel. Victor is one of UCal's old favorites. He played it a ton in the LCK, and that's also a champion that's gotten recently buffed.
Yeah, it's actually kind of insane that, you know, we remember him, you know, back in 2018 saving KT, bringing them to Worlds against Griffin, and he was playing this champion a whole bunch back then, and it is going to be coming out once more. The Corki going to be locked in here for LazyFeel as well. I believe this is one of the champions that he played a little bit in Kesper Cup.
He also got a POG with it yesterday as well, so
Heck yeah.
He's very proficient at the champion. Closer, he loves his melee mids, and if you've watched this guy over the last few years, you know that it's no surprise he'll be locking in Yone. The state Yone's in right now. Very strong pick here. And we'll see Sejuani taken on the other side. Not any synergy built up for Permafrost just yet in this draft, however.
Yeah, that worries me a little bit. Of course, Sponge is very confident on the Sejuani, was all last year. But hopefully we do see something coming from somewhere else. I mean, at least a support that is somewhat melee would be great.
Can help set up gravity well for Victor's stuns as well, so you can kind of lock people in there, set up a secondary stun with the ultimate. Ambessa feels like a no-brainer here, as that's kind of the missing piece for DRX at this moment in time, and has some pretty good synergy with Sejuani. On the side of DRX, you just want to stop any sort of pushing bullying lane for this Corki in the bottom side. So we'll see both Kaisa, who is very strong into the Corki, and the Ziggs, that has incredible power early on, taken off the board. And then Jax, definitely the biggest one that sticks in your mind in terms of available champions here that works well with Sejuani.
What should be a nah? I just feel like it's going to be nah for Rich in the end. Hype, what is he going to be picking up here? Because, of course, the 2 AP choices that you're going to be going towards have been banned away. We were seeing this all throughout the Kesper Cup, and then immediately afterwards as well, try and eliminate some of the more common mages from the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And theoretically just play anything, like a Syndra if you feel like it. But Hype is more of that stock standard, I'm going to play an AD carry kind of guy.
Rel
and
has...
this Fortune's going to come in.
Rel's been performing incredibly well. Now this is cool because you get to see what the bottom lane is. Yeah, you blinded the Leona, but now maybe you're like, how immobile is that bottom lane? Do I want to play something like Camille, which has been popping up a little bit here and works decently well with the Sejuani, something that also gives you some good side lane power? Or is it just going to be the Gnar you mentioned, try to bully the Cassante out of the lane? Pretty good into Skarner as well. Jace has been cropping back up. It's one of Rich's old favorites, and he is going to lock it in here. So a lot of poke, but there's a lot of front line to break through. I think a very risky decision to go for Jace, considering that massive front line that Bro have online already.
Yeah, and I think that DRX is going to really have to give Rich some attention in the early stages of the game, because if Morgan even just goes even for like the first bit of the game, I don't think that Jace is ever getting through this Cassante, especially if Humbug is anywhere near. Like, those health bars are absurdly large. That is just a lot of tankiness that they have available. I feel like OK Savings Bank Breon have come out of this draft feeling pretty powerful, but there is certainly still a lot of expressiveness on the DRX side. Yukal coming back with one of his favorite champions. Rich, like you say, full comfort there on the top side of the map, and Sponge was the Sejuani guy. So I guess it's comfort versus comp to start off this LCK.
I think that's a great way to put it. And I do think that the simplicity of the composition we have for DRX is definitely there. There's a lot of burst damage and single target CC. So the Leona Sejuani setup can be quite good when you follow it up with an accelerated shock blast. If you can find thread the needle into that misfortune or try to punish her when she's channeling her ultimate, there's definitely some things that you can find success with in this draft, but I think it is going to be very challenging against a team that's already got so much synergy as the Bros do. And when you consider the roles that Morgan and Hambach are going to be playing in terms of frontline, they have to be positioned very well because Misfortune is otherwise going to be a very vulnerable target here.
I would agree. Just have to see how it is all going to come together because there is so much CC. The amount of hold them in position so I can kill them with my cone is very large. Here for Hype, I think that guy could certainly be getting some kills this game, unless Lazy Feel has something to say about it. The very first time a Vietnamese player has played in the LCK. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the very first game of the LCK Cup. And yes, the very first time we're seeing an import onto the LoL Park stage. It is kind of insane. You mentioned, like, the caveat that we have to always put down is the fact that CLG.EU played sort of in the LCK, I guess, in quotation marks.
In Champions, yeah.
Yeah, in Champions back in the day, back in 2012. They're in the final, casted by Double Lift, Moltrap, and Valdez, which we always get reminded of because it's just very strange. That was, of course, 13 years ago now.
Yeah, it's been a long time. We'll have a lane swap in our first game of the year here, but it will be matched, so neither team will actually get an advantage.
Ooh, that's called Australian style.
Yeah.
We are just making things upside down. Right now, it looks like DRX do not have all the information as to where Hype and Polu are.
Yeah, Rich is hiding behind his turret. Likewise will be Morgan. And now they'll reveal each other. Sweeper down for Polu.
Yep, well, it's I'll raise you your lane swap with another lane swap and therefore nullify the lane swap. So I guess it's theoretical, but it's not quite working out. And of course, there have been a few changes here, haven't there, Wolf, as far as how lane swaps are going to happen. The amount of protection is not quite there as much on the top side.
The top side turret protection for plates has been reduced on this patch. And mid has also been reduced, but not going to be important to mention in this specific case, but both of those did get nerfed. Now, Rich is going to have to space really well here on Jace. If he ends up getting caught by Morgan, there's definitely an opportunity for Morgan to trade well with him. So he's going to be staying in range mode for the majority of this laning phase. Already doing a pretty good job of it. Now, this is the matchup I'm most excited about because Yukal's returned to Korea, right? He's playing his iconic Victor. He's playing his closer. He has the range advantage here in this matchup. And let's see how many advantages he can get early. Because like I mentioned before, despite being on a losing team in the LPL, his lane stats were pretty incredible. And so far, putting that pressure on is Rich.
Yeah.
Doing some great trading here.
Yep, to the skies. But not really going to be doing too much here. I imagine that Morgan isn't too phased about how this one is going. And having a peek in towards the top side of the map, everything very, very even. So like you were saying, yeah, Rich trading well so far in the early game. You'd expect that Jace should be able to have some lane control. I think that he probably wants to be able to get more than this, right? Get some zoning happening. Make sure that Morgan is as far on the back foot as he possibly can get it.
That's kind of the point of Jace. When you normally pick Jace, you just want to zone your opponent out, play very aggressively. He went for Grasp as well, so he's trying to stack those up consistently, and you see he's gotten a ton of them already. There's one more right there, and has even gone for Demolish here, and will be able to get that proc. So really a lot of pressure for someone who's so known for laning across his career, across multiple titles. Bit of a positional scary moment here for Yukal with Hambach so nearby.
Yeah, well, he's going to drive on through, see whether he can get a flash. Oh man, I think Yukal didn't even think that he was going to go quite that far, but that gravity field, just beautiful. Going to be able to hold Hambach in place. Yukal loses a whole bunch of health, but not his flash.
Yeah, that was critical. He doesn't lose the flash, but is going to give Closer a ton of stability in the lane that was otherwise starting to get really frustrating to play out. Do see the back completes for Hype. We'll grab a Cull and head straight back to the top lane. Palu, meanwhile, just trying to get as much experience as he can. Completely zoned out at the moment.
Yep, being a little bit cheeky, you could imagine, but this wave state is pretty dire, as Closer is going to get a decent chunk of damage onto Yukal under the turret, and his Yone, so is always fine. Just rebinds the soul. Everything's K. Morgan continuing to get harassed as Hype does turn back up here towards his top side to try and repair what the heck's going on here. And Sponge in the area, but hasn't actually gone for anything just yet. And of course, feats of strength going to be what we're going to be talking about a fair bit today. And First Blood still going to be an option here on this patch, as now Humbug making his way down towards the bottom side as well. Rich in a little bit of trouble as Morgan trying to find some of these Qs, doesn't quite get there though. And Humbug at level 4, not going to be able to do too much, throws a rock. That's more in frustration than anything else. Looks like Rich is just going to go back home, TP back down.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how much of an impact Humbug's already made in this early game. You know, bailing out 2 lanes that were struggling a little bit in terms of, you know, the melee versus ranged aspect of their early levels. And, you know, you think about Humbug as a player who, like Lucid before him, who joined the LCK last year, someone who gets a lot of kills early, has a lot of action, is super high impact for getting his team leads, but in this case really just kind of patching some holes here, making a big impact twice with some really nice ease to come through. Good start here for Bro, all things considered with the draft. Yep. And they're just going to look to build up this misfortune and their front line, so any small disadvantage they have in the top lane, you know, is not going to matter necessarily all too much.
Well, let's see what Sponge can get done here, as Closer going to have to try and ult his way out. Of course, Permafrost stacked up, but not actually opted into here, as Polu making his way down. Humbug deciding that he doesn't really want to get too aggressive, as Polu also going to act the same way. He gets himself out of there, as it looks like Grub's going to be on the table here for DRX. To try and grab those. You can feel that First Blood weighing on both of these teams, not wanting to give this up.
And, you know, Closer doesn't have ult anymore because he used it to escape, so this is a really tough fight here for Bro. No ult for Paulo, of course, at level 4 either.
Yep, Closer moving in. Morgan there as well. Level 6 available. He can go all out if he would like it, as it seems like Bro should be able to get themselves one of these. They've taken control of the area, at least for now. So no feats of strength to go down for either team. Great double knockback here from Morgan, is now Rich to the skies. Trying to throw Closer around the gravity field is extraordinary, and Polu is going to go down for First Blood. That's Lazy Field picking up First Blood in his first game, but it's traded back immediately. The Bros do not waste any time, as Morgan is looking for Rich as well. Grabs his opposite number, and now Lazy Field and Yukal, they have to just get out of there. Closer a bit distracted by minions, as we can see, as Morgan wanting to dash after this little Corki, but the Valkyrie does come in, and Closer almost just straight up dies. He's going to be able to get himself out.
Atlas, you can already sort of start to feel some of the problems of this composition here for DRX in terms of the tanky front line. They index so heavily into killing Hambak on the Skarner, and unsuccessfully in their trying, end up losing out more than they get with that First Blood for Lazy Field. So they walk away with that beat of strength, which you can see next to the game timer there to the top center of your screen if you want to track that. But ultimately, the fight goes the way of DRX here. And you can see, look at these low health bars. Sponge is super low, right? And then you see the gravity well come through. Looks really good here for DRX, but Lazyfield uses his Valkyrie, is now completely isolated. He wants to kill Hambak here, but he's just too tanky. He'll take Sponge out on his way over, and Rich just can't get through this Cassante. He will fall as well. So a ton of gold going over to the Bros.
Yeah, that was a bit of a gimme there as far as Humbug was concerned. Rich really getting baited in, as this is exactly what we were talking about. Now Morgan is 2-0-1.
Yeah.
And we already said that if the game was even in more of like an even game state, this Cassante would be quite happy moving into a mid and a late game. Well, it's kind of now donezo for Mr. Jace in a side lane. Even though he is ahead by a bit of farm, these couple of kills going to make it so that it's almost impossible to take him down. As another crash into the wall here is Sponge just told to leave the vicinity. Dragon still leashed as Hype was over here. Hunting through now.
Positioning there from Palu as well. Atlas just knowing that he could cut anybody off here, having Banana Brush control with that control ward super helpful there, and just denying any entry. So, you know, sure, you got the first 3 feet of strength, but Rich, you can already see the problems here.
Yeah. Morgan very, very quickly going to have that ultimate back up and available, but Rich not going to keep him interested for that long. And so now Morgan with that R button ready. I think, yeah, if Rich steps too far forward, he is just dead, especially with no flash. Dangerous times ahead here for the new top laner for DRX and the returning legend that is Rich towards his top side. Great double up there from Hype.
Yeah, Hype sitting on a Cull as well with a 270 gold lead right now. Once that's finished, that will compound upon itself as long as nothing goes wrong here. So gets another double up.
Yeah, that is massive actually. Down to 50% health is LazyFeel. Still going to be able to take that Hot Rod car slash plane underneath the turret. Always reminds me of like a Hot Rod like car thing, but it is a plane, of course. Yukel is going to be just farming things up here as Rich moving over towards Morgan. Playing around some vision. I think Morgan knows that he has a fair bit of strength here in this lane. Still has to play it carefully given the melee into ranged matchup nature of things.
Yeah, you can see the gold leads here across the board. Not looking great for DRX, but specifically this top lane matchup is just so tough. Rich trying to greed for any auto he can get. Even used his acceleration gate just for positioning there. Not going to go for an accelerated shock blast.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's not over, right? It's not doomed. The Victor is going to scale really well damage-wise. Corki will still have his 2-item spikes later. But it's now, for DRX, a really tough pick-your-battle type situation where you're already down a dragon, and you do not want to be giving any additional gold over here. Misfortune to pick up any of those kills, fortunately for them, so Hype is not massively ahead, but he's basically, you know, a kill up right now with all those assists, and that Cull is going to be a big problem later on. DRX really need to make sure they can find the right fights to take here with their single target CC. Look for punishing fights rather than just aggressive 4v4, 5v5s.
Yeah, great vision control here from Polo. Spots out the fact that DRX was setting up for a little bit of something. And the 30 CS gap for Hype is actually the most gigantic. And of course, Misfortune, a fantastic laner just in general, but now Bro looking to try and get another one as far as these objectives are concerned. If they get all 3 of these, then that is going to be another feat of strength, or at least a third of it, and that will put them at 2/3. Only one more to be picked up, and they will have that one on lockdown, and then it is just that first turret blood to be fought for both of these teams. DRX, the fact that they managed to get at least that first blood was so big. It feels to me like it's holding them in this game. Even if it isn't necessarily the be-all, end-all, we have seen it be so incredibly powerful. Yeah. They're able to unlock those cool shoes.
Especially when we consider the dragon spawning in 2 minutes. That's going to be really difficult for them to fight for because LazyFeel is just really not quite in this game. He got the first blood. He was the hero there, but you know, in doing so, put himself in harm's way, and they lost that big fight, lost the follow-up fight, and you know, for objectives here, you know, you can see how frustrating it is for Rich to play out this lane. Again, Yukel in danger.
Yeah, flashes forward, gonna be able to pick up. Oh, the ulti just goes completely wide. The Impale holds him out of the way, but still he's able to grab the kill onto Yukel. Chaos Storm not doing too much, and Andil, I'm sorry, buddy, wrong place, wrong time, and you are just more food for the Yone. It looked comical, but the results, they're just fine.
Humbug making another big play here. This time with his teammates set up together, even though there was some anti-synergy there with the Impale.
He could have just stopped, you know? But still, it was very funny and didn't actually matter.
I mean, this is going to lead to a ton of turret plate gold going over to Closer, as well as some additional damage for a potential first turret to go over here. They already have 4 grubs, so you can see how much of an impact that's making. Sponge kind of greeting over here for these Krugs will be denied as well. So really just nothing coming up DRX's way in this game. The Blackfire Torch picked up for Yukel as well at this point isn't really going to be a big spike as Tombok in the brush here. Andil coming over to try to shadow so he can get back to lane, but he's not, unfortunately, going to be able to do enough.
Absolutely amazing performance there from Polo, kind of saving what was a weird play from the other two. Grabs that double stun on the Shattering Strike and a gorgeous Magnet Storm. And yeah, they are out of options here as far as DRX is concerned. So much vision there towards the top side.
And the flash engage from Hambach as well just gives you such little time to react as Yukel in this situation. By the time he sees the Scorpion, it's too late. And I mean, we're looking at a gold lead here, as you can see in the gold difference over time, that is starting to really balloon quite quickly. And like I said, and like you mentioned, that dragon is up in 10 seconds here, and if DRX do not deny it, that is going to be those that first feat going over.
Yep. And Bro, like we mentioned already, only need one more of those, and they are going to be sorted. Dragon has spawned. That's Hextech Drake. We'll see what Soul is going to be immediately afterwards. But right now, Humbug just trying to take control of the area. Andil going to be able to sweep things out. They get word of the fact that Leona is in the area. And Closer has started this one up. They are on vision. But I don't know whether this Dragon is going to last long enough for that vision to mean anything at all. UCal moves over, they get rid of that control ward, but that is going to be a feat of strength going over to the Bros in the form of these objectives. Just the turrets to be worried about here, as Rich is on the top side of the map, definitely dangerous if he does get some spare time. That is going to be the Mountain Soul coming up in 5 minutes' time they can start fighting for. At least the first Mountain Drake.
Mountain Soul with this Cassante Scar in her front line to deal with Rich, who's going for a pretty unique build, by the way. A plated steel caps isn't that weird, but
I was watching Odoamne play this like tank Jace thing, it looked really dumb.
Yeah, I've seen it in solo queue a little bit, and it's really difficult to kill the Jace. Sometimes he went Grasp as well, you know, and he's going to be quite tanky, but it just doesn't help you kill Misfortune or the tank front lines that you still have to deal with. So it really puts a lot of the onus on UCal in this game, who's 1.2 thousand behind, and Lazy Feel, who's still so far away from even completing his tier at this point here at 15 minutes, sitting at 138 stacks, has his Triforce at least, but so much damage has to be put into that Misfortune. If they can take her out, the front-to-back team fights definitely are possible here in the late game, but they're just so far behind, it's hard to imagine a late game where they're not just completely bowled over.
Yeah. Well, first Rift Herald is up and available. Don't have Atakan just yet, but you can see he's going to be on the northern side of the Rift. And that is because that's where all the kills happen.
Yes.
Sometimes it's going to be hard to try and exactly work out where Atakan's going to be spawning. But this time it was very easy. Humbug looking for an opportunity here as Andel's in trouble. The ulti goes wide there from Sponge, and he looks to try and get out of the way. Polu with Magnus Storm doesn't get too much done, but that Impale was brilliant at holding them in place. Solar Flare going to be connecting, and look at the health bars. They are just way too big. Bro, just walk at them like a freight train and DRX can do nothing.
Yeah, there's just no damage. DRX wanted to play around topside to deny that turret take because they wanted to see if Bro were going to come over here, look for an aggressive play there, and actually look to complete their feats of strength. But there's just not enough damage to get through those health bars. It's a good follow-up engage there from Palu as well. And now Bro looking to clean this turret off the map. Look at how well they control mid lane. They also have Morgan sitting on the bottom side who had teleport available the entire time. Could have joined, didn't need to. And so that's the first turret going over. That's feats of strength here, the first one of the LCK Cup going over to Bro.
Yep, Bro going to be the very first ones to be able to buy cool shoes. And I think that is absolutely fantastic. They've been saving for it, and that suits them because of the OK savings bank. So there you go.
Yeah.
Did we just miss a pedal as well on the ground? Because I think
so.
You shouldn't miss those. That's not how things should be done. We're going to have a look at this again. I mean, a cavalcade of errors.
Yeah, it doesn't really help that Sponge misses his ultimate. And maybe they could have at least turned this into a better situation here, but I don't think this is ever going to be a good situation for them with the numbers disadvantage they have, the tanky health bars, etc. We can say Sponge missed. That technically is true, but I don't think it was really the main reason why Bro found success there.
Palu also missed, and
True.
I think there are a few other misses
There were
as well.
some misses.
The main one is that Humbug didn't miss and managed to impale a couple of people, and there were just too many large bodies here on the side of Bro to avoid being taken out. So DRX really going to have to dig deep to try and find any opportunities here. 1.5 minutes on the Dragon, and 2.5 minutes before Atakan does turn up. Morgan in position for that one, and just going to be shoving this wave out, make sure they keep as much pressure onto DRX as possible.
The vision is so frustrating as well here, Rich just walking over a trinket. He's like, I want to come up here safely. Hopefully no one will annoy me on my way over, right? Morgan's already here to get him. And he can offer some damage back, as you can see, but it's meager. And the problem for this Jace is that he doesn't do a lot of damage because of his build, so even if he does hit a Shock Blast onto Hype at long range, because he has that one perfect angle that I don't know if he's ever going to get, but even if he does, I just don't think Hype really cares too much about it.
Oh dear. UCal taking a whole bunch of damage. There are a couple of his friends around, but they're not really able to do too much here to the Yone, who just decides that he's going to be safe while he trades with you. A little bit unfair. And Lazy Feel and Hype back into the mid lane. I feel like we're getting a little bit of calm before a lot of storm that's going to be coming in very soon. Unless Morgan decides to go all out, which he does. Rich in so much trouble here. The dashing continues. The flash does have to come out. That means that Rich will be safe for the moment. Top lane is out of the picture, and now another fight breaking out around this Dragon Pit. UCal moving in. Watch out for that Chaos Storm, but there's the Magnet Storm. Speaking of storms, and the better one is on the side of the Bros. Double kill for Hype. And Morgan, he's there towards the top side. He's just taken out inner turrets. And there is a teleport coming in from Rich to try and save the situation, but it's looking real doomed.
It really is. I have to say, I mean, I think the symptoms that you and I saw in the draft are really rearing their head here, but it's a massive lead on top of it all. And now that third dragon here is available, but I mean, that's not even really the story of the game. We're watching a Herald take out mid-turret, get an additional crash here. Massive Voidlings here means it's going to be the inner to go over as well. I mean, this game is all but over here. I mean, it's a 7,000 gold lead, sub 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at the gold, where it is across the board, and you're really like trying to go, well, which one is the least bad? You're like, oh, it's the Jace who is going tank into 2 tanks that have Mountain Soul Point. So it's really, I'm not optimistic, Atlas, about this one. Watch this fight one more time from Paulu's perspective. He sets up the Magnet Storm into the Misfortune ultimate. Well timed together there, and then the Impale comes in as well.
Absolutely no way for Hype to really take damage at all.
No.
So they were guaranteed to get that kill, gloriously orchestrated there by Paulu. You love to see it. And you know what you also love to see, Wolf? And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really want to bring up something that we saw recently, and it was the changes between like win rates after the feats of strength have come in. There's been a lot of people worried about snowballing and things like this. And we were also concerned about it. We spent like an entire POG state talking about the fact that First Blood is such a weird one. That's the only one DRX didn't get, and this is still a mega snowball. Has crashed down here from Polo, and the stats say as well that win rates haven't necessarily changed. As far
I do wonder.
A lot of things are concerned. So it's really weird how a lot of these stats do pan out, but I think it's still a good thing to address regardless.
Yeah,
maybe we got a little bit overexcited.
Yeah, I wonder what it is voracious. That's going to be the main flavor in LCK. I was just trying.
Yeah, Atakan is red, by the way. That's Atakan. People tell me that there is a different one that they see sometimes in their games. No. We only have the red one here.
It's I went for 2+ because I wanted to just be a dissenting opinion. I think we'll have some crazy games here in the LCK, but this is definitely not one. By the way, I said 2, but like the one said 3, so that's why it says 2+, and I'm right if it's 3 or 4 or whatever. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
You're just trying to get more of the potential pool of possibilities.
But going back to that win rate thing as well. Never mind. Let's talk about this.
All right, Humbug is just trying to run forward and then get hit by a hammer. It is sometimes a gun.
I wanted to say, I wonder if we have any stats about like what the gold differences are at 15. Was that one on the tweet? Because yeah, the gold difference at 20 was about 7K here, and you can see DRX are really just, I mean, they are trying to get
Will they be able to kill Humbug? There are 4 people on their way over, and he is losing health. Slowly but surely, yeah, this is going to be taken down. So Lazyfield grabs his second.
Okay.
As Atakan continuing to get a little bit frustrated here towards the top side of the map. I don't know whether either of these players are going to be soloing it anytime soon, though. So with Humbug off the map, maybe some space here to be bought for DRX.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's certainly going to be a little reprieve, some additional gold going over to Lazyfield. He's really far behind on his tier stacks. You know, he got that, Manamune a long time ago, but, he's still stacking, so it's not going to be fully the spike he's looking for. It'll help to at least have the completed item, but not as much as he's hoping for. We're still a long way away from that Leandri's for UCal as well. Those are 2 spikes that could give DRX a fighting chance at getting through that front line. Because it's definitely not going to be Rich who's doing it. Who's got his Fimbulvinter now completed. That's not normally what Jace builds a tier into, but it is now, I guess.
Yep, it is sort of the flavor of the month as far as Jace is concerned. The fact that like everything's just kind of like, let's build tank stuff, just makes me a bit sad, but I'm going to do my very best to ignore it. And remember, he's still got a gun, so he's still going to try and do damage.
Sure.
Even if it's not necessarily going to do quite as much.
I mean, when we go back to the draft, too, I mean, there were a lot of things they could have banned. Like, they decided not to ban the Skarner, which has been a huge problem from this game. 7 out of 8 KP here. It's Hambak, so I want to give him credit, but Skarner is also just so incredibly powerful. Can move around the map so quickly and has made such a big impact in these team fights.
Well,
Andel.
Yeah, Andel is dead, guys. He's going to flash. Still probably dead, but he's going to try and do what he can before he does end up going down. And when I say still dead, he is not. It's a double impale. It's the other members of his team that are going to be going down. UCal, the first one to hit the deck, as Lazyfield turns up. And it looks like Bro just going to back away and say thanks for your mid laner. Well, now Rich could be in trouble. Morgan looking for an opportunity, not wanting to press the R button just yet.
Yeah, not quite. And, UCal was closer to Leandri's than I thought. He has that done now, and you can see the damage coming through from Lazyfield. It's not, that there's no way to get through these tanks. It's just not Jace that's going to do it. Bro need to be careful about really just kind of overextending and saying, hey, like, this game is done, we win this for sure. They need to be a little bit more careful about how they take some of these fights. I get it, 7,000 gold up, but some caution should be taken. They still win that fight, they still get the kill onto UCal, and they still going to get Otacon. But if this was a more even game state, it might have been a bit of a disaster.
Yep, and Otacon is going to be taken out here. Cool little buff now around the Bros. See what they can actually utilize with it. There's some bounty gold going in here as Rich finally manages to take that outer turret. But this is the dire situation that they're in, right? 7,000 gold difference, bounties are up. You've got a Mountain Soul that's imminent here. The Drake is in fact live. And Bro have some extra lives to work with now.
Yeah. It means that they can heavily commit to a dive. Going back to this situation here, Andil is the first target, eats a ton of damage, actually handles that Zenithblade flash really well to buy himself some time here to get out. And then you can see UCal is like, okay, I gotta come over here and get some damage done. Nope, you stepped way too far across the line and you were gonna get punished into all of this AoE. He's the only one who gets taken out, but still a huge win here for Bro because it allows them to take Otacon, which now gives them their withdraw, is what I like to call it, because that's what it says over their heads in English, where if they die, they give a little bit of gold, they give a pedal, but they just instantly respawn, so you can heavily all in on an objective, like a Baron, for example.
Exactly. And so now the Bros are going to get it down to 50% health, and I think that, you know, Sponge is trying to make his way in. Polo's going to hold him in position. Andil's in trouble once again. Eclipse doing so much work. I just don't know whether it's doing quite enough, as now Close are going back, and yeah, he's just going to pretty much recall and then head back in. Doesn't have teleport though, so he's going to be a little while making his way over. A 4 versus 5 just for a bit as the Magnet Storm is gorgeous with the bullet time over the top. Crash in from Humbug there as well, finds an Impale onto Lazyfield, who cleanses, Valkyrie, does everything he can to get himself out of the way, and this time finally, Andal is going to go down. Morgan is just going completely ballistic here towards the top side of the map, flashes out of the gravity well, another kill onto UCal. The Lord is definitely almighty in his first game of the LCK Cup. They're going to take down Sponge as well, and it's only Lazyfield left standing. Yes, they stopped the Baron, but I don't know whether they're going to stop it again.
Last man on the lineup today, last one to fall. And down he goes, makes it an ace. And look, if you're cup half full, you know, successful Baron deny.
And also, if you're cup half full, they can't play Skarner again in the next game.
That's right. Nor can they play the Rel Misfortune combo.
They may not have banned it, but they banned it, you know, because this is fearless. It's glorious. DRX just wanting to get him in the second one. But let's have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, I mean,
sacrifices himself early, but honestly, their wallets are heavy, Wolf.
Their wallets are heavy, and I don't think you play this fight out this way if it's even game state at all. But they have the res, they have control over the Baron pit to a certain extent. And they're like, yeah, well, I mean, we can basically do Baron and overextend and win a team fight all at the same time. Look at the damage coming through here. Even though Rich is very tanky and Sponge is Sejuani, it's enough damage here that they wear through it. No one is threatening hype. Like, Sponge is like trying to flay him. He's like, oh, maybe I can do something back. No, you can't. And there's just not enough damage. Lazy feels so far behind. He's able to get a withdraw, but that is it. And Morgan is just, he doesn't care if he dies or not because he's got that res and he's Cassante. Lazyfield lives for a really long time here, but there's going to be the Baron taken regardless, as you can see now in live.
Look at the glowing portraits, looking really cool on this current UI for 2025. Always making updates to the LCK, and you love to see it. Bro also making updates to 2025. Their changes have been more winning.
Yes.
Because if they manage to win this game, then they have never lost for the entirety of an LCK Cup ever.
100% win rate.
I know, isn't it extraordinary? They're going to be able to grab themselves a Mountain Soul. That is 100% Soul rate as well. 100% Barons in every game that they've taken.
Since elimination matches in Kespo Cup, they haven't lost.
Exactly. And they've taken more Otacons in other than any other team ever.
In LCK history.
Cup history, exactly. Yeah. It is extraordinary. That's extraordinary as well. The Impale comes through, the bullet time comes down, and yeah, we're being a bit facetious. We're having a bit of fun because, ladies and gentlemen, this game is over. Closer diving on forward. Polo once again showing off the fact that he is going to get player of the match. That is just how it's going to go. His Rel has been so extraordinarily good. And DRX just going to be happy that he can't play it again in game number 2. Sponge going to get wiped from the Rift. Andal onto the fountain. But Morgan's going to do his very best to pull him back out there. And we're not going to be able to talk about respawning Nexus turrets because, unfortunately, the Nexus does not respawn, and that will be going down imminently. OK Savings Bank Breon with the very first victory here for our LCK Cup, putting themselves 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, this is the kind of game for all those out there who are like, oh man, this new patch is pretty snowbally. You might be saying, well, I told you so. But I don't think it was really about the Rift as much as it was about a really strong early game and some big draft problems on the side of DRX, especially Lazy Field falling behind. You mentioned it, 30 CS behind. I didn't even notice it right at the beginning how far behind he had really fallen, but he fell so far behind he was relatively irrelevant. And then they targeted Yukal so heavily, it was Hambak who shut him down several times, so he couldn't really side lane. They were like, okay, one carry down, second carry down, no one kills the front line, we can do whatever we want. Some of those fights were, bro, a little bit lackadaisical, a little bit haphazard, a little bit kind of, we win, it doesn't matter, a little bit sloppy, but when you're that far ahead, it really just doesn't matter.
Especially when you got the Burley boys in the Cassante and the Skarner. So I think we're pretty happy that we're not going to be seeing them again in the next game. But this girl, she knows exactly what's up because Polo was absolutely extraordinary in that game. And I think that Hype joining this team, even though he is just on loan from KT, him and Polu working together is really demonstrating to everyone how good Polu was. Because we knew that Hype, very hyped up. You know, it's a bit on the nose, but that's just how it was. He was so good in Challenger. KT last year were amazing. And yeah, as you can see, it doesn't really disappoint. 28.7k, but of course he was the solo damage dealer pretty much outside of Closer, who didn't really find as many of the fights that he wanted to. But the bullet times, the setups with the Magnet Storms, just glorious.
It's so limited data, but still, I mean, he looks so much more comfortable than he did with Envy for sure. It seems like it's a massive upgrade.
Yeah, I would agree. But now it is time for us to take a short break. We'll hear from what the Space has to say about that game, and then we'll be getting into game number 2 imminently. See you soon.
천천히. 야 이거 라인 미드 싸우자. 야 이번에 내가 여기 탑 볼래? 쫓아오자 돼. 나 볼게 이거 본다. 야 코르키 봐봐. 야 코르키 발길이 있어. 야 코르키 끊었다. 야 레오나. 야 나 미드라인 탔다 이거. 이거 떼주면 사람. 나. 끝내자. 미드 와라 미드. 스커너를 풀어. 아, 내 스커너 좋다잉. 잘한다잉. 나이스. 다음 판 이거 잘해보고 맵픽 잘해야겠다. 맵픽 신경 써서 이번 판 스왑 좀 잘한 것 같아. 아, 나이스야. 운영을 되게 잘했다.
Fly those bro flags proudly in the chat if you subscribed already. They are still undefeated in 2025 after the first game of the season. They go up 1-0 against DRX and one away from winning the series. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Chronicler and Ox. And guys, before we jump into all the highlights, we had that quick announcement that we were told right before the game. History made here in the LCK. Yes, Lazy Feel, the first Vietnamese player to play in the LCK on an LCK team. A huge, huge moment there for him. And the fans were huge about it across all of social media. Here are some of the comments from the LCK Vietnam page and what it means to them to have a player represented. And we already have the casting represented as well. Huge, huge moment.
It's also an interesting one because, you know, Bro has Morgan, and Morgan actually has a ton of fans in Vietnam because some touring he did there. So it ended up being like, you know, you want to support your Vietnamese player, but also Morgan is normally who they look to support.
Yeah, one of my favorite content of last year was Showmaker, who just took Lucid under his wing and they were just drinking in Vietnam, having a great time for the same reason. Ton of fans there, so that was really cool to see. And Lazy Feel playing today is a really big deal historically.
It is, but that was about all the good feel that you got if you were a DRX fan, because most, if not all of this game, other than First Blood, was Bro. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, starting off with Hambach's early pathing here to impact the game.
Yeah, and, you know, we talked a lot about Hambach, we talked a lot about the Skarner being hugely prioritized in LPL and LCK ECL, and you can kind of see why. Even though he doesn't get a kill or even a flash here, we saw a situation where he just gets a little bit of lane pressure, allows the Yone to crash by taking a lot of health, paths down towards bot to pick up the Krog, so pretty efficient with his timing, and then looks to do a similar thing bot lane, and it's just that early impact of assisting your laners getting that early pressure.
It's also just a really clean pathing, right? Because he's not wasting any time while this is happening. Like, only his Raptors are up, top side is still respawning, so he's not wasting any time. He's setting up his lanes for success, and it's this level of aggression that Hambach has always shown. And also, if you go back to when Bro was at his most successful, it was when Umti had exactly games like this and could take the rest of this team on his back.
The timing was so good because mid lane he helped the Yone get the crash, and then bot lane was when the wave was in a bad spot for the Jace where he wants to get the crash and kind of eliminate that happening. And just little things like this can make such a difference, especially when you have this early game driven meta.
Right, and speaking of that early game driven meta, that led to the Grub fight at 6 minutes, which is still very early, and all those plays made a huge impact.
And we talk a little bit about the actual fight, but it's more so, when is the last time you remember seeing a 5v5 Grub fight? And a really big thing here is that even though Lazyfield does get First Blood, which he can put that one on his trophy mantle, what is really telling here is already this is what we hoped for. This is what the ideal feats of Starring is that people are incentivized to actually fight. Because I can tell you, after like last year of LCK, every single Grub spawn was just answered by Dragon. And then maybe you contest the second round or you try to steal one away. But actual fights for an objective this early on, I think is hopefully something that we're going to see more of, because that's what we want, right? We want action.
And after that, it was a triple kill there for Bros. They basically took control of most of the game thanks to, are we calling him Headhunter Hambach? Are we going with
I don't mind it.
Hannibal Hambach? All right, we'll keep working it.
You'll find something.
This led to our last highlight here, 25 minutes in the team fight, and you can see the combo between the bot lane and the Bros.
And the important thing to talk about here is Voracious Adakan has been taken, so immediately Bros started the Baron because they want the fight. And you can kind of see here, you know, considering how far ahead they are, the trading in this fight isn't like excellent, but they just don't care. It's like they have the reset buff, you know, people go down, they just teleport back to base. You see the Skarner just flying back, and it's like, okay, well, we got what we wanted. The payoff for the other team is very small. We're not giving over shutdowns. We're not even giving over much gold. And really, it just shows the power of this buff once you secure it.
It's so telling as well, because you can see that Bro does not care about dying. Normally in team fights, there's a bit of an ebb and flow as you use your cooldowns, you back off so you don't go down, and they're just like, nope, we are sending it, because even if they do end up getting taking a bit of an unfavorable trade, it doesn't matter, because of the respawn, the tempo lead that you're going to be able to get is always going to kind of offset. And unsurprisingly, we are currently at 0 angry Adakans. We're going to keep this running. This is not the last we're going to see of this, because we have 0, 1, or 2 or more 3 camps running at the moment. And
It's
so
early.
far,
It's early. It's
yeah,
early.
we'll see.
It's early
We'll
for
see.
us two or more predators.
For those who aren't completely familiar, it's how bloodthirsty the game is, and it seems like it has to be pretty bloodthirsty to get the Ruinous one. And LCK, not the most bloodthirsty region as well.
Let's take a look at the draft here because, again, one of the changes with LCK Cup and the first third of the season is full Fearless draft. As now, these 10 champions will not be played. They won't be played, including the bans as well.
Yeah, and some of them are some really high prio picks. I think for me, what stood out is the Skarner, because I honestly ultimately think if the game went even, or if DRX got the feats of strength, you're into a full AD team. The improved Ninja Tabi with the physical damage shield could have been huge. But this Skarner, like, there's a reason it's been permabanned in the LPL. Handback as well, piloting it. You could see that early impact he had. And I felt like they kind of ran away with the game. So, the problems are kind of solved by Fearless. You won't have to deal with it again. But I think ensuring Handback isn't on a strong jungler who can impact the game early is going to be really important.
And with this, the only tank jungler that has been meta and will still be open is Maokai, right? Who definitely has fallen pretty high on the prio list. So we'll see if Arda gets banned. And again, as a reminder, because none of these champs can get played, we won't see Cassante till at least the next series, which I know
winning.
is always a big deal. And yeah, I want to echo what Ox was saying, particularly with that Victor, which I think we saw glimpses of. Could be a good moment, but I don't know. Do you think DRX is going to bring it back?
I don't know. Hopefully it'll be more than just a feel-good story for Lazy Feel and the rest of DRX, but Hero Hanbok has a thing to say about it, and we got a couple guys that have a couple things to say about it. Let's send it on over to the casters to get into game number 2.
Heck yeah, D-Gun, thank you so much, guys, for the breakdown. And yeah, I think that Arakan only has one form. I think it's Akshan Khan the whole time. That's all we're going to get. That's just how it's going to go. That is, I put my money where my mouth was there. I bet that it was going to be 0 throughout the entire season. Went a little bit ham on that one, and so you're on the 2+ camp.
Yeah.
Right, Wolf?
Look, I want to make it clear. I said 2, but no one said 3, right? So they put me in 2+. Like I was. It sounds like I was like, yeah, I think it'll be like 5, but I thought maybe 2 would sneak in. But after watching that game, hard to say. We might have games that are more competitive, where it drags a little bit down into the mud in terms of team fighting constantly, but it doesn't look likely at this point that it's going to be a common thing. Valdez was the first one to call it very early on during the opening event. He was like, I don't think we're ever going to see it. And that was, of course, echoed. We didn't see it a single time in Challengers leading up until this moment as well. So,
haven't seen it in the LPL either,
nope.
But that was only from what I watched. I didn't watch all of it, but we'll just have to see.
If you don't see it in the LPL, it's like...
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, if you don't see that, although I watched the FPX versus RNG series, and it was a bit resident sleeper. It was a little bit on the bench side of things. It was not the most exciting and hyped up LPL match that I've ever seen in my life. I've seen a few of them, and I imagine that they can do better. So we'll have to see what is going to happen here. And we'll see what happens here in the LCK Cup as well, whether maybe the Bros find a little bit more of a bloodthirsty composition and awaken that ruinous Arakan this time around.
I think we'll see. Obviously, we have Fearless drafts, so we'll see completely different comps and different champions, but I think we'll probably see a more competitive draft this time around. You have to hope so, because DRX's draft definitely left us very wanting. And beyond that, with Fearless drafting...
Morgan fan!
Yeah, we've got a lot of them. We've got a whole lot of them across the world. But with Fearless drafting gets even harder. It gets even more challenging. Your champion pools are tested even further. So what DRX has planned here, what they have in mind moving on the blue side, is something we've all got our eyes on here. Try to bring this to a 3-game series.
Yep, and try and get Lazy Feel a win in his first series as well. Of course, the Bros currently undefeated in the LCK Cup. We'll see whether they stay that way after this game number 2, or whether it's going to go all the way. As you can see, towards the top left and top right, no teams can play any of these 10 champions that you can see at the top there. So the bans not likely to change too much, but we'll see exactly how it is going to go, as the Azir and Nocturne going to be taken away first up.
Well, what happens oftentimes in Fearless is picks that are already high priority shoot up even higher. Like, I don't think you can give Aurora away in this particular case. I think we'll likely see the Ashe taken away, the Kalista taken away as well. Maybe not necessarily on that final blue side slot. They might want to put Lazyfield on the pick. He's not known for it. It's not one of his picks he's most famous for, anything like that. But we'll see what ends up coming through. Vi, also very popular right now. Kind of the second most popular next to Skarner in this meta.
Yep. That was the second champion that Faker played in the opening, the season opening as well, Skarner and then Vi. So taking away the Vi option means that we do not get to see back-to-back Faker jungle champions, which I think is very important for everyone to know.
All right,
Varus is once again going to be banned away. Of course, bans do not carry over, so if a champion is banned, you can theoretically play it. If it is not, then banned once again next time around. So the picks will always change. The bans may not necessarily, as the Aurora is going to be left up and snapped up.
Easiest Aurora lock-in of UCal's life. I mean, it's pretty straightforward here. There's no Nocturne, but still an incredibly powerful pick. And they even used some of that time to discuss what they want to do next, but I don't think there was ever a world where that wasn't going to get locked in. Closer's response, on the other hand, will get a little bit more interesting. Obviously, as Yone is gone, some of the other blind picks, that we saw a lot of the time, like the Akshan, are gone. Rumble available, as well as Ambessa. So we may see a trade of those picks here in the top side, and Hambach will pick up his Viego, which he's very well known for. And
yeah, I'm kind of scared.
I mean, Wukong's one of those other picks right now that's very popular here in Korea. We're seeing it a ton.
I've seen it not find necessarily a massive amount of success from what I've seen, but we have certainly seen a resurgence in the Monkey King, and it looks like Sponge is going to continue considering it. Will it be locked in? That's the question. Lots of circles, lots of AoE CC.
Exactly. It's got such great synergy with Aurora's ultimate because you're kind of locked into that circle, and then he's going to start spinning around, and it's a nightmare to play through that team fight scenario if you can't zone the Aurora out of the fight. I'm curious to see what Closer's response will be, because there's a lot of picks you can try to get advantages into Aurora with, especially in terms of trying to set up for team fights. Like LeBlanc was quite popular in the past. Players like Showmaker would utilize that very well. Must be a blind Kai'Sa here. LeBlanc I mentioned.
Oh, I do like this from Closer. Of course, Viego and Talia together have been very strong, but it was you and I, Wolf, that were watching Closer just destroy people on Talia in the Casper Cup. Of course, it's been a few patches since then, but Talia has remained pretty strong.
Yes, definitely true. All right, Orin's going to be taken away here. I want to set up any more combos in that circle.
Yeah,
and
also
also
a bit of a Thunderdome situation, I think.
Yeah, and having the stable top lane when your jungler isn't going to come online very early, whereas a Viego's going to be very relevant early, I think is a pick that Rich might have gone for here. See if they want to ban like Gragas on top of that as well. Would be a lot of magic damage, but I think a reasonable choice. Very popular top lane pick at the moment.
Yep. And, Wukong does a fair bit of physical. It depends on how you build the Kai'Sa, but oftentimes she is mostly magic damage these days, but I think the physical variety still does some stuff.
Yeah, it's mixed,
Yeah, especially when you don't have, like, true tanks and things like this. I think it's kind of okay to step away from more of that full pokey build.
Yeah.
Zambessa is going to be banned away here. Morgan going to be respecting that one. Not wanting to go up against it as this Rumble, although Rumble has had a decent matchup into her.
They have, some decent pick potential here. Caitlyn would have been a great choice into the Kai'Sa. But I was wondering if maybe we would see something like a Jinx in this particular case for Bro.
The obsession with picking Xayah into Kai'Sa just makes me so sad. But okay, so it's still going to be the Rakan. Theoretically, Hype doesn't have to play Kai'Sa, but I am so worried that we're just going to see Xayah Rakan on the bottom side for the Bros.
It's fairly safe to blind the Rakan because Leona is not available. Church was played last game, so maybe just keeping his options open a little bit here. As Galio is being considered, this could mean top lane Aurora.
Yeah, the Poppy as well could be going into the support position, as we know, of course, does do very well into the Rakan.
Okay, well, it's looking like that is what we are going to see. We have seen Poppy in Challengers quite a few times. It's been played support every time. It's not been played anywhere else, so that will continue to be the case here. And on the side of Bro, what's that AD carry going to be here? You know, tough matchups into Kai'Sa. There's a lot of them. The Xayah
we knew it was going to happen.
Is the standard response. And I have a lot of problems with this, but one of my main issues is that Xayah is very low range and will need to follow up on like a Talia knockback by getting very close to a lot of danger, let's say, between Galio's taunt, which is going to be fantastic inside of the Aurora Circle, the Wukong ultimate, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So you're always going to be vulnerable, and you only have one ultimate. So while in isolation strong into the Kai'Sa, putting yourself at a lot of risk here. DRX, I think this time around, getting the stronger draft here, so much pre-built synergy here, and originally playing the Galio top.
Yeah, the Galio top kind of fun. Into the Rumble, very good at anti-magic damage, and that is precisely what Rumble's MO has been. Of course, Rumble pretty strong, so still going to be able to navigate the lane, but I think that Rich should be able to nullify it if the game goes the way he wants to. I feel like this time the shoe is on the other foot as far as how the top lane matchup is going to play out, and we'll see whether some extra attention can be brought by this Viego from Humbug. Definitely a lot more aggressive on the top side of the map for Bro this time, and so I think we're going to have to see a little bit more of that Bro activity in the early stages of the game.
I do agree. I have to point out, too, the blow it up new slogan for Bro.
It's so perfect. Good. Can we blow it up? Can we say bro it up?
Well, that's the whole thing. In Korean, it's bro.
Oh, right. Yeah, because it's the same. Oh, God, it's so good. All right. Well, we'll see whether they can bro it up or whether DRX is going to be showing up in this game number 2. That was not great. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. I promise no more bad jokes like that. And no, that was a lie. I'm not going to be able to make that promise. I've made promises before, and they've burnt me, and so I am not going to do that anymore.
Man, this draft for DRX seems so good.
It does seem strong, especially when you just look in the mid lane and you're like, oh, they got Aurora. She is pretty powerful.
Yeah, that was the first thing that kind of caught my eye, but then all of the other circles that came along with it with top tier champion patch kind of
a few circles.
Really solidified it a little bit. Every time I see the skin that Rich is going for here, it always makes me shed a tear for the BBQ Olivers.
Oh, me too, every time.
But yeah, I mean, when you consider also how good Kai'Sa is into Rumble specifically, like if you can isolate Rumble and catch him, you know, unawares, if you end up in that 1v1 scenario, you can often just take him out, especially if you're accelerated.
Yep, not to mention, like, having the killer instinct to get out of equalizers if they're thrown down as well. Rumble, of course, fantastic into less mobile 80 carries. You can buy a whole lot of space. But I don't think I don't want to underestimate Closer on this Talia, because I feel like he can really make early games very difficult for his opposition, and I think that these lanes are definitely playable for Bro as this game begins. So I think a lot of eye is going to be on the mid-jungle for Bro here if they do want to make this a 2-0, and DRX just trying to get to some of these team fights. And if it is like it was last time around with, you know, fighting over every single grub camp, it's going, every single grub spawn that's going to be coming up, that could be helping them out here as the flash from Lazyfield immediately comes up as Polu getting aggressive. Hype is still at full health. Polu does have to flash away though. And so it is 2 summoner spells for 2. It was both of Polu's though. Hype still holds onto his.
Yeah, that's important that Polu, or rather that Hype is going to have his flash, very important in these early stages. Went for barrier as well for some potential follow-up trades here. Kai'Sa can be quite strong with her plasma stacks early, and was putting the pressure onto Polu there, who now doesn't have his flash, but he's a very mobile champion in the Rakan, so feels like a slight trade up here for Bro.
Yep. Sponge now moving towards the top side as well. Humbug, same can be said for him. See whether they do actually pay some attention to this lane as Bro do begin to push things out. See, decent little advantage being built up here after the one trade, as Polu was able to eat his potions and also use that Gleaming Quill to get that health bar back up to a manageable state. Hype not really needing to use anything just yet. Sitting on a biscuit and a potion. And level 3 comes through as well. So, yeah, this is looking a little bit dire. Blade Call not quite going to do too much there. So Andal not going to be snared or anything, but you can see this Poppy in the early game not really able to hold a candle to the Lord.
Unfortunately not. If you are a DRX fan, LazyField also getting zoned out of some farm there. Was able to get the last few CS there, but finding himself already at a deficit. And now in danger of Hambach diving early. The turret ramp is going to be quite important in this situation.
Yeah, LazyField thinking about where he wants to go. And honestly, there's not a lot of options because he has no flash. That's first blood going over to the Viego. Gets the possession there as well to try and get a little bit more damage onto this turret. Beautifully done. And that is going to be Bro now picking up that first feed of strength.
Once again, Hambach just making such an early impact in the game, even earlier than he did in the previous one. And unfortunately, when you leave a Kai'Sa that has no flash out to dry in a situation like that, if she gets knocked up, she's got cleanse, but that's useless against Paulu's knockup there. So just guaranteed death against an early game Viego. Sponge, obviously, at level 4, isn't going to be making the same sort of impact. If he were there, maybe he could have made an impact, but unfortunately not to be the case. You can see on the minimap where mid lane is set. He's trying to get that bottom scuttle, but LazyField is just left all alone here. Without flash, can't avoid the knockup. It's an easy first blood here for Hambach. A feat of strength on top of that gold.
Precisely nowhere to go for LazyField in that situation. I think it was navigated beautifully there by Paulu, Hambach, and Hype. And so far, I'm not as upset about, Xayah being picked up. I think it's working out relatively well here. Of course, we see Xayah into Kai'Sa. It's been the agreement all the time. As Hambach, he's trying to do it again. And man, it's so cool that just last year we had the Lucid debut and we were like, damn, this guy running challenges, guys. He's going to be so good. And then he was. And Hambach coming into the LCK, or at least the LCK Cup, after dominating Challenger once more, and also having a great game so far. Of course, very early days, but I love to overreact.
I mean, he's such a similar player to Lucid. Anyways, we're gonna have a bit of a scuffle here.
Yeah, this time towards the bottom side, and with the flash slam into the wall onto Paulu. They are gonna be able to take him down. 1,000 health on this dragon. The seismic shove from Closer is just a little bit of a wave goodbye, and that is going to mean that objective goes over to DRX. Nicely done. They're going to be able to grab their first stack there. Still needing 2 more to grab a feat of strength, but that is really going to take the wind out of the sails here, bro.
Yeah, that was a really well-timed engage there coming through from Ondil, and this is really going to help turn things around here as we see Hambach is trying to rush this first grub, but finds himself in danger.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here as Rich looking to make his way over, not quite in taunt range. And it is still just going to be that one grub picked up by DRX. So I actually thought that Hambach might have got the smite off there, but I missaw it, and that was in fact that grub going over to this Wukong. So that could be 2 very, very fast objectives to be taken here by DRX to even out the feats of strength. Just needing 1 more in 4 minutes time when that Drake spawns, or in 4 minutes when the next round of grubs spawns. DRX do have that opportunity as Hambach 50% health still. And Sponge, right place, right time to deny this Viego any more of this farm. You can see already 2.5 camps ahead. And the Wukong really coming into his own. And of course, we know Wukong is this champion that really does like to hit level 6.
Yes.
And he's not even level 6 yet, and he's having a great time.
He's got a farm lead. As Hambach has spent so much time ganking these lanes, trying to make an impact there. Ended up losing a bunch of time topside. Yukel.
Yeah, seismic shove is looking real good. Grand entrance coming down there as well from Paulu. As Closer trying to throw out some of these rocks. In goes Andal though, the heroic charge. Picks up the buckler and everything is going to be absolutely fine. So just mid support, having a little bit of a battle, and Yukel holds onto the flash. Cool, calm, and collected.
We'll go back to this play here on the Dragon. It's Ondil's flash play. A Sponge goes in. Follow, unfortunately, just too close to the edge here. Gets jumped on and pushed into the wall, and then they end up losing control of the Dragon. And, I mean, look, when you look at the gold leads here, for Bro, they're quite meager on the Xayah, and, okay, hold up. Bit of fight.
Another taunt to come through there from Rich. Does have that aftershock, so we can find some pretty good trading patterns here up against Morgan. You can see so far it's working out okay.
Yeah.
Although Morgan does have pretty reliable wave clearers. Andal trying to clear out some vision, does so successfully.
You mentioned that the, how nice it is to play Galio into the Rumble. Very tanky, very difficult to burn him down. You see that kind of on display there as well. But, those gold leads I was mentioning are kind of fading away outside of Yukal's here in the mid lane. And Sponge does have level 6 now, finally here.
Yeah, possible opportunity here as Andal, he doesn't. So cannot lay down that ultimate to try and hold them in place for this Wukong. You can sort of see in your mind's eye, can't you, how these team fights are going to be orchestrated. I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, Andal making these big plays or adding that large amount of separation to these fights to isolate a couple of key targets and then use all of that AoE to destroy them. Or you can just use the Keeper's Verdict to lock down a single target, then you have Sponge layer in these knockups, Rich jump in from on top, lock him down, and then Yukal puts a circle around him to make it real difficult to escape. So it's very, very cool how this composition could theoretically work out. I think they're going to have to continue on the ebb that they're currently on, because DRX, there's going to need, for me, there needs to be more to be shown after what we saw in Game 1. It was not exactly the greatest. And Bro, right now, just chilling out.
DRX losing some farm here in the bottom lane, only a little bit, but we'll lose significantly more on the top side, actually. With this setup here, kind of awkward for them. Lazy feel so late to turn up to this lane. Already 25 CS behind. Finds himself 200 gold behind as well. Was ahead earlier because of the kill, but...
Of the cannon. That's, that's something.
I mean, you can see that gold lead kind of wash away a little bit there that Hype did, in fact, have. Still has, but a much bigger one. Rich is going to be able to turn this into, though, a plate. Morgan did not want to expend his teleport to come down here and try to deny it. So it's a still relatively close game here.
Yeah.
And it's really going to be about these next few team fights. 45 seconds until the Dragon, but before that, a second set of grubs. I mean, DRX already have 3. To get further up to 4 or 5 would be huge for them. And also, potentially, if they can get all 3, that feat of strength completed.
Oh, Hype going very aggressive here. Lit on fire immediately. And down to 50% health means that this grub fight could be very difficult. And a possible feat of strength opportunity here for DRX if they're able to lock it down, all 3 of them. The ability for Humbug just to steal away 1 is certainly going to be there. 5 grubs, though, going to lead to a possible first tower. But here's another engage. Great double knock up there from Andal as Humbug tries to get himself out, but doesn't manage to. Hype utilizing that Blade Caller really nicely, but not quite nicely enough as in goes Closer. His patented, overly aggressive play coming on through there as he tries to flash away, but he just takes a stick to the head. And that is going to be Sponge locking down that kill. And now Rich, looking for some more damage to this turret, going to be able to grab another Demolish proc, grabbing some more plates, and this could be another feat of strength going over to DRX as these grubs going to get started.
It looks like it will be to even it up. No one here to deny. Hambach on the other side of the map, maybe trying to turn this into a dragon play, but full control goes to Yukal there in the side lane, so I'm not so sure he's going to be able to make that happen. His situation is quite bizarre. Remember, Hype is very low on health, is actually starting to deal with the wave. He's far away, so he isn't going to offer too much damage, but it's really Hambach who gets punished. You know, we often jokingly call him Paperman here on the global side of things because he's just not that tanky on the Viego. And it's another great engage from from Andil. And Closer, this is a very bizarre decision. I mean, Hype's incredibly low. It was kind of a zero-sum game there, and he just gets completely punished for it. So this game turns on its head very fast. I mean, a complete 360 here, or 180 rather, I should say.
Yeah. And wait, so DRX took 5 grubs. Is there one still there? There is. So somehow they got them to get away from the last grub. So that feat of strength hasn't actually come on through just yet. The dragon was taken by Bro. Man, I'm confused. I need to fill in those blanks somehow.
Yeah, because Hambach was on the bottom side of the map, but Yukal had a lot of control over the bottom wave, so I thought he wasn't going to necessarily be able to take it. Then they also didn't get the grub, and there's like question mark pings.
I think the question mark ping is telling me more about what could have happened than anything else. As Yukal now moving back up there towards this grub camp.
I'm trying to think if there's like a reason why you would want to
I feel like
keep that alive.
Humbug probably should just go over there immediately, but maybe they just don't have enough information as to what's going on. And Sponge should be able to get over there and lock that one down. As there we go.
Maybe he wanted to just like rush over and try to contest Dragon as fast as possible. I don't know really what ended up going down there. And we'll probably never know without watching the VOD. Maybe you guys know and you guys watching a little more closely. But
if DRX win, they can let us know in the interview with whoever gets player of the match. Maybe that's what it's going to be.
That's right. We're no longer POG, we're POM.
Yeah. I didn't really want to talk about it because it does kind of make me a little bit sad because POG is just, it's so pog. But now we're a bit
Oh my god, think of the emote possibly, Palm Champ.
Palm Champ is pretty great. Wait, do we just get like pool party skins? So it's like Palm And then palm. Like
This is, by the way, potentially first turret if there's not a better answer here. Hambach is very late.
Yeah, Closer should have the wave clear to be able to take this one down, but man, that is well and truly set up. Remember, this is 6 scrubs as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just Dunzo.
Yeah, should be.
I mean, they have to bring so many people up here to stop this. Yukao can clear this so quickly. And, I mean, there's just no realistic way to stop this, unfortunately, for Bro. So, DRX really bringing this game back after what was a rocky early game.
Well, Closer will be able to at least clear out this wave. Morgan putting on some aggression here in this bottom lane as well. Ahead by 22 CS right now, even though there is 4 minions to be picked up here by Rich. And so control of the bottom lane is there for Bro, but outside of that, a little bit of a worry. Arakan going to be spawning here towards the top side, no surprise.
Yeah, voraciously.
Yes, he's going to voraciously spawn on the top side of the map.
Yukao playing very respectfully here. So I don't think we'll see any craziness out of Hambach in this case, but they feel compelled to group up here on the top side because if Yukao is just given a little bit of alone time, that is dead turret and feats of strength completed. So that's just a big win on the bottom side of the map for DRX. Elsewise, as you can see, Sponge here has full control, can take the scuttle. And Bro don't actually set anything up here. A lot of lost CS. Yeah, really well played mid game here for DRX thus far.
Yeah, it's working out very well. Just need to find a way to grab that first turret, and they are looking real good as far as being able to find some nice new shoes and things like that. Feats of strength, the team that's managed to get, you know, the most of them, has won the series, has won the game thus far.
100%
Sample
win
size is 1, but the win rate is still 100%. No matter how you slice it.
Take that, Froxon.
Yeah, exactly. Take that, mathematics. All right, Morgan going to get taunted, but otherwise he's not too worried. But you can see Rich is just doing that Galio thing where you just don't take a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm just getting a little warm here,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty okay with it because it's winter, it's cold outside.
Yeah, he likes the sauna strategy.
Yeah.
It helps him with his morning routine.
We did see Conqueror picked up for Morgan, so it's no surprise that he did go for the Riftmaker, looking for a bit of a brawly dueling style here on this Rumble, which is going to suit the matchup into Galio, as well as him being a big threat later on in these team fights where you're going to be at close quarters because of the Aurora ultimate, so I do like this choice.
Yep,
but down goes the turret.
Yep, that is just going to be first turret blood going on over to DRX, and so that is 2 feats of strength and some cool shoes up and available here for the squad once they do have those 2 legendary items secured. And we're getting closer and closer to that. Of course, Yukao does have one of them done that Luden's picked up. It's all right. Humbug trying to clear out some vision. Rift Herald going to be taken here by a Sponge. Man, Bro need to find something. And it's so weird, right? Because we have often said that Bro's ability to just try and make plays to get themselves back into a game is what they've been missing. No matter what players have been on this team, it's always been a big factor for this squad. And I think Closer is the one, if there is ever a player to just do something random that might work, like, it's him.
So it didn't work last time.
It did not work last time, but he went for it, Wolf. He went for it.
No, I mean, that's so true, though. That is the type of player that Closer is. And that's why he suits Hambach's playstyle so incredibly well, and why we watched Kespa Cup and got a lot of optimism, some optimism, I should say. But in this game, he's kind of been bullied by Yukao a lot of the time. Because you mentioned, like, Bro's so known for their early games, so known for their objective control even early on, even without this roster. But you know what's known for winning? Aurora. And she's kind of winning pretty hard. She has right now currently the biggest individual gold lead on the map. You mentioned the first to pick up that Luden's Companion. And the game state here is really tough for Bro to fight out unless DRX make an error. So they're kind of just giving these objectives up. Herald is going to crash here into this mid turret, the second turret likely taken off the game because they have 6 grubs. I mean, this Voidling's going to pop out, and I mean, there's just nothing you can do to stop this. So they just keep collecting gold and getting more map control here. And you can see Rich has just been given so much leeway in this side lane where the Rumble really can't break through his shield, and he's just like, cool, I'm chilling. We're winning everywhere.
And he's even had the gall to build, like, steel caps.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care about you, Rumble.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to make sure that I am going to be able to get things done in these team fights. Of course, steel caps, if you do get the upgrade as well, are completely ridiculous. And so, yeah, it's looking pretty nice. Second dragon to be picked up here by DRX. By the looks of things, Yukao going to come on over and add some support. As Polo should be able to clear out this ward. Handle moving on over, and yeah, it's a grand exit. You can understand exactly why, as Morgan Might be able to get something done here. Going to be taking some blood petals as well. Certainly going to feel good. Minute and a half until Arakan does turn up. And yeah, I don't think we've had quite the amount of aggression that we need in order to get a Ruinous Arakan. So it is once again the Akshan Khan. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Morgan, he wasn't even able to get that turret there on the top side. LazyField coming up, he could ult in.
Yeah,
no turret.
There's a lot of ult-in availability. Of course, Rich not going to be able to ult-in on top of himself, as Morgan was even able to get a Blood Petal. That was pretty cool. Justice Punch avoided, and the Void Seeker not going to seek anything, or not going to find anything at least. As the Equalizer getting a lot of value, but Morgan's still dead. Sponge going to be able to grab that one. Humbuck looking for an opportunity here, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to find it. Decent little stun, but it's onto Rich, and he's so tanky. Another wall comes down, but Closer is just going to put it away immediately. Rich taken out the sacrificial Galio.
But in return, it looks like we're going to see Yukao take that bottom side turret. So
yeah.
Rich sacrificed himself. You take the Rumble off the map, and Yukao's going to get more gold on this Aurora. And I feel like this is still just a huge trade up for DRX. So it's a small consolation prize, you could say, for Bro. But I am very concerned about what the rest of this mid game is going to look like as we crest 20 minutes here. And Otacon spawns. Things are looking grim. Maybe trying to find a little bit more here. Wukong's ult is down, so Sponge isn't going to be able to do much. They do actually have Pipe here as well, so some respect needs to be shown. They might be able to trade this turret for turret. Again, small victories.
And we haven't really seen the big Wombo team fight, right? We haven't seen like the utilization of all of the circles and the resets be attempted here by Bro. I think there is an opportunity, like there's a world where Bro's composition does work, right? Like they have a lot of explosive damage available. And if you do line up an Equalizer correctly and then Humbuck can get those resets, as yes, Arakan is only red, ladies and gentlemen. The voracious version is once again gracing the Rift.
How Noxian of him.
It is quite Noxian, which is certainly on theme. Absolutely true.
Well, with this Shiv, too, in the mid lane, LazyField is just constantly able to affect waves and then go pressure side lanes like he did with that last play top side. Just all coming up DRX right now, and that third game that we were hoping for seems more likely by the moment. It's not over by any means, but like you said, Closer really is the one who has the most agency to make a big play happen because he has that semi-global ultimate, has the ability to set up a single target pick. He's going to need to, get over here soon. They have vision of this.
Yep.
But stopping it's another story.
They know exactly what's going on. And it can be very dangerous because of the amount of shred that you do get. Humbuck's moving on over and the teleport's coming in. All right, they are committing to this. Andil taking a fair bit of damage as now Morgan has turned up. The Equalizer is going to be so dangerous. Teamfight comes down, Killer Instinct into the backline. It's a phenomenal heroic entrance and LazyField is popping off. He gets into that backline. That's a triple kill for the Vietnamese player. And Bro, they are sent packing. That is Otacon going down as well, so Richie can feel free to try and die because it doesn't even cost them too much at all.
And that's that combo that you were talking about in the team fight. All the circles coming in. Rich dropping that shield on top of an already incredibly tanky Poppy there in Andil, who's positioned to try to deny any entry here. I mean, look, he blocks Closer's ability to really set up a Weaver's wall here, goes to the wall. Look at this Equalizer. It's decent here, but once the ultimate goes down, I mean, you're stuck on top of an ulting Rich and ulting Sponge here. LazyField, as you said, popped off in this fight and starts cleaning up house on the other side of it. Nice counter to Kaisa, he says, as he takes out his opposite number in Hype. 4 kills now on the Kaisa, extremely accelerated. I mean, we're even on blood petal stacks, but put that graphic away. I don't know if it really tells the story of this game right now.
I don't think so. What tells the story is a little bit the gold. On the top of the screen there, 4.5K going to be the lead for DRX. The fact that they've got a couple of these dragons as well, full control of the Dragon Pit at the same time.
I mean, they have the reses now too, so they could just dive with no consequence.
Minute 20, as that is ticking down. And so, yeah, you can see Sponge very happily, basically in the enemy base, because you just can. Tower goes. 2 items have been picked up here by the Wukong as well.
And it's a very dive, focused comp when from ahead. Like, Equalizer just to clear the wave here is just showing the desperation. The ult is back up for Yukao. Sponge's ult's back up. Rich will have his in just a moment. So you have to play so respectfully as Bro, but that means your turrets just get taken off the map.
Well,
6 grubs.
Let's see whether they can find an opportunity here as Humbuck's like, well, how am I supposed to reset? They can't die.
I mean, Viego's not really known for his flank engages necessarily from behind in situations like this.
Yeah.
Not very tanky.
Well, there's 30 seconds, and then, bro, I think just need to pull the trigger.
I think you're right, but you win a fight, you'll get some pedals and some gold, it'll put you back in it, but it's just a limited win if you can get it. That is to say...
Well, Rich now just moving on over. Justice Punch is odd. He's just right underneath that turret, trying to get some use out of this Otacon passive. The ulti does come down there from UCal, and DRX is just going to wipe the floor with that turret. They take that one down real comfortably, and yeah, Rich invests his entire health bar, but he would have probably even preferred to die.
Yeah, he's
go
like,
back to base and buy and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's like, I had TP.
Now I have to waste all of this time pressing B and stuff. Oh, man.
He's like, guys, the withdraw animation is faster than the recall.
Exactly.
Can't I just die? And that's when the team is telling him absolutely not. But what's interesting, too, about this lineup here for DRX is we'll talk a lot about this when we go through the rest of LCK Cup and the regular season of LCK, but this roster for DRX doesn't have necessarily like a strong shot calling voice. I mean, Rich has a ton of experience, right? I think he's going to have to pick up a lot of that. UCal in the past has been fairly vocal, but then you have Sponge, who's still a relatively new player. Lazy Feel is playing his debut game right now, and Ando, who probably is the quietest player in the LCK, is known to be
quiet, but I think that Ando, like, has been this guy that's known a lot, right? I think that I don't necessarily think he has the assertiveness as far as his character, but I think that he could work. I know that CV Max was working with him like very much on Kwangdong Freaks previously, trying to make him into that guy. So maybe he found some success.
Yeah, well, my point is, I mean, despite that, despite my kind of like, I don't think this roster will necessarily have good shot calling early, they're looking pretty clean with their macro decisions, you know? Like, that's good to see. That's a really positive sign this early on in the year, literally in our debut game here.
No, UCal missed a cannon, so I think it might be doomed.
I think it'll be okay.
The bro comeback starts here. Well, it's going to have to, actually, if they are going to make a comeback.
Do you believe in magic, Atlas?
Well, it ain't Brova while I'm breathing, Wolf, is what I hear. And currently, the way I'm talking is with air, and so I must be breathing. Okay, in goes Rich, doesn't find the taunt. He can fish for those as much as he would like and never really be punished for it. 6K going to be the advantage, and the Baron, I think, going to be that last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, there's some gold they're sitting on. They're
a bit sneaky with that ward in the back. Not spotted by the control ward.
Not spotted, just on the edge there. They also had vision of the control ward, as you can see by that ward ping, so it's actually kind of strategically placed there, I think. Not a coincidence, but they have the back buy and return Void Staff done for UCal. This is a big Aurora, and they are happy to start this. It's on vision, but sometimes seeing isn't everything, Atlas, as they say.
Very true. Humbug is going to lay down some mist. Let's see whether he can find a way in here to try and get something stolen away. Seismic Shove going wide. Humbug in position, like, this could be a difficult Baron. As Sponge decides to turn it, he is able to lock that one down. Humbug gets in there, but doesn't get away with it. And that is Rich locking down that kill. They do manage to take down the Wukong, but the knockups are just gigantic. They take down Ondil, but Hype is still in so much trouble. Lazy Feel wants to flash in, and he will do so. Takes down his opposite number, and he's going to be able to help tidy up Morgan there as well. The Lord could not save them. And bro, I think he's going to have to play a third game in this series.
Looking likely. Man, Ondil is having a fantastic night, Atlas. He is really feeling himself in the second game in particular, but even in game one had some decent moments. And that is that. Paperman's not going to be able to steal the Baron, and he just falls instantly. The flash follow-up knockup, though, from Ondil was just chef's kiss, and now the base is falling here again at 27 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know whether Polo's going to be able to save this one, as, Lazy Feel with these 3 items completed is doing so much damage. Void Seeker almost killing Humbug on the fountain where he stands, but the Nexus will go down, and that is a tied-up series. Lazy Feel picking up the very first victory for an import on an LCK team here in the LCK Cup. We are breaking records and making milestones all over the place here today.
Yeah, he wanted to spread the record breaking across 2 games. He was like, I could have won game 1, but then I wouldn't spread the love. So game 1, first time it's ever played,
there you go.
In the LCK. Game 2, first win.
Yeah, and then he can win his first series, or even lose his first series. It's fine, it's going to be a first no matter what.
That's true.
As we go into game 3. I think there's a few takeaways there for Bro as well. There's something cathartic about Xayah losing, because I feel like that champion has frustrated us for about 3 years now.
And she always loses. I mean,
she just does, yeah.
She had like a, I don't know, I pulled the stat last season. She was like 30% win rate or something. Maybe it was even lower than that. It was crazy. Anyway, Atlas, we got to go back to the draft again. Both of these losses, I feel like, are somewhat heavily tied to the draft. There were definitely some windows for Bro, but they didn't ban Aurora. Yeah, in Game 2, where so many other champions are disabled because of Fearless, and Yukal tops the damage here. Was he the main character? Would have even gotten POG if we did POG? Probably not. But the fact that he can warp these team fights and they have such a strong, robust draft here that works so well together. All 5 champions have synergy together in this draft. I mean, it is just night and day what these two teams had to work with.
Absolutely. I think the answers were beautiful by DRX in their draft. I think the top lane Galio is certainly a phenomenal adaptation here from Rich to really close the door on the Rumble. So certainly some things to be taken away, but what I love about it is we get a 3-game series in the very first one of the LCK Cup. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, Space is going to break it down, and then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
그리고 잘 딱 빠졌고 시간 나오지 않아 이러면? 아 피가 없잖아 시간 없는데? 시간 없어 빨리 피고 이거 땅만 봐봐 아 실수했다 나 괜찮아 천천히 네이치 보면서 해 나 카이사 맞죠? 야 끝내 각 나와 이거 아 미드 가면 끝나요 미드 나이스 아 플리 실수했네 전바우밍
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명의 미드 제카 김건우입니다.
안녕하세요. T1의 미드 페이커입니다.
BNK PX 탑 클리어입니다.
DN 프릭스의 정글 푸식 홍창현입니다.
브리온 탑 모건 박루한입니다.
안녕하세요. 저희는 바론 그룹입니다.
와.
잘하는 이제 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 너무나 만족하고 있습니다.
하나, 젠지, T1, 담원 맞대결을 해봤을 때 저희가 더 강력하다고 생각을 해가지고 저는 만족스러운 것 같습니다.
네, 저도 상대적으로 봤을 때 저희가 더 강해 보여서 만족하고 있습니다.
지명이 마지막으로 되긴 했는데 다 사실 여기 오기 위함이었다고 생각하고 열심히 해보겠습니다.
저는 상대팀이 좀 무섭습니다.
무섭긴 합니다.
뭐 젠지 같은 경우에 항상 굉장히 강한 모습을 많이 보이기 때문에 젠지가 또 경계 대상이 아닌가 싶고
다 밸런스가 좀 잘 잡혀져 있는 팀들이 모인 것 같아서 어느 하나 쉬운 팀이 없을 것 같아서 좀 힘들 것 같습니다.
동의합니다.
네.
일단 하나생명이 있기 때문에 전차 박격포 캐리를 해주지 않을까. 또 체급이 이제 저희가 강해진 것 같아서
올해 챔피언십 우승한 T1이기 때문에 아무래도 가장 큰 강점이지 않나 생각이 듭니다.
바론하면 T1이긴 하죠 사실.
역시
믿고 있습니다.
뭐 설명 필요 없고 다 얼굴들 보면은 미소만 나옵니다 좀.
저는 자신감은 없습니다.
예?
예? 예?
일단은 바론이랑 장로랑 싸우면은 바론이 디버프가 있기 때문에 1대1에서는 굉장히 강력합니다.
장로를 칠 수가 없는 상황이 바론을 먹으면 더 잘 나오는 것 같아서 바론이 더 중요하다고 생각합니다.
장로 보지도 못하고 게임 끝날 것 같습니다.
이하 농문입니다.
저희 팀이 이기면은 나머지 네 팀들도 이득 본다고 생각을 하니까 뭔가 열심히 더 준비를 할 것 같아요.
같은 팀이 이기면 저희도 약간 응원하게 되고 이런 점이 좀 재밌을 것 같아요.
그냥 약간 팀전인 것처럼 보이는데 결국에 후반 가면은 다 만날 상대들이 해서
그러네.
일단 임시 동맹이라고 일단 동맹하는 동안에 좀 협업해서 잘 성장돼서 이 중에서 국제대회 참가했으면 좋겠습니다.
피어리스 룰로 진행을 하니까 기존의 LCK에서 보지 못했던 그런 게임 양상도 많이 나올 것 같고
플레이를 하는 입장이나 보시는 시청자분들 입장이나 더 재밌을 것 같아서 긍정적이게 생각하고 있습니다.
그리고 또 저희 팀에 피어 X가 있어서 피어리스 잘할 것 같습니다.
재밌다.
KT 좀 긴장하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
아쉬운데?
반말을 하려 했는데 반말하는 건 좀 그럴 것 같아서.
네, 뭐 저희를 먼저 안 뽑은 걸 후회하게 만들어 드리겠습니다.
젠지 T1이 잡아줄 거라 생각하고 있고요. 네, DK 저희가 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 5승 0패를 목표로 하고 있고 가능하면 장로팀에 합류하는 것도
네?
농담입니다. 5승 0패 목표로 하겠습니다.
새로운 시즌 맞아서 새로운 방식과 새로운 룰로 이제 LCK 컵 하게 됐는데 여기 있는 이제 바로 온 다른 팀원들과 다 같이 협업해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내서 꼭 국제전 참가할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저도 이제 그 국내에서의 커리어가 조금 저조하다 보니까 이번에 컵 대회에서 꼭 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶고 좋은 결과 팬분들께 꼭 보여드리고 싶습니다.
2025년 첫 대회인 만큼 좋은 성적 내서 좋은 경쟁 보여드리고 싶습니다.
다른 팀 선수분들이랑 다 같이 잘 해서 플레이오프까지 간 다음에 멋진 모습 다 같이 보여줬으면 좋을 것 같고
모든 선수들이 그렇겠지만 새로운 시즌 다들 기대하시고 팬분들 기대하실 텐데 그 기대하신 만큼 열심히 잘 준비해서 잘해보겠습니다. 화이팅!
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 마지막으로 약간 구호를 정해보는 느낌으로
구호요? 구호? 의견 내실 분.
저는 좀
T1이
아이디어가
찾아보니까 구호를 좀.
그러면은 발언으로 갑시다.
발언?
좋습니다. 발언.
손은
손은 아니야 발언처럼? 발언. 아 죄송합니다.
아자 이런 느낌으로 가졌었지.
아
바론 그룹 화이팅!
발언. 왜 안 하세요?
근데 너 시작을 갑자기
아니,
하셔가지고.
상엽이 형이 이런 말 할 정도면
바론 그룹 화이팅!
발언.
DRX pick up their first win of the season. Makes it 1-1. Who will take the first series of the 2025 season? We'll find out in just a little bit. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Chronicler and Ox. And, you know, the 2025 bros, the CUP Cup champions, all the good feels that didn't last as long as we thought it would.
The hype is not there because he was playing Xayah. And really, I think that kind of solidifies that even though CUP Cup was a very impressive achievement in and of itself, it doesn't always really tell the full tale of what's going to happen. And I think we saw in this game that if they don't get the start they're looking for, Bro, unfortunate, and arguably, they kind of got the start that they were looking for, and it still wasn't enough, Ox.
Yeah, so we see in this early trade, LazyField ends up burning Flash due to the Rakan W. Rakan trades Flash in return, but this ends up paying up pretty big for Bro because they're the first to capitalize on it, and Andal makes a bit of a mistake here, just steps up unnecessarily, gets chunked down pretty heavily, takes a little bit more damage from Rakan as well, and at this point it's like, well, I can't really stick around, I'm going to recall, but I feel like there should have been some uniform decision between them. Either they both stay or they both go, but leaving your AD carry like this is just kind of leaving him to the wolves.
This, in theory, looks good, right? You're able to immediately have take LazyField out, get a lead on your snowballing jungler. But, and this is where we're not going to talk about the draft in too much depth, but I do think that one of the big things that we've seen in solo queue as well is that team fighting is everything right now. We have so many fights, way more than it feels like we used to have. So having a composition that can actually team fight really well, and then you look at the draft from DRX, and that was circles galore, right? Between the Aurora ult, between Wukong, between Galio, between Poppy, trying to move in a fight and playing in the 5v5 is extremely hard.
Yeah, so after that setback, though, then we've got highlight number 2 here, 540 at the Drake. And you're like, oh, maybe Bro doesn't got this.
Yeah, so great move there from Andal to stun the Rakan. Poppy and Rakan really good for this reason. And this kind of starts off the return because they managed to secure the dragon here. And despite losing First Blood, making some headway towards those feats of strength, and then we get this fight up towards the top side. Once again, Andal leading the charge in his Poppy.
Endo actually having an exceptional game. And the big thing here is that with any Viego comp, you want someone to play off of, but the only other person that provides reliable CC is Rakan, who's playing into Poppy. So it feels like every single fight, they're unable to really find a target. There's also a lot of slippery targets on the opposite end. So you're not really finding anything. And then on the re-engage, obviously,
yeah, I'm not sure
DRX kind of runs you over.
Close was doing that.
Yeah, actually, while that was happening,
quickly. I'm not
really
sure
funny.
what's going on.
I was saying, man, I've done that play as Talia, and it's horrible. Fortunately, Closer. Oh no, he's also dead. Yeah, I had faith for just about a second there.
Yeah, I think Closer forgot it's Hero Hambach and Commander Closer. He tried to beat Hero Closer. That one didn't quite work out. Final highlight here, Otacon fight at 21 minutes. And again, the Bros getting to the objective a little late. Looks okay, but the immediate turn in the circles.
Yeah, I mean, the engage here on the Xayah is beautiful. Ult used, but this is one of the issues with Xayah is like your ult can dodge one bit of CC, but you then have to flash out the Aurora ult, which is timed well. You just get ran down by the Kai'Sa, and the game is just done from here.
Yuko actually having a really good Aurora game. Very clean, always where he needs to be. And I do think that this was the right call because we checked. Wukong had like, and this is Wukong right, with his passive, had like 60 armor, 0 MR. So in case you do catch them off guard, I think Otacon can be a turning point. But the positioning there was really awkward. 3 men were trying to then engage on a Poppy because Hambach so desperately wanted the reset and ended up being a bit of a disaster.
Just the late engage works so well, and I feel like they were the ones starting the fight. And as well, as you said, like looking at the Poppy as the first target, you can understand the thought process to get the resets, but it's just never going to pan out.
Yeah, now tied 1-1. DRX fans have the opportunity to fly their flag in the chat. If you haven't heard, you can get yourself a sub. And you know who didn't have a sub in the chat a little bit earlier? Well, our friend Salazar did. And Z2, that's G-Sun. G-Sun saying, I need a sub, bro it up, please. And Salazar the homie, even though the Bros didn't win, got it on over.
The slogan for this season is Noxus, power is taken, not given. And yet here G-Sun is being gifted a sub. I don't get it.
Just, I mean, the grift worked, you know? It just comes in, it's like, can I get a sub, please? Absolutely, you can. Hey. Yo, shout out Salazar. He is a true bro. That's what we know from there.
They didn't even win. They lost the match.
He's still waiting to gift 5 subs.
That's a pro player for you.
Bros are no strangers to losing, right? They're still Giga Chads.
If you at home want to go ahead and give some subs, you're able to do so right now in the chat and fly all the flags. And unfortunately, this one here, there are no flags flown so far for Ruinous Otacon because there's been
And
zero.
we've had fights for dragons. We've had fights for grub. So it's not like nothing is happening. Like there are actually a lot of back and forths, but unfortunately, still not enough to wake up Otacon. And I think the Aurora is 100% the #1 pick that I look at with this draft and go, okay, that's definitely going to be a big one to be missing in the next game.
Yeah, I think for me, my takeaway is kind of, you know, game 1, Hambach was on this corner, huge amount of impact, really strong pick. Not a fan of having him on the Viego. I think he does a great job of leading the charge. Give him a pick to lead the charge rather than a pick that's like, okay, well, if my team's set up, I can get resets. And the thing is, the comp didn't have that much reset as well. So, you know, sometimes Fairlish, like, oh, we don't get that pick anymore. I think Bro fans should be happy they don't get the Viego anymore.
Yeah, the Viego didn't really work. Closer off. I know his Talia is one of his better mages, but like off of the melee pick always feels rough. And then Hype. I do think that one of the things with Fearless is that your pool gets pinched more and more. But as Ox was saying earlier, there's kind of a critical mass of dive you can reach where Xayah just doesn't do the trick anymore. And if it's just Kai'Sa, maybe you can give the benefit of that, but that was like basically every single champion on the enemy team was going to be able to die. Or like even just Wukong being near you forces you to ult.
Yeah, I also think that like certain like if you're playing Xayah into Vi, you can avoid the ult really easily. Like that's effective. Into Aurora, like you ult up and then you come down and you're still in the ult, and then you have to flash out the ult, and then the Kai'Sa just runs you down. Like certain champions, your ult really does deal with well. I think another example I remember Wolf mentioned last year was like the Kennen, where you jump up and then you come down, the ult's still running, you just get stunned anyway.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about Bros and the champs that they played. On the opposite side, we finally got to see LazyField get comfortable in a match, even though the laning part didn't go so well. Got a triple kill earlier, closed it off with a double with UCal on the Aurora. So let's see what they have in store here. DRX and Bro. These two squads battling for their groups to get themselves a win. This is a game that both of them looking across the board and thinking, we got to get this one for our team. Who will be able to do it? Let's find out together as we send it on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Tigon. Thanks for the breakdown, guys. And yes, I'm hoping that we don't see any more Paperman and the Feathered Lady, because Feathered Lady just here in the LCK does not get very many Ws.
You won't see it anymore in this series, I can tell you that. I can guarantee it.
Yep, thanks, Wolf. I appreciate that. You're the one that actually guaranteed that they weren't going to be played again. It's nothing to do with the Fearless draft. Don't you worry about that one. And so now we've got like the full 10 champions that are officially banned away, plus another 10 bans to be layered on top after the bans all do come through in this game. So some pools are going to get pinched.
Yeah,
Let's just say that.
You mean, going into this one, 20 plus 10.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you
Did
said
I not
10.
say that? I see. Yeah. Okay. So it was just wrong.
I'm just telling you, there's even more bans.
It's going to be even more banny.
This is how it goes. So some of the picks that have been banned every game are still protected, and so now you can kind of toy with leaving some of those open and trying to grab them on first pick here as Bro. So picks like the Azir, the Kalista, the Ashe, how do we trade those? How do those go through? Ambessa, also another pick that's quite strong right now.
Vi is another
Vi.
one. Yep, they're both going to be banned away, though. The two junglers that have been towards the top of the priority list. Ashe Varus, they're the biggest ones for me. Is DRX, are they just going, like, they have to start banning them now? Because they have to ban both, I think, or none of them. So we just have to see exactly what's going to happen, because they've also been permanently banning Azir throughout this whole series to try and take it away from Closer. So
Closer, I
big
mean,
moment.
He's had some good Azir games, but it's not a champion that he's necessarily known for. I'd rather see them ban the Ashe and the Varus, but they will ban the Azir here, so it guarantees that as long as Pro doesn't ban one of the two here in this final slot, that they should be able to pick one of those up. Alternatively, could go for the Ambessa first pick, and still very strong right now, and there's no Rumble in this game as UCal's LeBlanc is taken away a second time.
Yeah, going to be removing that one. So now, Varus or Ashe or just neither of them. And I assume it's going to be neither of them. The Kalista is a big one. She's been banned throughout the entire series, so likely that one is just going to be taken away unless they're okay with playing the Ashe into it. Ashe has obviously been a pick into the Kalista quite a few times, and so they're going to ban the Ashe away, hope for a Varus first pick, and then allow LazyField to play Kalista into the Varus, which it's not necessarily the greatest matchup.
I think
better
they're
playing it into Ashe.
I think they're kind of hoping to play it the other way. They're like hoping Kalista gets picked and they get the Varus. But yeah, they could have traded it differently. I would have rather seen the Kalista ban here or a Varus ban. The Ashe one's a little bit peculiar. I think Varus wins out the bottom lane matchup. There's a lot of versatility in terms of how his scaling works, so it just makes a lot of sense the Hype would pick this up. It's one of the picks he's known for as well. And LazyField isn't as, well-versed, let's say, on the Kalista. I'm not saying he can't play it, but it's not a pick he has often played in Challengers or in Kespa Cup. They banned a lot because it's very strong. We'll see if they have a different answer here. The Ambessa can be quite strong into Varus, as we're just going to see the Xin Zhao locked in.
Well, Xin Zhao and the Renata Glass coming out here. So Kalista Renata, very powerful bottom lane if they do end up locking that one away. I think it's a bit of a no-brainer is what it feels like to me. Hold off on both of their solo lanes as well to try and keep the ambiguity as high as possible.
Does feel really good to bolster the Kalista into a lane where she is outranged and can give you a little bit more power there. And the only other pick they could be thinking of is Draven, but I don't think that's what we're going to see here. It's pretty obvious to get the Nautilus here as well, with a lot of that support pool pinched here As Morgan the Lord on his Renekton.
There it is. The Renekton makes it all the way through the entire series without being picked or banned. And Morgan is like, oh yeah, by the way, this is my champion.
Really strong setup here for Bro in terms of their early game. The Kalista looks like it is going to be the pick that we expected. Yeah, come through. There's some hesitation here, perhaps just talking about what they want to ban after this.
I, in fact, already wrote it down before the Nautilus was locked in, because it felt like a little bit of a no-brainer as soon as the Renata was locked in.
So some other picks that we've seen in the past be quite strong in this meta are like the Silas, but doesn't feel great to lock that one in here as Bro right now necessarily.
Feels pretty good on the DRX side, though.
Yeah.
Really brawly, right? Kind of suits what they're looking for. Nidalee going to be taken away from Humbug. Certainly something that does suit his aggressive playstyle, although it does feel a little bit out of left field. Nidalee Renekton, though, very powerful. There is the Zyra.
The Zyra and the Nidalee do give you the opportunity to play a strong AD mid, so that's something perhaps they were a little bit concerned about, and even the potential flex of a Renekton into mid could be possible, but less likely in current year. We'll see the Ornn taken away again. This leaves the Jax up. It's been entire series he made it through, was banned when the Sejuani was up, but now left available. Gragas blind, very safe. Does give you the mid counter pick for you, Cal.
Also gives you the opportunity to go towards some AD in the mid lane if you would like to as well. So certainly a lot of options there as far as at least getting a larger damage profile.
This is where things get tough for...
the brand. I was wondering okay, Closer just locks in Yasuo. That's what we're doing. That's how it's going to work out, sure.
There's not a whole lot of setup for the Yasuo. I mean, you have the Nautilus ult, but can be quite strong. But blind, of course...
No, I thought it was going to be Lilia, but I kind of like the brand, Like, it's so, like, there's no range on DRX.
Yeah, I mean, you just burn them to death, and, it feels pretty good when you also have this really beefy front line. You have the Renekton and the Nautilus, and then you have a Yasuo. And now we're going to fight fire with fire here with Ambessa mid, which we saw in Kespa Cup actually was debuted.
Debuted by Maple.
Yeah.
Which is really cool stuff. Of course, it was the last tournament of his career.
No, I think that there's a lot of ways to get access to the Varus here for the side of DRX. They have the ability to kind of get through that front line with the hostile takeover, potentially. They also have Xin Zhao is very beefy, can close the gap, and then you have Cast to split the team in half, and then Ambessa's ult can just cut through all of that front line and hit Hype as the final target, and the follow-up is definitely there. But if the fights get slowed down, if they're, for any reason, playing a neutral game where they can't engage quickly or they don't have map control or vision, that brand tick damage is just going to keep burning. We may have a game where you see that damage off the charts for the brand when we see that post-game screen and he's ending up being the MVP.
Yeah, I already love Fearless Draft here in the LCK for the LCK Cup, just because I wasn't expecting drafts to look quite this off the wall. But this is a really fun one. Brand and Yasuo as our mid jungle on the side of the Bros, and then this mega brawl composition from DRX. The amount of go in, we can't go out on this team is absolutely absurd. Plus then they have the Gragas to create as much chaos as possible so that when they audaciously charge forward, they can find, those stragglers, those targets that have been left out to dry.
The biggest question mark for me, Atlas, is going to be this Yasuo. Works well with the brand in the mid 2v2 with jungle, but outside of it, if they fall behind, it is going to be a tricky game with both the Yasuo and the Renekton falling behind in a big way, not necessarily able to pick up the slack. So this early game, like games 1 and 2, going to be critically important.
I would 100% agree with you, Wolf. This is a whole lot of fun. Game 3, the decider between Bro and DRX. Let's get into it. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get into the final game of our first series of the LCK Cup. Bro on the blue side. Blue side so far has been 100% successful. And so if you are a Bro leaver, that certainly does help you out as far as giving you some optimism. Almost said optimism like an idiot. Caught myself, though. Don't you worry about that. Make sure you get your flags in the chat, though. If you are a DRX believer, maybe you're just a huge Rich fan, you know, from way back in his HOTS career until now. Maybe you just love 2018 KT, and I would not blame you for that. And so you're voting for UCal. Want to throw that DRX flag in there, make sure you do so. And please, if you could gift a sub to Brendan Valdez as well, because he cannot sub because his account is Korean. And it's really difficult. Thankfully, I made mine in Australia, and so therefore I was able to do so. But some of us are not so lucky. That's why, of course, Ji-sun had to ask for a sub as well. She was under the bus a little bit there.
I'm just asking for one because, you know, the people being so nice. I don't have any excuse.
Exactly.
But Closer, I looked it up. He has a 100% win rate on Yasuo. One game.
Well,
but 100% win rate.
Oh, that's my favorite sample size.
Yeah.
He is a wind bro connoisseur.
Because he does seem like the type of player who would be a big Yasuo enjoyer. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It feels like it was 100%. He's still a fairly young player. He's been around the LCK for a while, but, you know, was a trainee and then a sub behind Faker on T1 in 2021. But you know that when he first played League of Legends when he was like 16, he was like, yeah, Yasuo is for me. Probably played earlier than that, but you know what I mean. Like in his early formative years, 100% a Yasuo main.
Definitely. That was off. Like he was a Zed main until he was a Yasuo main.
Okay, I'll give you that.
That's the energy he gives me, and that is absolutely fine. UCal fighting with Closer here just a little bit. Of course, Ambessa has a whole bunch of buttons that do a whole lot of stuff. There's still some dashing to be done here from Closer as well. Minions to deal with as well, but. Down to about 100 health is UCal, drinking that potion as much as possible.
Both of these
down to the shields.
Both of these champs are, you know, cooldown based. Obviously, Ambessa has energy, but it's, you know, not really a huge limiting factor, and they want to continue to press their buttons nonstop.
Yep.
So it's a crazy matchup.
Oh, handshake here. Very polite is Andal, but probably going to kill the person he just shook hands with. At least going to give it a good old go. The college try, as you will.
The early game going really well for the Callista here before Hype has been able to layer much poke. He did go Hail of Blades, interestingly, and not the any of the other variants that we have seen.
Actually, I kind of don't mind that. So there are a couple of schools of thought, right? You can see the low range on the side of DRX, and you can be like, well, I can go on hit, and I'd probably feel okay about it. Or you can say, well, they're going to have to stand around. They have no range. It's now Hype in a little bit of trouble here. Sponge making his way over. Wind does become lightning. The flash has to come out. They're going to accept that one for the moment. Towards the bottom lane, though, is Humbug. Gets some vision down. This Pillar of Flame could do a bunch of work. The hook goes wide, though. It's Closer. He's going to turn up. Great handshake comes in as there's the wind wall. Sponge going to have to flash away. Lazyfield doing the same thing. And another pillar comes through, and the bailout not going to be working this time. First blood and a feat of strength going over to Hype. And another hook connects as Polo pick up the first palm of the tournament, my friend. He's definitely getting it. This guy's so good.
Looking very good so far. And, man, we have had some aggressive early games. A lot of it's been around those grubs. But in this particular case, just in this bottom lane, it's the roam from Closer that's a big difference maker. UCal does not match said roam, and it's just a numbers advantage that they have there. And, you know, Hype's incredibly low early on in this play. He's zoned out, but he's still alive, so he can still offer that damage back when he rejoins. Look at what's happening as Ambessa is backing. UCal is leaving. You can see there's already a roaming Closer coming down here. And Bro are just completely, or sorry, DRX is completely outnumbered here. And they're trying their best. I mean, unless a good win becomes lightning coming through here from Sponge. They're trying their best, but they just cannot win this fight. The bailout will only buy time.
And it's
way too much damage here.
It's the most value I've seen out of the tiny wind wall as well. You know, wind wall at this level just really isn't that large, but that choke point, also not that large. As that's a very happy Humbug there after picking up a whole lot of value here for his team. Only a couple of assists for him, but double kill for Hype, that's absurd.
I mean, with the brand damage that early on, I mean, it really does stack up in those longer trades. And when you don't have your Ambessa showing up to offer anything back to get on top of these squishy damage threats, you're just not going to be able to win that fight, unfortunately. Sponge did the best he could, but won't be enough.
Well, Morgan just going to be feasting on these minions, as you can see. And Rich doing okay. He's actually keeping up in farm quite comfortably, of course. Gragas just pretty good at nullifying almost every lane matchup. As Closer have taken a bit of damage here from UCal, as we can see. Both of them had very recently teleported back to lane. As Morgan's turning up. Let's see what's going to happen here as Sponge already getting to work. on these grubs. I believe the first one was taken by Humbug, and indeed it was, so it should be 2-1. No feat of strength going to be coming down. The flash forward here as the Ruthless Predator comes down. The knockup from Closer to follow up. Lazy Fields on the floor, and the Bros, they did not appreciate that Game 2 loss.
No, they certainly did not. And I think they are appreciating the early game lead that they have here in this one. First blood picked up by them early. We'll be able to get 2 out of 3 grubs. And look at the lead that Hype is holding on to here on Varus to get a pick that he's known for. I mentioned it earlier on in this series. Already has his Dirk online, starting to stack a tier. He is just going to be such a huge threat in this game. And you can see LazyField falling further and further behind. This is a Renata that's left to catch the farm here. And this is just, unfortunately, a lot of greed, to be frank, for DRX in this situation. They have no control over the zone. And once again, Yukal cannot join the fight.
Yeah. Guga pretty happy about how that one's going. Edgar sitting pretty comfortably here. He's like, yeah, I want to stop looking now. That was a really good bit. And let's just... Edgar, of course, has been known to be very passionate about all of the teams that he has coached. One of our more famous ones here in the LCK. Yes. Storied. And good to see him happy here in the first series, or at least for now.
For now.
Of course, anything can happen. First blood doesn't necessarily mean you definitely take the victory.
But second, third, and fourth, you know.
Game 2. So far, First Blood has a 50% win rate.
True.
That is pretty close to that 57% win rate that First Blood had based on the stats that were released by Froxon earlier on. Something like that. There's a segue there.
Yeah.
Didn't really like it that much.
I'm concerned about how muted Yukal's been in this game. You know, he had that aggressive trade earlier, but otherwise hasn't really interacted that much. It's just been catching waves, and this just means Bro are first on the roam, first on the aggression. Sponge, level 6 here, but isn't going to be able to cut anybody off.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you stick around, Humbug's like, yep, well, I'll just keep burning you. He's got his burn earn online. He's ready to really put some hurt onto the DRX members here slowly over time. The Drake has spawned. No one has taken it. Once again, Yukal catching this wave here, but there's no setup for Varus. You know, we see Hambok going towards the top side of the map here, so we're not going to see an early Drake take for Bro just yet. There's a timing window here where DRX could potentially set something up.
Yeah, we'll see whether DRX can actually find a little bit of a window into this game. So far, not massive amount behind as far as gold is concerned, but I just feel like the map is in Bro's control. They should be able to utilize that in order to create a larger advantage as the game continues. Closer with those couple of assists. He is down a little bit of farm, but you can see as he moves closer and closer towards item number 1, this Yasuo is going to become a real problem. Side lanes are going to become a thing that DRX is going to find difficulty dealing with unless Yukal can get some advantages on this Ambessa and make himself a threat. Morgan fighting against Rich. This top lane is just not going to be that interesting, guys. It's going to be barrels and Lego crocodiles, and that's about it.
At least it's the Renekton toy.
It is.
That's my go-to.
Morgan can be trusted to go for the cool skin.
Yeah, he knows what's up. He is Mr. Renekton,
he is.
after all.
This is a cannon, though, so that ain't great. Humbug going to be moving up here towards his top side. Oh, the disengage cask there from Rich is gorgeous. And the Brand, all he can do is lumber slowly towards you.
Yeah, I suppose Humbug could have flashed towards Rich there, but just a really
a taxi or something.
Yeah, it was a really well-placed cast there from Rich, knowing exactly what he needed to do to get out of that situation and prevent himself from flashing. And that being said, you know, on the other side of the map, because of that, you know, it's a successful deny on the gank, and they get the dragon out of it. So DRX bouncing back a little bit here in this game, getting a small golf clap from the DRX side because it's still a pretty tough game state here. But LazyField also massively up in CS despite being down on gold and down on kills. Going to pick up a plate here, split with Ondil as well. So it's not all doom and gloom. There is still some hope here, and if they can get one team fight win, they're right back in it.
And the feats of strength situation looking okay here for DRX. They've picked up their first objective. Of course, they need a couple more if they are actually going to solidify that, but this bottom lane out of turret is extraordinarily low. The laning power of this Renata Callista is working exactly as well as it says on the tin. You know, this is an incredibly powerful lane. We've known it for a very long time, but it's good to see that they're actually putting it through its paces and making it do what it needs to in order to give them the advantages that they want in this earlier stage of the game.
And it doesn't always work that well into the Varus, but with the Nautilus here, they're abusing the melee support incredibly well. The Hype didn't take the Comet or anything like that to try to poke his way into advantages, just wants to sit back. He's got 3 kills, so he's feeling okay, but at least LazyField is getting more back. Bro will be able to get these grubs, as
Yeah.
you mentioned.
The satisfaction of watching Brand take grubs, never gets old.
Yeah, it's very fun to see. That'll be their first objective feat taken, since they did get all 3. So 5 grubs here for this comp that's already got a pretty strong side lane. A little bit scary.
Absolutely. If Closer gets himself into a side lane, which is exactly what he's doing now, this Yasuo could really start to run away with it as far as these towers are concerned. See what LazyField can get done, though. Does have control of this minion wave for the moment. And so Closer is just going to have to grab this as it does come past. Some reset opportunities here for this Kalista, as we've got 3 minutes until the Hextech Dragon is going to be spawning. Atakan going to be coming up in 8 minutes' time, and we've got a Rift Herald on the docket next. It's up in 2 minutes. I love this, by the way. We were talking about it just a little bit.
Yeah.
And there are just a lot of objectives that spawn at all times.
There's always something coming up.
Yeah, right? In fact, right now, there's 3 things coming up.
Yeah, I feel like this is, like, it's only 1:45, but it feels like the biggest lull we've had all day so far.
Yeah.
But you know there's a lot on the docket, as you put it. Rich is doing a really good job of clearing these waves and trying to proxy this now and putting a little bit of pressure onto Morgan. I think the way back into this game for DRX is just an incredible engage from Yukal, right? Like, he has been pretty absent this game. He's 0-0-0 at this moment in time, has been catching waves, you know, had a farm lead earlier, doesn't have it anymore, but he's just been sitting on this Mbessa and trying to come online, trying to be relevant. If he gets into a team fight or wins out in the side lane like this, then that's one way back into this game. If he can put a lot of pressure onto this turret, I mean, this is huge for DRX.
Really is. Sponge in position right now as well. Humbug going to move on over, though, so I don't think this tower is going down right now, especially with Polo moving on in. Not able to land that one as LazyField taken down to 50% as Hype is raining down these arrows. This Varus could become a problem as well, because this poke is largely unanswerable unless DRX just go for an all-in. So they're going to have to really be ready to pull the trigger in this game. Otherwise, Hype will just have free reign, and he's already 3-0-0.
I think the vision game is so important here for DRX. They need to be able to see those opportunities. They need to be able to see setups here for Bro, rotations over to Dragon, what flank angles are being set. Because Brand is also very vulnerable to getting blown up and caught as well. He does a lot of damage, but he's very squishy. If he dies first in the fight, you have a real fighting chance. Speaking of Brand...
Yeah, there's the flash forward, but Rich catches him in the body slam. That's going to deny the stun and means that Humbug's not going to be able to get anything from that one. Gives him the good old thumbs up. You love to see it.
Rich, on his time in Nongshim here domestically, had a lot of really good Gragas games, and this is not going to be an exception in terms of how well he's neutralized this Renekton so far.
I feel like it's looking like a bit of a renaissance for Rich.
Yeah.
I feel like he also had a pretty good time in the opening tournament as well. Even though the top laners didn't necessarily win out, as the hook comes through from Polu, gets the knock-up onto Rich. Sorry about the caster curse, as, yeah, I think Humbug might have the damage. Does find himself the E. There's the stun, beautifully done. Sears him down. That is a medium rare Gragas in the top lane.
Well, fortunately, though, for DRX, they already got first turret blood in the bottom side with the Mbessa push from Yukal, so at least this turret going down isn't going to be the end of the world for them. And we're still waiting to see who's going to get that feats of strength. DRX having bottom side control means they also have prio for this Drake. So Rich bought some time up there. His cask was beautiful, even though it wasn't enough to save him. Once again, onto Hambach there. Well, that means that they will look to take a 2 Drake lead, and that could be something that really keeps them hanging into this game if they can secure it. The big problem, the elephant in the room, is the Brand, though. You know, he picked up that kill, does have his Leandries already. It's just going to become a bigger and bigger threat the longer this game goes on. So as DRX, you really are priced into taking this Drake. Rich has teleport, so he can join into this fight, but they gave up a lot of control. They were just letting Bro spill in, and so that advantage they had moments ago is now kind of gone.
Yeah, and this is feeling like the closest game so far of this series. There's not a whole lot in it. 2,000 gold might feel like a lot, but as you can see with these objectives, both team just neck and neck as far as that is concerned. Even if this dragon goes down, another objective is going to need to be taken on either side. Make this one happen. So very interesting. Can DRX find this all-in angle that they're looking for? Rich has grouped up with the rest of his team. Level 2 ulti has been secured as well.
Yukal has a huge opportunity if he can get out of that side lane to make an impact here, but he's still clearing the wave, and the poke is real. They've got poke from both the Brand and that Varus.
Morgan slowed down a little bit here. Yukal a little bit apprehensive to follow up with his jungler. As Morgan's going to be pushed away, does have the Dominus available. No flash, though, is now Rich. In that brush, does find the angle here onto Humbug. There's the knockup. Humbug getting himself out of the way, though, and he might actually be safe. Sponge cut down where he stands, and the brand survives. Another hook is going to land there because Paulo does not miss those. Morgan very, very low, though, as Lazyfield doesn't get the execution on the rend. And now it's Hype. He has that range advantage. The Fate's call, though, may have baited them out. Hype gets knocked up, but there's no follow-up. It's just Polo that does go down. The blinking health bars on both sides. The knock-up onto Lazyfield. That is a lot of damage there as in goes Yukao. 2 lockdown. Lazyfield does get the bailout closer, utilizing that wind well so beautifully. But now, can Yukao survive this? Is that the triple? Yes, it is. And DRX, they're on the board and in a big way.
A quiet early game for
Oh,
UCal.
no.
Oh, boy.
He was on a ward.
Well, things turning up in a big way here for DRX with Rich committing the teleport. They're on the Dragon now. But a quiet early game for UCal, and he really blows up this fight here. Really nice usage of the brush there from Rich. They get on top, Tombok, and yes, he survives here for so long, and they end up losing out on Sponge because of it. But look at Lazyfield. He's late to the fight, but he's full health. And this Callista and these types of scrappy fights is just so incredibly strong. Everyone is so low health. It's hard to actually get in there and finish off Lazyfield. His positioning is great. Hides behind Ondil, uses the Fate's Call, and even the Varus outranges her. Callista can actually do so much in these fights as Hype is just not landing these. Knockup does come down, but he's able to martial pose and kite his way out. Then Yukal says, I've had enough. Finally flashes in, picks up a ton of gold in this exchange as well. Again, spent most of the time in this game under turret, but sets up the initial engage onto the brand and then finishes, cleans up the fight with all those dashes. Well played, showcasing his mechanics on the champions. 3 kills for the Ambessa, 2 items online.
Absolutely massive. Pro still with a slight gold advantage, but it was really starting to look like the game was running away with the Bros. And now it's even closer than it was before. Polu possibly out of position here at the same time. The Hail of Arrows is going to slow down Sponge. He has to use the ultimate. Good handshake there from Andil. As, okay, the Herald is going to lose interest. Polu's just going to be cut down, though. That is going to be the bailout successful, but immediately it's locked up again. Lazyfield trying to find another angle here to get even more aggressive. But a 1-for-1 in the end, not going to spell out too much.
Yeah. If DRX gets this Herald, that is feats of strength done for them. So really important that Sponge that goes down here, that it's very difficult to go turn back and take that Herald after a trade 1-for-1. UCal the one with the gold lead right now, but you can see Lazyfield is dead even with Hype now. Having a CS lead for most of the game, but those 3 early kills for Hype pushed him into the advantage. But the Callista, again, hanging on to a threat in terms of relevance and how she scales into this game. It's been a tough time for Sponge. He is really trying to do the best as a melee champion as he can here into this really frustrating long-range Varus as well as the brand. Going back into this setup here, you can see heavily committing to taking out Paulo. They really want to get this Herald because it is feats of strength for them. Handshake here is decent, and you can see that the Crescent Guard buys enough time to actually turn this one around. They will be able to get the bailout on the Sponge, but it's a trade 1-for-1. Does, critically though, deny the Herald.
Yep. Hostile Takeover actually getting a whole bunch done there as well. Really buys a whole lot of time, so nicely played there by Andel. So Sponge does clear up the red buff, and we're ticking closer to this Atakan spawning. Going to be north side once again, as it generally is. We've had a fair few kills, but he's still red, so never you mind. Going to be the Voracious Boy.
As red as my face is going to be at the end of this week.
So is the bet like the amount of like ruinous Atakans that we get? Is it based on this week or this whole season?
Just this week.
I think even if it was this whole season, I still would have said 0.
Starting to look like you might have been wise to that, Atlas, to make that decision. As DRX, again, they still really want this Herald. They have Prio right now. Hambach is not able to put any damage into DRX just yet.
All right, the Lord's flank angle is looking a bit dangerous here as the Rift Arrow going to be secured by Hambach. Morgan can flash and gets on top of Lazyfield, but the Fate's goal is pretty good. Hype untouched though until UCal gets into that back line. Still, it's going to be a flash out. Hype still in pretty good position. Humbug dealing with Rich at this point in time, but the hero that is our Lord is going to get over the wall and then back over again. UCal using all of these dashes and it's just not going to be enough to grab the brand.
Yeah, Hambach is just so slippery this game. It's so hard to lock down that final bit of his health. His positioning has been great. He's going to be able to layer enough damage in here now, it looks like, to actually take out this Otacon. And if he actually dies there, you know, without his Leandre's damage, I don't know if they actually could take this.
And that was feats of strength as well. This is going to be Bro being able to upgrade their shoes.
Absolutely.
Some fancy Nikes now available for this squad. And looking at it, like, you can see the Swifties as well, upgraded Swifties. That feels pretty fantastic for you, Varus.
And
there's a few good things they can get.
This fight is so split. Look at where Hype and Palu are. Palu is basically just a bodyguard in this situation while offering a lot of CC as well. And you can see that Hype becomes a target here for Yukal, gets over the wall, positions incredibly well, uses the terrain to guarantee that when in his most vulnerable moment, he can still get out. And that puts Yukal, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the fight to actually go clean up the right side where Hambach narrowly escaped. So really good positioning from the new 80 carry KT roster player on loan here to Bro. He looked great in Kespa Cup. Is a big reason why they won that title, and he's looking great in this final game of the series as well. 3 early kills, utilizing the gold really well in that last fight too.
Yep, amazingly done. And they've moved up to that pretty comfortable 3,000 gold lead at this point in time. And you can see there, the gold really did come down to a pretty nice spot. But once again, Bro have righted the ship. Might be their first dragon of the game as well. Once again, it's going to be a Mountain Soul, which is kind of nutty. I'm finding it hard to keep up with everything. Normally we've talked about which soul it is far before the dragon has in fact spawned and been killed. But there's a lot of stuff here, you know? And
yeah, it's very different.
Yeah. And we've also got the buff for Otacon still for another minute, so Bro can be pretty aggressive, and I feel like that certainly suits a player like Closer, who is now going to drive Shelly into this big gun in the mid lane.
Yeah, Morgan also side laning on the top side, so this 4-1 setup here is incredibly powerful, and they have the withdraws, so I mean, they're not vulnerable for anything. They can go in.
That Chains of Corruption does come down. Turret is getting a little bit angry. Knock up onto Sponge, but not one that Closer wants to follow up on, and they'll take 2 turrets for their trouble. A third possibly going down as well if Morgan can get his minions in position, but he's not quite able to do so. The rest of Bro now just going to try and set up for a little bit of a gank brush. 30 seconds on the clock as far as that Otacon revival is concerned.
It's just a stalemate here that Bro win when the minions get here. DRX just trying to group.
Yep, Hex Flash over is great handshake for the disengage out of Andil, but in comes Morgan. He's pre-ulted as well, just trying to keep them busy. It is going to be Andil going down first up, but you can see there is a whole lot of getting sent back to the fountain here for the Bros. Hype just trying to stand in position and deliver this damage. Yukal should be able to take him out though, and there it goes. That's in fact just a kill, I believe. Yeah, because Hype didn't die fast enough. Nicely done there by DRX.
I mean, the rest of the gold that's picked up there too is significant, but I think what they got in return, a lot of map control, a lot of deep vision. It's not like it's a trade up for Bro in terms of gold or anything like that, but it was worth the risk, I would say, at this point in time. Definitely getting a little bit laissez-faire with it here. And the turret is full health, and it's new turrets on this patch, so they kind of do hurt. But I get the idea, especially because Morgan has teleport. So if he ends up dying and withdrawing, same with Closer, if this fight were extended, they could have just rejoined. And it would have been fine, but you know it was a little bit broken up, so aren't able to really get the value from that. They end up dying too quickly.
Yeah.
So
he's
go
like,
slow.
Yeah, slow, so that we can actually get a kill.
And I mean, Yukal has been. The early game was quite absent, let's say, from him. He wasn't able to make the same roams that Closer did, but he's made some big impact plays from behind to keep his team in this, and they are still in this, but. I mean, the feats of strength did go over. This next dragon fight will be critical for DRX to try to secure a soul point here before this gets too off the rails. Cleaver done for Yukal. I mean, this is maybe the best fight they're going to get for the rest of the game. And it's not looking great, but it's probably the best one.
Yep. And Yukal as well, close to the highest level in the game, as you just saw, and he still has a gold lead. Even though there's been 5 kills picked up by Closer. Now Polo going aggressive once again. Lazyfield feels like he has a good angle, and in fact he does. Chains of Corruption does nothing. And the exhaust comes on through there as well. The bailout was on Lazyfield. He didn't even need it. 2 on the floor. Humbug joins this Yasuo, and down goes the Lord as well. 4 on the ground for Bro. and DRX, they're running to the Baron.
That was a huge ult from Andil as well at the end of the fight to guarantee that they could clean up house. Lazyfield does a ton of that damage. Hambach survived for so long, but ultimately still is taken out. He put a ton of damage in there, but it wasn't enough. And DRX picking up this Baron will almost completely nullify the gold lead. It's going to be about 100, 200. That's the difference between them after this Baron is taken. And it's going to guarantee they have objective control for the next fight as well. You can see how this fight breaks up. Again, looking for Hambach as the target. He lives for so incredibly long. Lazyfield goes incredibly low, flashes over the wall, has a Fates call for the re-engage, and you see Andil ult Fates with the hostile takeover at the same time, and there's just no one to get on top of Lazyfield, who survives with 150 health. Just fantastic mechanics. Watch this again, how low he gets before he goes over the wall, avoids the Chains of Corruption, which is really, unfortunately for Bro, a huge difference maker in this fight.
Man.
So well played by him and Andil together, and they front to back it.
Beautifully done. All right.
An incredibly close game after two one-sided stomps.
It's crazy, and like I can understand like this level of emotion. Yeah, it's the very first series of the year, right? This is the LCK Cup. We're not even in to like the full regular season of the LCK yet. And already emotions are this high.
Okay,
You'll
flank
love to see
TP.
it. Yeah, possible angle here as Rich is very healthy. As Morgan looking to chase after him. Can they hold him in position? That's going to be the question as the turret goes down in the mid lane.
Oh, wait.
The way! Oh, he's out of there! And the Bros are unable to stop him. He's down into the bottom lane and he's pushing with Yukal. Yeah, the rest of DRX are just going to be pushing
I think the call was probably initially, hey, Rich is a lost cause. Let's hard push mid and bottom. But then Rich gets out with the TP as well. No one can shut him down. And they get 2 turrets for it. He doesn't die. And this Baron is 4,000, the Red Bull power play here.
Yeah. And it's only going to get worse. It's 1.5 minutes left on this Baron as well, so there is a lot more time to get even more done here with this buff, and they can also utilize it to get Soul Point with this Mountain Drake that is up and available. Sponge already getting to work on that one. Man, this game is just completely flipped on its head. Who said that this is going to be all about snowballs? Well, because this one has gone both ways, like about 7 times so far this game.
Kronker has definitely said that's Challengers baby at least 3 times.
At least 3 times.
In front of the television over on the space, but look at what Hambach has in his inventory, right? He's got his ult. The only thing he really is missing is the flash, but he's got an arm guard for survivability. He has the tier 3 Sork shoes.
Yep.
You know, 2 incredibly strong items, the slow and the burn. Like, he is ready. He is set up to still carry one of these team fights, but they need to buy time for him. They need to buy space for him. He's been the target in so many of these fights, and yes, he does a lot before he dies and has been positioning really well, but he's still, you know, pushed out of these fights and isn't given the time to actually maximize his damage. They don't have a mage mid laner, so they really need him to do well. Speaking of...
Yeah, Morgan gonna have to try and protect him here as a flash forward. Great cast, but maybe he's now... No, he's not. Lazyfield is going to be able to find him. Humbug gonna go down extraordinarily low. The bailout! Is it going to be working here? And the answer is it doesn't actually have to, because he doesn't even go down. Oh, never mind. The Leandri's burn will do it.
And Hambach doesn't expend his arm guard there, so he's actually still got that. He's able to realize, like, okay, I think I've done enough here. We could just get out. Even if they don't get that kill there, he's like, probably want to have that for the next objective fight. Want to make sure we can shut down DRX from getting that Mountain Soul. So makes a wise choice there, in my opinion, because I don't think they would have turned it even if he was able to go golden there. So holds on to that critical item. We'll have his flash for the next dragon as well. And now the Baron is done. So while this is a great proactive play from Sponge, I don't think this is going to be the backbreaker necessarily, especially because he goes down and expends his flash in the process here.
Yeah, that cask actually really beautiful there from Rich with the full information of the rest of his team moving on down from the top. Guarantees the kill onto Humbug. And in the end, it is going to be him able to lock down his opposite number. So a 1-for-1. And honestly, the game feeling like it's switched all the way back towards DRX, especially with this soul point that they have up and available. With this brawly composition that's quite short range, they can utilize these shields so effectively if they do collect that Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
Not to mention the added tankiness that's just always going to be good.
Now, you know, some of the other tier 3 boots that we could see come through here, the upgraded Swifties for hype, which will give him tons of movement speed. And okay, hold that thought.
Yep, that's going to be Morgan taking a whole lot of damage here from Yukal, who's just not taking any damage at all. Morgan realizing that he just needs to deal with a minion wave, and he's not even going to be able to do that. And Yukal collects his 6th undying so far today in this game.
I mean, that might just be an inhibitor to go down. Hype did get those tier 3 boots right after I said that, but and he's going to be really fast and hard to lock down. They're not going to commit heavily to that inhibitor. Just going to back off, take that small win. But I do think this game is winnable on either side. Like, yes, DRX have a lot of map control right now. They've got some deep vision, as you can see around the red buff down there on the bottom side. Looking to try to grab this scuttle here top side as well is Sponge, but won't be able to do it. Looks like this one is going Hambak's way. Sponge not even going to go for the steal. And this next fight is so critical, right? It's either going to be over the Baron or what could be Mountain Soul for DRX. And I think the main characters here are going to be Hambak and Hype. Across all 10 players, it could be the most high impact, and who kills them or tries.
Oh, the flash has to be invested as Rich just finds him.
That's a big one.
Oh, and that ultimate's on a very low cooldown at this point in the game as well. Level 16 on this Gragas, so he should have that up and available in the few seconds time that we have the Baron spawning. Man, Rich is having a day out today.
He really is. I mean, he did since the opening event. He's been having a great time, even when he was playing Pyke bottom lane.
Yeah, good old support Rich.
And Yukao's got a GA. Getting that flash off of Brand is one of the tools gone. He still has his arm guard that I was mentioning earlier. Yukao on the flank here, looking for maybe grabbing Hambak once again, but whiffs it.
Yeah, going to be spotted out on that ward, and so Hambak knows that he can just move out of the way. And with that public execution now on cooldown, maybe the bros are going to feel like they can possibly fight. Baron has just spawned this second.
How much can Hype and Hambak get done to DRX in the neutral fight?
Oh, don't overextend, bros. Okay, they do get the vision. They know what's going on. As you can see, Morgan champing at the bit, really wants to get a fight started. The rest of DRX, they're going to peel away, look for an opportunity. Morgan going to get a hand shook here as Lazyfield getting some sticks into him. A little bit dangerous here, but he does get over the wall.
Yukao's ult's coming online fairly soon here. He's still on the flank. Catching either Hambak or Hype will be massive TP.
Oh, here's the teleport. That's a bit of a short one, but Rich gets himself into position. Hambak goes golden, but he's the jungler, and he's just going to get executed. He does a bit of damage on his way out, but that is not going to be enough, and the bro's not going to be able to stop this Baron. They might be able to deny a dragon, I guess, but even that's up in 20 seconds, and this Baron isn't going to last very long at all.
No.
The kills have been evened out, but the gold is well and truly in the advantage of DRX, and on their second Baron, they might just be able to win the game.
I mean, the whole mission for DRX is to try to find and kill Hambak. Even though he has the arm guard, he doesn't have flash, and he's just way too far up there, finds himself isolated. And once again, Yukao makes the play. He's on the flank. And once the damage is gone for Brand there, even if he tosses his ult out, it's not alone going to be enough. He needs time. He needs some additional space bought by the front line to actually get that burn through with some poke coming through from Hype. If you actually get engaged on, you've already lost. You have to be buying some time, or you have to be burning for some time before the fight actually goes off if you're going to be successful. They did not set that up. DRX are proactive. They pick him, and that's Baron plus Mountain Soul here. And I don't know if I can call this a close game anymore. It is looking like we are looking for DRX to close this one out. It's not over till it's over, but this is kind of the snapping of the neck of Bro.
Yep, you can have your feats of strength. We'll just take Soul and 2 Barons, and that should be enough. And to be perfectly honest, I do not doubt them. DRX looking so strong. And, Hook going to go wide there as Rich just going to use his burly finesse to get himself out of the way. Body slam beautifully timed. They take down the turret. And the rest of DRX here towards his bottom side. Yukao in the top lane. The split is well and truly afoot.
Now, they have good wave clear. That's one thing they definitely have going for them in terms of clearing this. Hambak alone is really going to make quick work of these waves. Closer as well if he's given some time. Won't take him too long. Yukao is just going to sit over here alone and take out this turret slowly but steadily. And what they really want, the real prize is, though, an inhibitor. 80 seconds left to go. If Bro could stave the pressure off here, maybe there's a chance back into this game.
Yeah, close you can see. Going a little bit aggressive onto Rich, who has about 7 million health. So he'll be absolutely fine.
He's on that top inhibitor turret.
Yeah, that should be taken down here unless Closer can make something happen. He throws out the ulti. Morgan trying to get over there. Slices, dices, gets the stun, but it's not going to be enough. The flash out from Yukao is enough disengage. And now Rich could be in trouble, or he could just be way too tanky. Hype trying to get some damage down here. Sponge taking a little bit, but throws out the Crescent Guard. Yukao in some trouble. Great knock up here from Closer. He has to flash, though, to get out of the way. The Bros are fighting as hard as they can, but it's just not quite enough. Lazyfield is inside the base. I don't know whether that was necessarily the right call, but it looked really cool, and inhibitors are still going down for DRX.
Yeah, it's a huge win here for DRX either way, but Bro technically survive here, as now all 3 inhibitors have fallen. Both Nexus turrets do at the moment stand. UCal is really, quietly the MVP of this for DRX because he pulls Bro to the top side of this fight. This then allows Rich to split Hambach off, and they don't get the kill on UCal, not even close. He has GA, so he can really push the issue here with his ultimate. All the while, LazyFeel on the back here is untouched, and Sponge's Crescent Guard absorbs a lot of the damage. And yeah, UCal will eventually get taken out by some of that burn damage from Hambach. But it's, I think if LazyFeel actually just plays this a little bit more respectfully, they probably end the game.
I like the rush of blood to the head, though, and once again, hats off to Andil. His hostile takeovers have been absolutely fantastic so far this game. And that was once again another example of that, wasting so much of the Bro's time. Wasn't able to hit Hype, which is a large reason why Bro, I think, looked a little bit better in that. But still, everybody else was well and truly tied up. And Hype now just needs to turn that Dirk into something, and he's got 6 items. Same can be said for LazyFeel with this arm guard that he also has, which is a really interesting tech as well. I kind of like that. Often we do see it on things like Kai'Sa, but Kalista, it's a different one. You don't necessarily scale with as much of the AP, but certainly cool to have that stasis available.
It works really well with Bailout too, depending on how you utilize it. Can be quite tricky. Your teammates do a little bit of damage for you, then you get bailed out the last possible second as soon as you come out of the arm guard. DRX, just letting the minions do the work here. We have 6 super minions spawning at a time with all these inhibitors down. Bro have great wave clear, which could buy time, but they're going to have to buy it for 3 more minutes if they're going to win this game, and it's just so difficult to see it.
Yeah, Hambach is really going to have to make this wave clear work for them. And he's Brand, so it's pretty good, to be honest.
It's working okay so far.
Yeah, these Nexus turrets have not taken a lot of damage. Still, Rich is looking for that opportunity. The flash out from Hype has to be invested. Chains of Corruption will be the trade. It's a decent hook. And Rich taking a lot here, but are they actually able to kill him? That's the question. The overextension from Hambach says no. Oh, never mind. He flashes away, and he may actually live. Because, of course, they have no range to speak of.
Yeah,
that a few barrels flying around.
They got to clear these super minions, though. And, the Nexus turret's still alive. Here comes the next wave. It's only 1 here in the mid lane. Hambach living is so huge because now he can clear this. Yeah. And they live to tell the story of what might happen for the rest of this game. They're still in such a horrible spot. Let's not lie to ourselves here. I want to be optimistic here, but it is a very, very tough situation. Elder spawns in 90 seconds here. And that's going to be one of the biggest challenges here that Bro have to face, because they still have to deal with these super minions for just about 30 seconds longer than that, or really about 45. And that's where things really come to a head.
Yeah, there are 3 inhibitors down for like 2 minutes. And the Baron is going to be up again in 30 seconds time. So I just don't know whether you're going to be able to survive with all of these supers just parading into your base.
And DRX's Team Elder, Atlas.
It's kind of crazy as the ulti catches him. And once again, Hambach is just on the floor. That broken arm guard looking at him just sadly from his inventory. And that will spell a Baron right on the spawn. And DRX, I think, might be able to end it here. The 3rd Baron is the charm.
I don't know. They're Team Elder, but they've been doing a lot of Baroning this game around. As look, Hambach here, there's a ward. Rich on him as well. He's just a little bit greedy. He's stepping that far forward to do Raptors here at this point, trying to farm up that Zhonya's, but he goes down. That's Baron into Elder, Exodia, 3 inhibitors down. If you can't win with this one, DRX, we're going to have a talk.
Yeah, and I think that they probably will. I think, with the fact that Elder was put into the game to stop these sorts of situations from happening means that I don't think that there's going to be much of a chance, especially with these 3 inhibitors still down.
How good is Brand's wave clear? Let's really find out.
Yeah, I think not good enough, especially when he cannot stay alive when any of the members of DRX look at him.
The inhibitors will respawn in about 30 seconds here, but I think that's just enough time for DRX to get these waves going, and the super minions are still already up here in all 3 lanes, so they're not just going to disappear.
Yeah, well, Rich is going to find an angle. That's a beautiful cast. Polo trying to get out, but once again, Hambach is just left to the wolves. Another hostile takeover is decent, but Polo's eaten by a dragon. LazyFeel is dancing around the battlefield, and his dragon is hungry, and it's hungry for the first match win of the LCK Cup for DRX. Teddy was unwell today. LazyFeel played in Challenger yesterday, picked up player of the match, and he may do it again here as DRX take down the Casper Cup champions.
DRX showing up in a big way. Very few people predicting them to win today, and then even fewer still with Teddy injured, sick today, unable to show up, but LazyFeel came in, had some tough early games, had some tough laning phases, but stuck the landing. Andil, fantastic play on the Renata, and they are able to take it in the end despite some of the draft challenges they faced in this one as well. I really feel like this was a great showcasing of what this roster has to offer.
And who is the player of the match, Wolf? This is the big question, because I was sure that it was going to be Andil, but after Rich had a game like this, that was absolutely out of control. UCal really holding it together throughout the entirety of especially that last game, but even in his Aurora game where he really hard carried. I don't know, who do you give it to?
I think it's probably going to be between UCal and Andil for me. I ultimately ended up voting for Andil. I feel like he was the most consistent player.
I probably would have gone there too.
But I mean, you really could go for almost anybody. Even LazyFeel, I think overcoming the challenges of his big deficits in some of these games was impressive to see as well. I think a lot of narrative voters will be there for Vietnam, right? And what a day to be a Vietnamese fan to watch this. Morgan versus LazyFeel. LazyFeel comes out on top. Hambach was the target man. You could tell he's frustrated with how things went, but he played so incredibly well despite it and had a big role to play in this game. But ultimately, sometimes the bounty gets hunted. He was found, he was killed, and the game ended. DRX super resilient in this final game, despite being kind of backs against the wall, feats of strength against them. A lot of deficits, a lot of tough champions to scale with. The Callista, obviously the Ambessa was a bit of a question mark. Wasn't able to make a lot happen in the early game, but UCal did it when it mattered most, when they had that great target selection. That's the kind of thing you don't often see in a new team like this that hasn't had that much time together, obviously, and has some really young players on it, like LazyFeel, who's literally 17 and is playing his debut series, is to be able to identify what the target is, what the objective is to win a game from behind, and to see this team do it this early on gives you hope.
Yeah, and you could see it as well. They were you could see the DRX just said, if we kill the brand, we win the game. And that's what they did, time and time again. And I swear, this veteran-rich voice in this team, you can see it taking effect. I feel like a lot of these young players are just like, oh, heck yeah, we got this. And then LazyFeel gets that rush of adrenaline after these amazing casks come in to start off these fights. I mean, I can see, we were talking about this on the Pog State earlier on, we can see how DRX can look good.
Yeah.
And I think we had a great example of that here in this final game of this series. But I just hope the rest of the LCK Cup is more of this. Because this was a great series of League of Legends to start us off.
It really was. We had some questions about the Yasuo going into this. He made a great impact in the early game, some fantastic roams, but just kind of couldn't reach later on.
Yeah.
We'll watch the final moments here.
There it is. There's your boy, Rich. Getting Hambach out of the fight and allowing the Exodia to just obliterate them. I missed you, Cal. I really did.
So happy to see him back.
This man has some pop-offs.
This year of LCK, you mentioned it, you can see the angles for DRX, we can see it for so many of our teams, but almost every team in the LCK you got and you go, there's an angle, I could see it, I can believe. And I feel like the last few years we've had some teams that you look at the roster and you're like, well, maybe next year, or let's see how much they can develop. But a team like this, we'll see how far they can go, but you're giving us a lot of optimism. I mean, these are Casper Cup champions they just knocked out today.
Exactly, and that is no mean feat. And UCal, 33.7k damage is a lot more than I was expecting. I felt like he did have a lot of side laning in this game, not necessarily involving himself that much, but when he was there, he was really there. And really, no complaints here as far as how this first series went. Neck and neck One thing that I do have a little bit of a problem with is that I think there are too many comeback mechanics in the game. Like, it felt to me like Bro deserved to win that just because they were doing so well in the early game. And with the amount of comeback mechanics and ways to get back into the game, DRX were able to do so. So that's a little bit of a... That's sarcasm, ladies and gentlemen. Just to let you know.
We, in a more serious note, we have changed things up a little bit. We're going to be revealing the POM, because we don't have POGs anymore. We have player of the match here, and then throwing to the space. So,
and the reason that has been changed is because it's no longer player of the game. It is one player throughout the entire series, which is why we were talking about, you know, the player that was consistently good over both of them. Speaking of which, it's going to be UCal, and I think that we don't really have too many complaints outside of the Victor not looking great in game number 1. He's like, well, I've just decided to not die from that point on. And that's precisely what he did. He didn't play Talia.
It was Aurora.
He played Aurora instead, but Aurora has done some of her cheeky shenanigans, and she is now beyond the veil, and we couldn't quite get her picture, and so we just threw Talia in there instead.
He was deathless in those last 2 games and both wins, so pretty impressive play from him overall. Really turned the game around in game 3 as well. So I think you could have gone with a lot of players. I'm not happy he got it. He's one of my favorite players that's returning to the LCK this year, so I'm hyped.
Yeah, me too. And we are preparing the interview as well. And I love this, that we get the interview with UCal right now on his return. Let's throw it over to Dia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the first POM interview translation of 2025 LCK Cup. Congratulations, UCal.
박수 부탁드립니다. 오랜만에 정말 돌아오셨습니다. 유칼 선수 이렇게 보니까 너무 반가운데요.
UCal is back after a very long time.
안녕하세요, DRX의 미드라이너.
Please say hello to your fans.
반갑습니다.
Hello, I am the mid laner of DRX, UCal.
이렇게 첫 번째 매치 승리하셨어요. 기분 어떠신가요?
장로 그룹의 첫
How do you feel? You guys got your first win for Group Battle.
경기하면서 1세트는 지긴 했지만 질
Now
거라는
we came with the mindset of winning, even though we gave game 1 away. We were still in the game, so I think we're all really just focused on winning the next one. What did you go into game 1 with? What kind of mindset?
선수가 없지만 그래도 무조건 이기자라는 마음으로
Yeah,
왔었고.
so Teddy has gone down with the flu, and it wasn't the same. It wasn't really. It was out of the ordinary, but I'm really glad that we were able to secure today's victory. So Lazy Phil was actually called up, and the language barrier in communicating and playing as a team on such short notice must have been so challenging, but based on your mic check, it seemed like everything was good. How was it? No, I think Lazy feels actually really trying hard to be on the same page with the rest of the team, so it's really been very helpful. What would you like to say to Lazy Feel? Lazy Feel, you're so good! And UCal, you have some of these nicknames, the best blade of Joseon or maybe Excalibur, and that was given to you for excelling at Yasuo. And in game 3 you matched up against the Yasuo with your clean Mbessa plays and lived up to those nicknames. Yeah, I think when I was playing during that Mbessa game in game 3, I actually did feel like I was going to get POM from my gameplays. So you will face 4 more mid laners in the rest of LCK Cup. So what would you like to say to them? Take good care of me, you guys. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of the matches. And that's the end of the interview from UCal, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As we get to hear Deer's translation one more time for the former Africa Freaks, KT, Thundertalk Gaming, and now DRX mid laner UCal getting the player of the match. Welcome back to the space, as it is DRX to get the first victory of the 2025 season. And again, lots of things to talk about here, Chronicler.
What a statement performance from UCal. Because obviously, if you're in the LCK, particularly if you work in it, it's really hard to keep a consistent track of the LPL. But it's not like UCal, not individually, but like his teams. Thundertalk obviously isn't necessarily a standout performer, as you guys can't see Ox's face, but he obviously knows very well. But I have heard good stories about him individually, and you see a performance like this, you believe that immediately, right? What a comeback of that player, super cool, and I think a big reason of why they were able to get the winner today. I gotta say though, on the flip side as well, the hype for Bro taking a bit of a hit here.
Started so well.
Yeah, it did. It was pretty good.
Game 1, it felt great. And I think part of that is due to the drafting as well. There was one part of the draft that we did enjoy, but outside of that, I feel like particularly in Game 2, but even in Game number 3, Brion didn't really feel like they had comps that were as well-rounded as what was picked up by their opponents.
Yeah, I did want to bring this point up because the brand in the Xin Zhao, this is actually Bro vs DRX. This was the first time we saw brand jungle in the LCK into Xin Zhao. Same matchup here, and you saw from the early game why this matchup makes sense, right? Xin Zhao, when he dives into you can just stun him. You do so much damage. Like, yes, you can use the ult to block some of brand damage, but he just bounces off everyone. And the early game, was looking good. I didn't, as you kind of saying, Mao, I feel like the cohesion between the comp wasn't there as much. Especially like the lethality Varus started okay, but I feel like playing the Nort into the Callisto Renata isn't ideal. And then later on, you just couldn't cut through the bulk with the lethality Varus, really.
Yeah, so they self-counterpicked with Nort, because like the reason why Renata came up in the first place after her initial performances was because into Nautilus, the matchup is nigh unplayable because the ult is so telegraphed. And then also you're playing Yasuo, and his only good source of knockups is specifically that Nautilus, who already is going to be mitigated. So it just feels like it's leaning a little bit too much into what the players like, but it doesn't actually make that much sense.
It also feels split because you have like, Brand and Varus are kind of happy for people to come into them and then to deal with them in that way. But like Yasuo and Nautilus and Renekton are wanting to dive in, but you also playing into Renata. It just felt like the cohesion wasn't there for the draft, and you could see later on they were kind of struggling with how to execute things. I also think, you talked about the self kind of bot lane. They also ended up playing into this Gragas in the top lane for the Renekton, which is always painful.
Yeah, but, that was later on if they fell behind. Early on, it was all Bro, including in this fight down at the Drake pit at 16 minutes where, it was a nice cleanup. I think they get a couple kills at the end here, but you're thinking, wow, Bros are just coming on in and, making it 7-0, 8-0 at this point.
I mean, initially, it looks good, right? They managed to get those picks, Handback stays alive, but the health bars get low, and there's someone who is still very healthy right now, and it's not Cassante, it's the new Cassante, it's Ambessa, and she's ready just to take over the fight.
What you see here as well, though, is that I do think there's an opportunity to disengage, and this is the point where Bro is going to go back to and realize if they back off there, maybe give up one more member, I think the situation is still salvageable, but credit to LazyFeel as well. I don't think that it was a perfect performance today, but you are a player with such an incredible amount of weight on you. It's already stressful to sub in when a player has an emergency, right? Teddy hopefully feeling better soon. But then to not only do that, but also as the first non-Korean player, it's a really big deal. But as also telling star of the show, there is Yuka, because as soon as he got those kills, he was running the game.
Yeah. Well, after that, you're thinking, okay, Bros, settle down a little bit. And they do so just here at the Herald at 20 minutes. You're thinking, okay, this fight, they clean up. This should be the end of it, as, again, a steal attempt doesn't work out.
Things look awesome here, right? Because of the way that LazyFeel and Andil flash. If they flash into their own backline, I think they actually have an opportunity to maybe play this out. But Morgan was not spotted, so as we roll the clip, we're going to see this is a very split fight. They throw a lot into Hambak, Rich with a bit of an unfortunate ult that doesn't actually get it. Ambessa also doesn't get on top of the brand. And this is the moment where Hambak still makes it out. And you're like, okay, maybe Bro can still make it. Maybe things are kind of okay, even after that earlier Dragon fight where the Ambessa got so fed.
I feel like in hindsight, the fact we talked about how hard it is for the Yasuo to get ult off in this game, like you rely on the Nort, the fact he got a 3-man ult there kind of illustrates this isn't the norm for how fights are going to play out. Like that fight was...
That's the only one.
Yeah, that's everything they could have hoped for, but not what they're always going to end up getting. And I think they got a bit too much confidence from that going into the next play.
I mean, but I feel like when you're playing that type of composition, you have the lead here. I think at that point it was 13-7. Oh. It's good, and this is where they overplay their hand.
Yeah, this looks good for a second, and then they realize the mistake they made. The moment LazyFeel and Yukal show up there, I think they know that they're cooked. Because with a character like Varus in particular, you cannot be that far up if you don't know where the opponents are. Because with them committing there, this is basically where the game ends.
Yeah, and I feel like the bot lane kind of dropped the ball here. Like Nautilus missing the dredge line, the ult on a non-ideal target, the Varus ult missing, and you saw how low Lazyfield was. If any of those tools had been used better, this fight could have been different. It didn't start ideally, but you're missing some of your big tools to shut down someone like a Calista. You're never going to win off the back of that.
So time to see how the votes all shook up for our player of the match format as we take a look at the highlight from our best, plays here from our player of the match. And yes, it was Yukal who had a pretty solid series here on the Galleon Game 2 and then on Best in Game 3.
Yeah, so the Aurora pick gets massive ult value here. I even feel like the Victor in Game 1, the team fight that they nearly won towards the start, he got like a 3-man stun, 3-man ult. It felt like the Aurora was just dominating with the impact. The ult timing so good to catch so many members, waiting for Summoner's Burn as well. And then good in this Game 3. This fight was obviously the big cleanup, but there's a clip I have no doubt we're going to see in a second where he catches hand back with the edge of an ult, where that was just flawless, like max range. So really dominant performance here.
What's also cool is that it's very different playstyles, right? We saw three very different champions from him. A melee AD character, then the Aurora, which obviously mostly plays out like an AP assassin, and then the Victor. And I know the Victor didn't necessarily look as convincing as we were mid-voters, which I think is the most obvious one. I like the Andal shoutout as well. I think that Andal's a player that at time has shown a lot, so Jonas, Strong, and Wolf going for that one. As I think, as Ox was saying, I know his KDA looks kind of bad, but that was a game that they were getting absolutely clobbered in. I think the end score was like 6 or 17, 18 and 2.
Yeah. And we have thoughts on this as well.
That's poetic.
Reached closer. I love that one. And just when defeat was near Yukal's. You know what? And that's by Go. That was the actual thing. Down at that bottom side of the map. That fight was over.
We gotta step up our game.
These are poetic.
These lines are killer.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well,
perfect piloting was. I thought it was good, but now
pick W, I guess.
We gotta take some writing
Pony's more in our line, but Templar is getting poetic on us.
Yeah, I think it's so cool that we get the thoughts. You know, I feel like sometimes always wondering about the POG votes. Now we get to know the POM votes. Not media though. We don't get to know what's going on there.
Yeah. Well, again, congratulations, DRX, the first victory of the season, bros. We always have next game. Next up, we have the Freaks showing off again. DN Freaks, new rebrand, same boys here against the Noodle Boys, Nong, Shim, Red Force. Who will win? We'll find out after a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
G'day, Poggers. Welcome to another episode of The Pog State. And in fact, the very first one here for 2025. Happy New Year, and we're so glad to be back. This is absolutely incredible. And there's so much to go over, both for the LCK, League in general, lives, all that sort of stuff. Thankfully, I'm joined by the boys. Why are you giving me that look, Chronicler? I guess I'll introduce you first. How you doing?
Life just felt kind of weird. I know we're all have been living life supposedly between the end of the season and now, but I know it got
Life
me.
often feels weird, Chronicler. I could imagine that. How are you, Wolf?
I'm good.
Yeah.
You're not weird. No one else was.
Things are good. Yeah.
No one else
feeling
was-
pretty good, Chronicler. No, it's just
Is
him.
life not weird? It's just weird for Chronicler.
Well, it is now.
Just fine. Yeah. No big changes. Everything's good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, bullshit.
What?
There's been a few big changes, I think.
Oh,
for you.
are we jumping right in? Are
Yeah, I
we
think
talking about
we
life
can. We
updates?
can.
Okay,
We can
I'll go
jump right in.
first. My wife and I had a baby.
기분 좋아요. 아주 좋아라.
For anyone who missed it,
Welcome to the universe and the world, Bryce.
Yeah, we do have a kid, and I haven't left the house very much. It's
Yeah.
been a lot of caretaking, a lot of fun times, though. It's very, very rewarding, fulfilling, and all that good stuff. But at the same time, I've been very tired most of the days, and I haven't done a lot of gaming as well. So it's good to be back. But for the last 2 months, this is basically what I've been doing.
Yeah, we haven't played a board game in like
I
4
haven't been
months.
able to visit many people or do many other activities.
You haven't existed.
Not really. Yeah.
Online a little bit.
Online, yeah.
A little bit. In
Some
small,
chatting,
in
you
small
know.
doses. Yeah, it's been fun.
I think we've talked about indie games like 3 times since
Yeah,
we've been
yeah.
in Babyland.
I did go to China for 2 weeks as well.
Yep.
For Crossfire, and then I came back.
And
it
then
was
he was
right back, right back in the house, and no, but it's been fun.
Yep.
It's been good.
And Bryce has been sleeping well and stuff like that. in
Nowadays,
general.
yeah, no, he's doing well. Beginning was much more difficult. The newborn stage is like, oh my god, what the is going on? And now it's
But it
like,
kinda
oh, okay.
exponentially gets like easier, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. You kind of like get into your groove. He gets into his groove. It's like, okay, soft landing. It's
Yep.
good.
And then
That's
4
nice.
months hits and you're screwed again. All right, Wolf, how you doing?
I'm good. I had 2 business trips to Busan, which was really fun. It's nice to go to Busan in the
Nice.
winter. I visited the States for 3 weeks, so I was back for Christmas for the second time since I've moved to Korea. I've only been back for Christmas twice.
In 11 years or something?
13
12?
years.
13 years? Oh my-
Damn.
Jeez.
So, I've had a little bit more opportunity to go back these last few years, which has been nice. It was fun being in America and eating American food and re-experiencing American life and being in a car for like 4 hours every day because my parents live in the middle of nowhere. So when you want to go do things, it's like 4 hours total of driving, like to do everything and then get back to the house. But yeah, it was fun. I haven't played that many video games, to be honest, during this off season. Nothing's gripped me. I've been kind of taking a break from League, taking a break from like my long single player games. I'm always playing like Yakuza and stuff. So once the season ramps up, I'm really looking forward to that. Maybe I'll get back into gaming a little bit after work and stuff like that.
Nice. Meow?
Went on a skiing trip with you. Oh. That was fun. Although I didn't ski, but we did another small skiing trip together with Achilles, who most of you also know.
And who else?
Like a month back.
Anyone
sorry?
you're forgetting to mention that works on the LCK?
I was going to get
Sorry.
to that.
Sorry.
Degon's
fired.
and
He
his
will not be
lovely
with us for
wife.
2025.
And then some friends as well. And then we even had Yuno on, who also works in the LCK for the last trip. So that was really fun. Played a ton of cool indie games, as well as Metaphor, which was awesome.
Oh, I did beat that game.
Loved
That's
that.
the one game I did
Yeah,
beat.
that was I was about to say that that was really good. And I went to the Netherlands for a good while, which was also very enjoyable. And now, yesterday or like a week ago, I was like, man, I really need to play League. So yesterday, I played 10 hours of the new season. I'm back in the groove. In both a good and a bad way.
Just feeling absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Don't look at my OPGG.
It was great. As for me, I did manage to make it back to Australia. We had a little bit of a cat scare. So Dongchol, our white cat, was just not very well. He's got a whole bunch of organ failure going on. But for a few weeks there, it was really dicey. But now everything's kind of fine. It's really weird. He has to have treatment every day. So we've basically said that he's gone from like just a cat to a subscription model cat, where you basically have to pay a subscription fee every day in order to keep him healthy. But he's very healthy, very happy, and that's the main thing. And then I went to Australia, which was strange because we go from the snow to very warm, and I was only there for a week, so it was only a little bit of having that summer experience and then straight back to the cold again. We went snowboarding or went to the snow for a little bit, and that was great. I'm covered in bruises.
We watched
so
a lot
good.
of GDQ as well. That was fun.
We definitely did that. And that was also very,
Good
very
time.
good. And watched a lot of Magic. Don't know why, like,
on the
Achilles
first
loves
trip,
Penn
it
and
was
Teller so much,
legitimately
but he
7
really-
hours of
Oh, I
Magic
thought you meant
videos.
Magic the Gathering.
No,
it's
no,
worse
it was
than
the
that.
just
much
Magic
worse.
shows.
Just Magic,
It's
right?
just-
That's very Achilles.
It's
though.
very Achilles.
That's interesting.
As far as games that I played, and here's another one that you forgot, Wolf. I played Dragon Quest 3,
Oh, yeah, I also did beat that
which
game,
was
you guys
that
did
game was a
Kesper
lot
Cup.
of fun. Yep, that was
we did
Kesper Cup as well.
happened?
Yeah. Well, so Kesper Cup feels a little bit like a dream because it
good or
showed us
bad?
that the best team in the world is Bro.
Good treat.
They have
It's
Hambach.
it's a good
Obviously,
dream.
they're the best team.
Yeah, and like Hype, like I don't know, that team looked like legitimately Bro looked good.
They're actually good now.
They look
Yeah.
good.
The meme is
More on that later.
Yeah,
Not-
no, there's
the
going
meme's
to
not
be a
bad.
lot on that, but the Kesper Cup happened. It was a lot of fun, and I'm so glad that it was like so long as well. Like 8 days of Kesper Cup for the first time ever. They really like brought it back with a bang. And our studio was also really cute, and there was an amazing Japanese restaurant like just upstairs that Wolf and I would get every day.
It was really good.
It was super good. So yeah, that's about it. Life's been great though, but we're very happy to be back. I feel like, and Wolf, you and I think, get this the most, where we get incredibly anxious towards the end of the off season.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have lost like. I don't have a purpose anymore, and I need this in order to feel like a person. And so finally, the LCK is back to save our mental state, and everything is going to be brilliant.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we're ready to dive into our second series of the day. This one, the DN Freaks taking on the Noodle Boys, or Nongshim Red Force. If you are not as acquainted, make sure that if you are subbed to the channel, you are spamming flags as much as you possibly can. And then hopefully that will mean that we can get more emotes on the channel so we can spam even more weird stuff
That's
in
right.
the future.
If you spam flags in the chat, you will be flagged as a really cool fan.
As a flag spammer, which is only the greatest, the highest accolade that you can achieve in Twitch chat. And
Yes.
So thank you for spamming flags.
This matchup is, like our previous one, probably going to be a bit of a slugfest. Definitely could go the distance. You know, some people have a clear favorite in their mind here in Nongshim because their roster is heavily upgraded, but we saw an upset in the last series with DRX taking it, so anything could happen. You can see it's a completely revamped Kwangdong Freaks with the new sponsor, DN, and you have Dudu and Bulldog being the core that stays, but Pyoshik, Berserker, and Life returning from 3 different regions. Pyoshik from, you know, I guess was in the LCK recently, but Berserker and Life coming from NA and China, respectively.
Yep, and Rapid Star, of course, coming back as well. No longer is it CV Max. He is headed over to China, and so Rapid Star is going to be head coach for this squad. And I actually think that the DN Freaks can get something done with this roster. I don't know what. This is the problem with me. Like, I think that there are a lot of people that, like you say, feel like Nongshim are probably the easier bet, but anything could happen with this squad. They have the power of Pyoshik behind them, which we don't even necessarily know what that means. And speaking of a very similar thing that we don't necessarily know what it means, that's Kingen. He's going to be leading the Nongshim Red Force squad here, joined by Sylvie and Gideon, who has now come on over. Sylvie was playing in Challenger, I believe, so it should be Gideon starting here today. And they've got Lahens in the support position to augment Jiwoo, who is already their star player.
Yeah, it's kind of a roster that I don't think really anyone would have expected with 2 star players, Kingen and Lahens, coming through. Kingen, of course, a world champion from 2022, but has been inconsistent as of late.
Absolutely. It is now time for us to hear from Berserker, though, and see what he thinks about heading back to China, to Korea. That's what we're Hello.
안녕하세요. 저는 DNF에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 버서커 김민철이라고 합니다. 원래 제가 북미에서 3년 동안 하다가 이번에 한국으로 넘어온 건데, 북미에서 활동을 할 때도 LCK를 한번 꼭 뛰어봐야겠다라는 생각을 가지고 게임을 항상 했었는데, 이번에 LCK에 오게 돼서 이제 좀 쟁쟁한 선수들이랑 이렇게 경쟁을 할 수 있다는 게 너무 좀 기대가 되는 것 같아요. 근데 너무 다 잘하는 선수들이라서 뭐 특출나게 하고 싶다 뭐 이런 선수는 딱히 없는 것 같은데, 뭐 굳이 뽑자면은 뭐 구마유시 선수인 것 같아요. 제가 국제대회 갔을 때마다 T1 만났을 때 항상 15분에 게임이 끝났어가지고 뭔가 이번에는 조금 그걸 갚아주고 싶다는 생각이 들어서 구마유시 선수를 뽑은 것 같아요. 뭐 예전에는 그냥 좀 멍청하고 공격적인 스타일이라고 생각을 했었는데, 뭔가 요즘에는 좀 더 약간 머리를 쓰면서 게임하는 것 같다라는 생각이 들어서 피지컬과 보다는 조금 두뇌파 느낌이라고 저는 생각을 하고 있어요. LCK는 지금 첫 데뷔이긴 하지만 지금 5년 차라서 이게 LCK 데뷔긴 한데 막 엄청 긴장되거나 떨리거나 막 그러진 않아서 쉬엄쉬엄까지는 아니고 그냥 하던 대로 하면서 그냥 이겨보겠습니다. DN 프릭스 화이팅!
Some fighting words there from Berserker, and great to hear that, you know, now he's excited to be playing with all of these great players and wanting to get some revenge onto, I guess, his former teammate, you could almost say, because Berserker did play for Challenger Squad for T1.
Yeah.
And wanting to face off against Gumushi. That's not going to be happening today. Today, he's facing off against Jiwoo, the master jungler that we saw in the show matches a few days ago. And now both teams going to be making their way out into LoL Park here for the first time of 2025, or at least most of the players for the first time in 2025.
It's so wild that, you know, Berserker returns so late in his career after being one of the most hyped up prospects
in
Challengers. He had a pretty dominant, year in 2023 over at the LCS, a pretty good end to the year in 2022, but is now trying his might here in the LCK. Life returning a player who's very well known for playing some eclectic picks. His set and Jarvan he was most known for in the LCK, but in the LPL, playing picks like the Rumble in the bottom lane we saw last year. Lens and Gio, though, no strangers as well to actually playing those unusual picks. So I think we have a pretty fun bottom lane matchup, especially with Fearless Draft coming up.
Yep, I agree. And I actually think it's really cool. A lot of the crossovers here between these two teams, Pureshik and Kingin, of course, winning Worlds together. Life and Lahens both playing with Ruler towards the bottom side of the map for Gen G. There are a lot of these sort of things that sort of match up between these two squads. Dudu was just there towards the top side of the map. We'll see how good he's going to be this year. I feel like Dudu just keeps getting better and better, but doesn't necessarily find himself on rosters that win all that much. So Kingin, I think, is going to have a difficult task here today, as that looks a little bit painful.
Yeah, Pureshik had that in the opening match as well. Hopefully he can recover soon.
That's a sty, isn't it? Those things really hurt. I hope you recover soon, Pureshik, and hopefully it doesn't get in the way, as it is going to be Gideon starting in the jungle. Now, this is the point of contention that I think that some of us have. Isn't that wait, which game is that from? The guy that always had the thing in his nose.
That was a Valorant thing.
That was a Valorant thing, right? Yeah. A Gen G player or something? I don't quite remember.
I will say, for me, I'm Team Gideon. I actually prefer to see Gideon play. I think he has been on a lot of teams that have struggled over the years. His time on KT was one of their most painful years, and then IG when they were struggling, then came into Bro, and now he's on Nongshim, which is a somewhat upgraded, more promising roster. And I think he deserves a shot here early on in the season. I think Sylvia's been given a lot of time with Nongshim and was able to improve a little bit for sure. He definitely improved a lot over the course of last year especially. But I think Gideon has that extra star power to him. He's got the extra oomph and the extra confidence in the early games that, especially with players like Lahens coming onto the forefront of this roster, I'd pick him as my starting man as well.
Yeah, I guess you do need to have the ability to turn on a dime, just in case Lahens decides to go in, and that is certainly the energy that Gideon does have. And he had a tough task ahead of him last year, so maybe giving him a shot makes a bit of sense. And Life coming back, I'm actually just really happy about this. Life was... He took a long time to really come into his own, and then he was the guy for so many different things. Here in the LCK, you mentioned his set and his Jarvan, of course, down there. I don't know whether he's going to be playing those picks, not necessarily as meta, but there is a certain pick in the bottom lane that this guy on screen used to play before it was even cool. Are we going to see Elise support, Wolf? That's my question.
Could be. It's definitely quite
Rapid Star, welcome back!
Yeah, Rapid Star is back. It's a huge cheer from the audience as well. I think there's a lot that, we'll see different from these drafts in this series than we saw in the first series. And I think some of the priority in terms of bans, especially in Game 1, will be very different. I don't think we'll be seeing the Skarner. I think Aurora will be pretty consistently banned. And there's, especially when you consider how many bans get thrown in automatically with Fearless, some of the mistakes we saw in the last series were kind of inexcusable, and we'll see what happens. It's a new format, it's a new year, it's a new Rift, as DNF will be taking blue side moving into this first game.
Yeah, blue side has looked pretty strong, or at least it did in the first two games of our previous series. But let's dive into the draft here, see what is going to be banned away and see what is going to be banned into the future by being picked up. Always fun when we do have the Fearless draft. And once again, it is going to be Varus that will be attended to. Skarner this time going to be taken away though, Wolf.
Yeah, happy to see that. Aurora as well will fall by the wayside here. So Vi's gone. Sleeves picks like the Ashe and the Callista and the Ambessa at our highest priority. If the last series is anything to go by, Nocturne, one to look out for as well, but pairs well with the Aurora specifically. Since she's banned, I don't think it is going to be as high prio. Corki taken away. Both Fisher and Ju love this pick, so that's not a shock. It's a team-specific ban to come through here that you can afford on blue side.
Yeah, we'll see what the final ban is going to be and then where the priority will lie.
Callista, Ashe are the main ones here.
Feeling like it could be a potential trade.
So Ambessa you ban here, but then they get to pick the Ashe, and then you're playing Callista into Ashe. They'll ban Cassante instead.
The Dusante has to be addressed. It will be Callista that's locked away here. I think Ashe Renata does seem like a decent idea if you do want to just take that one away immediately. Of course, only needing to grab the Renata. Renata Ambessa could be a rotation here, Wolf, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that's the wiser one, just simply because you can still get that Ashe on the third rotation, but you get to keep the Mbessa as well. Mbessa not a must pick into Kalista, not the same kind of low range, or sorry, not low range, but low mobility AD carry that's super squishy that you want to collapse on. She's already low range, so you don't need to necessarily focus her down with the Mbessa. They go for the Yone here, and they could just go Yone, Sejuani. Gideon's no stranger to picking that one up.
Yeah, could certainly be the boar if they would like to. Does mean that they probably want to get some magic damage towards that bottom side. Gio, of course, no stranger to things like the Ziggs, but the Mbessa immediately locked in. There is the Renata that we were expecting. They left that one up and available, so it goes over for free.
Yeah.
So Berserker and Life, like this is a lot of bot lane power to start things off as they make their way back into the LCK. And there is that Ziggs. So it feels like both teams kind of got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, it's a solid rotation on both sides, and the Ziggs just wants to take teleport and avoid interacting with the Renata and the Kalista anyways, and can make an impact later, and also can be lane swap to the top side. I think that's what DN Freaks should expect to see, but it is very fragile, and I like what DNF have set up so far. So this ban is going to come through as Rumble. Okay, will be taken off the board here, expecting that we could have seen that Mbessa flex to mid.
Yeah.
Very strong into the, into the Yone.
Yeah, an interesting ban, just because it wouldn't have been bad to pick up, but I guess you don't want to get too much magic damage, so maybe just Kingen wanting to head towards something a little bit more on the physical ebb.
He could be playing the Yone himself, technically.
Yeah, true. Although it doesn't really feel that Kingen.
No.
As the Leona going to be taken away from Lehens, no surprises there. Of course, a great Leona player, almost said great Lehens player, which does also make sense because he's the only.
It's also the most common pairing with the Ziggs. Great defensively, so makes a lot of sense. Maokai.
Yeah, that's going to be the takeaway from Pyoshik. Of course, he does have a weird champion pool, to say the least.
And
see what he's
also,
got cooked up for us.
With the AD mid that they have here, it's a pick that can set up the Kalista incredibly well, can set up the Mbessa really well, and it just makes sense damage profile-wise to take that one away. Pyoshik not as known for playing the Zyra incredibly well, or even his Nidalee, which has been very inconsistent in the past.
Yeah.
Nautilus is the other defensive support you can have that's very anti-dive down on the bottom side, because what's likely going to happen is we're going to stack waves, and then Gio is going to be the target. He has teleport, so if he does die or has to back, he can get back to the lane, but they want to prevent him from having defensive options down there. And we'll see what Lehens has in mind here, since we are going to go ahead and lock him the Jace here in R4. So saving that 5th pick for last, even though the Renata is already locked in.
A very interesting situation. Might be the tank variety. I imagine that Kingen would be certainly someone that would like to jump on that hype train.
Yeah, top tank Smolders player, you know.
Yep.
Not shocked by it if he does go it.
Well, that is not a lot of range if the Akali is locked in here for Berserker. And a fun matchup as well into the Yone. See how Bulldog does do in this one, as that's a Zac. Yep, that sounds like something that Pyoshik would play.
Okay, this draft is getting off the rails
It's
very
getting
quickly.
weird and wonderful. Ah, this makes more sense.
He's played it before. He played it very well before, in fact. Wukong makes a lot more sense to me.
Ah, a real pick.
Yeah, and you need to have something that can help get that backline access going, and lock those players in place for the Akali to dive through with the Kalista damage coming on top of the Mbessa. Really difficult for Jiu in this game on the Ziggs. And it looks like Alistair is going to be the final lock-in here. Not as strong as Renata or Nautilus at preventing dive, but can be if played correctly. Another similar way to shut that down. If you can get some knockups there under turret with that extra ramp damage, those dives can be tricky to pull off. And with the Wukong lock-in here, not going to be really happening, I don't think, pre-6 to set up a dive. I mean, it's not impossible depending on the lane state, but it's going to be a lot trickier than a lot of other junglers could help you do.
Yeah, and I'm looking at these two drafts here, and I'm thinking that the DN Freak's going to have to keep this Ziggs down as much as possible.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if Jiwoo hits critical mass, everyone just kind of dies, because they all just have to be together when they do damage.
They have insane range. Like, they have the Ziggs poke, they have the Jace poke, and there's
there we go.
no range.
Rapistar got it in the end.
Yeah, eventually, you know, first try.
It was kind of like me when I was at the LCK Awards.
But I mean,
don't worry,
look,
it happens to the best of us.
They're like you say, if they don't snowball this game, if they don't really get the ball rolling down the hill quickly, they just won't be able to reach. It's just as simple as that. Sometimes drafts really hit this identity break point where one team is like, okay, we're snowbally, we're low range, but we're going to win so hard it won't matter. And the other team is like, okay, if we don't die early, we win no matter what as well. So that's kind of the dichotomy we have here between these two drafts. It's not too dissimilar to what we saw in Game 3 of our last series, but I feel like this is even more extreme.
Yeah, and I feel like both teams kind of opting into it together this time around instead. And I wasn't quite expecting drafts of this explosiveness to be coming out in the very first game, but I'm down for it. And with Bulldog making his 2025 debut on Akali, I'm hoping that's him turning over a new leaf, really pulling out a whole bunch of aggression, moving into it, because I think that we didn't quite get enough out of Bulldog last year. Same can be said for the year before, and so maybe 2025 is the year of the dog. Let's do it. No, it's not actually the year of the snake. Let's jump into the ring. Okay, Kingan's at half health.
We might have to have a remake because the players interrupted the fan chants.
Yeah, they did.
I'm being sarcastic, of course, but
that's like why they're going back to base.
No significant summoners or anything were used, as far as I can tell. Just a little bit of aggression.
Yep.
A heal taken in 2025, Lehens.
Oh my goodness.
Not even unsealed spellbook
Life
to
took
get rid
it
of
as well. That's because Life wants more life. It does make sense. That's what they're going to be doing. Okay. So far, you know, we had a little bit of a kerfuffle early. Everyone goes home, and the reset means that nothing really comes of it.
Kingan is not heading to the bottom lane because they expect a lane swap, but he's like, okay, I'm going to see what I can get done here early. He's just going to hang out with Fisher for a minute and try to abuse this Akali at level 1 a little bit. We'll siphon some experience here, too.
Well, see what Bulldog can make of this situation. You can see already the minions getting a little bit frustrated as Life coming on over to try and make Gideon's life as difficult as possible. Shakes hands with the Gromp. Gideon will be fine.
It was always going to be a lane swap with the Kalista, you have to imagine, right? Like I mentioned the stacking of the waves, the dive, but they picked Wukong, and you're like, nah, you know, I'm just not going to deal with it. I think DNF realized too, like that's probably going to be a lane swap. We don't need this to get a jungler that can dive because there's just going to be a Jace down here in the bottom lane, and that's what it is so far. Gets level 2 off of siphoning some of that experience in mid lane, so he won't be dove or anything crazy like that. He's going to catch what minions he can here. So already a little bit of an advantage over Dudu.
Yep.
We'll also catch that wave top side.
And plate does go down here in this bottom lane as well. Life taking the Demolish just to make sure that they can get some extra value if indeed there was a lane swap to come through, so that works out quite nicely. Lane's finally going to get down here. I was a little bit worried because, you know, I still have the mindset of the previous year when Lehens was a little bit late on the recall, but it didn't matter because it's so scary to dive turrets, so they didn't need to worry about that one too much. Some snowballs being thrown around here by Jiwoo. I still think that the water balloons are the best, but the snowballs, you know, it's nice for a change.
It's on theme for what this winter has looked like in Korea this year.
Very true. So I guess we'll give
very
it a pass.
snowy. Yeah. Started off like really warm and then suddenly got really cold. Now it's kind of warmed up a little bit. -5 at the moment.
Yeah. Which is warm compared to what it can be.
Yeah, what it usually is, I would say. It's pretty warm. I might be driving to work next week. As, yeah, so far, you know, it's just been solo Jiwoo on the top side. Lehens is not with him. So, kind of an unusual setup here. The lane swap as Gideon's coming over level 4.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get that Shuriken backflip. And the flash out makes sure that they do not get that 1-2 punch plus the permafrost, which could have spelt the end of Bulldog there if he didn't flash. Still, good investment. Dudu is really taking a lot of damage here from good old Ziggs, who uses the satchel aggressively. I imagine Orcs was a little bit shocked and upset, but
this case
it was okay.
Yeah, just pushing him and trying to deny him some farm. I think it denied him 1 CS there, if I saw it correctly, but he's just trying to put the pressure on with the range advantage, but he's now out of mana. Luckily, because he's Ziggs, he took teleport, so can just head back to whatever lane he chooses. You can see already Kingan is heading top side, so it looks like we're just going to have a swap back at the back timing here. It's actually pretty perfectly synced up here for Jiwoo because he runs out of mana right when Berserker is backing, so he can go to the bottom lane and Kingan can get back to the top side without really losing anything here. So this early game pretty well piloted, actually. by Nongshim so far. You could see a significant gold advantage for Gio, and he skipped the Kalista aspect of this entirely.
Yeah. He's not doing too badly. Just trying to get through it is sort of the aim of the game here on the Nongshim side. So avoiding Berserker in life as much as possible sounds good. As the cannon, unfortunately, not going to be picked up here by the new Freaks bottom laner. But he'll be alright, gets the experience for it at least.
See what else he can do after he lane swapped away from the hardest part.
Ooh, Life making his way in. There's the flash handshake, gets the flash out of Fisher immediately. As in fact it wasn't. I think he had the handshake there towards the end. So just going for the Flash Logistics Program, or Protocol, whichever one it is. It's named very weirdly, that ability.
Loyalty Program, I think?
Loyalty Program? Yeah. It's one of those. It doesn't really make sense for a projectile that shields you.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I'm loyal to my AD carry, I shielded them.
Ah.
Yes, I think. Well, here's that teleport here now to the top lane for Fisher, as we're just kind of doing a revolving door lane situation, kind of like what we saw in Kespa Cup a little bit, where it doesn't really matter where you're swapping, like the Ziggs can go mid. And we
Put
saw
your
this a little bit.
champions somewhere.
Yeah. Just get the farm where you can get it.
Berserker's just going to be moving to the mid lane now. Feels a little bit early for that sort of swap, but that is where we're at.
If you can be the first one to swap, you can control tempo a lot like this, as you can see in the bottom lane. Like Kingin gets there first still as his teleport is pushing on the Bulldog who has to catch the wave, so he actually gets first roam. So they're setting the tempo. It's going to help them secure these first few grubs, or at least the very first one, as they have the positional advantage right now. Ju has ult.
Yeah, yes, not going to quite find Ju there, who is able to get himself out of the way. That is 2 grubs going on over to Nongshim. I don't think they're going to be able to get the Feat of Strength points here, as Pioshik's able to smite away one of them. So, no one with any feat just yet. Well, you know what I mean. F-E-A-T.
Yeah.
Feats.
Featuring 2 grubs, not 3. Yeah.
Which is unfortunately featuring nothing.
So, again, though, you could see, like, they got 2 out of 3. You know, Kingin had the faster roam, was able to get out of that lane faster, now gets the faster return, is going to catch that wave. And these are, you know, these small advantages that could stack up, you know, if we see a bigger commitment. See if they are able to punish Kingin for this. It doesn't look like that will be the case.
Nope. He's going back. By the look of those items, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen here. Is it going to be the Fimbulwinter? Is it going to be the Manamune?
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Yeah.
He did go for Grasp, so I'm leading towards the tank build.
Yes. I'm you know, we just saw a lot of... Yeah, no, it's happening. It's happening again.
Yeah.
Just seems to be the agreed upon way to play Jace. I think that's all right.
I think in this game, though, it's definitely a much better situation for the Jace. He still has to go through an Ambessa and a Wukong, but it's not quite the Cassante Skarner level of tanks he has to break through, so it makes a little bit more sense in this particular game with the setup of the draft. Yep. And, I mean, he has a slight lead here in the bottom lane. He's going to be able to, or in the top matchup, I should say, but while he's in the bottom lane, he's catching a lot of these minions here. And I don't know, like, where Gio's going to strike first in terms of trying to grab some early gold on this Ziggs, because they got a tempo advantage, but it hasn't really led to putting him in a position to where he can, like, start using his passive to take turret plates off the map or anything like that. This is not the same sort of snowbally Ziggs we saw with successful lane swaps last year.
True. Wolf.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to get a ruinous Arakan this game?
I'm leaning towards no. Like if I had
it's
to,
not the time.
Yeah, if I had to pick where one of the 2 would go this week out of the 10 series, I'm thinking this one isn't going to be it so far. In my professional opinion.
All right, I appreciate that. I needed a professional opinion because I wasn't quite sure myself. Kingin's moving back towards the top side. Looks like the dragon is going to be successfully secured here by the DN Freaks. They are going to be able to grab that one. Next one going to be an Infernal. So the really cool soul percentage chance is quite low.
Yeah, but really cool individual Drakes are guaranteed.
Indeed.
Useful stats. Hey, maybe if it does end up being ruinous and they get those extra buffs, you know.
Oh, true.
They'll be super relevant. We got a lot of killing to go before then, but who knows?
Yeah. Well, it is. We're going to need, 25 kills or something in the next 5 minutes. Probably not quite that much. That would be a lot. Or at least
maybe probably 30, actually.
Like, because I don't even know what the damage done chart looks like right now, but I imagine it's not great. Because I'm pretty sure it's about, like, the amount of fighting of any kind. It's not necessarily just kills. Yeah, not 100% sure about how it really works, but things aren't great. As now Fisher and Bulldog doing some battle between one another, but that Q is not going to quite find the mark.
Okay. I do think the damage to champions so far in this game has been quite low, but you can see Gio is trying to shore some of that up a little bit here with some Qs being lobbed in the
We can
general
see
direction.
one of the bombs got blown up, you know?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Once again, Bulldog returning to lane. Kingen crashes a wave. Some minions lost, but not so many that it makes a big difference here. We're, you know, trading mid lane waves here for 80 carries.
Grubs. Grubs are up soon, Wolf.
All right, I don't think August is probably really unhappy with that satchel. I don't know what that one was trying to. He's like trying to spot the ward. I'm like, no, it doesn't show you the ward, Gio.
Yeah, well, Lens is at least there to try and add some protection, so maybe we're not as upset about the whole situation as Piotrek has started this one up. Of course, remember, DN Freaks do have themselves one of these objectives already, needing only a couple more. So if they get all 3 of these grubs, not only is that Void Mites available, but that is another feat of strength, which means that we're getting closer and closer to having feet, which is
and a fight. Here comes Kingen.
All right, Bulldog making his way over on a flank angle. That is an immediate cleanse from Berserker, but now he's got even more issues. He does try and get himself out of the way, but that is First Blood going over to the Ziggs. The Cyclone's doing a whole bunch of work, though, as the Akali's on the board. Lehens with that level 6, but into the backline goes Dudu. Lehens still keeping himself alive, but can Dudu say the same thing? The answer is yes. He was bailed out. Didn't even need it as Gideon's going to bite the dust. And Bulldog sitting on 2-0 to start this one off.
Really huge play here for Bulldog. Picks up a ton of money. Already was ahead of his counterpart in Fisher, as Fisher's been kind of trying to clean up the map a little bit here, but now finds himself over 1,000 gold the advantage. And a lot of this fight was really decided by Piotrik's fantastic ult. Straight through the center of everybody. A lot of resources used on the Berserker as
Bulldog
Fisher.
is just possibly going to do it again. Fisher has to flash and ult and press every button that he has, and he just teleported down there. Oh dear, Dudu is going to suffer the same fate, but he's going to die. That is a solo kill for Kingen. Oh man, are we getting World Swarm Kingen here today?
It's looking like it. I feel like, is that our first solo kill of the whole day? Might have been.
Might have been. There might have been a weird solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like a laning early, you know, early.
Yeah. I'd say it's our first sub 15 minute solo kill, 100%.
Yeah. Well, so that's a nice trade back, and they need it pretty desperately because this Akali that has its first item online super early, sub 12 minutes.
The good old sub 12 minute Storm Surge.
Yeah, the Storm Surge at like 11:35 or something like that is quite powerful, quite potent. So in this fight, Berserker is the target, right? Gideon goes for the slide in, grabs the cleanse. Kingen comes over here. The Callista's out of the fight, but Fisher actually unbinds in a really awkward spot here. The Cyclone is just hitting everybody in this one. There's just no damage offered back. And then when you see the follow-up engage, it is just a wash here.
Oh man, if Dudu was there just a little bit early, like Life's hostile takeover was so good, but if you had that public execution right over the top as it was coming through, could have been so much better, but still, I mean, Vegas can't be choosers. Still a great fight here for DN Freaks.
Yeah, Dudu looking kind of uncomfortable on this champion so far this game. Really nice shock blast accelerated here by Kingen, and just trying to clear the wave super far away from the turret there, and Kingen's like, that's not allowed. I will kill you.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't miss the shock blast, he does. So it's Cleaver, by the way, first.
Okay, so that's a lot more damage. I like that. I'm into that. I think you're still allowed. Maybe what he was doing is like, how much can I snowball and still be relevant if I build a lot more damage? Or do I have to just try and play the weird sort of tanky build that we did see come out from Rich, and we have seen quite a lot from Solo Q recently?
Yeah.
Not entirely sure. See how it goes. Piotrek is the Wukong here, of course. You do have a decent matchup into the Sejuani. We've spoken about this many times before. You get to shred a little bit, and so you can try and get rid of her a little bit earlier on, but I think Gideon's probably still fine with how this one's going, especially with the CS situation, as now Kingen could be in trouble. The Dudu's revenge is swift, and it is dangerous. Another Nimbus Strike does come in, and Dudu's dashing around will be able to pick up that kill. So it takes them a little bit of time, but they do manage to grab that kill in the end.
Yeah, and there's no cross map available. The fact that Bulldog is as ahead as he is means he just completely controls Fisher in the side lane. And even though there's a Ziggs in this game, it just really has not been getting damaged onto the structures. Gio unfortunately super unsuccessful in that regard, as Kingen just comes down here to set up a ward in the river and is instantly punished by Pyoshik. Cyclone comes out, the Nimbus Strike going to close the gap, and Dudu has just too many dashes.
Yep.
And so that's that. I mean, as simple as that. You're coming up to see if you can catch him when he's trying to push forward, push those advantages further. He goes into the river, and his tombstone was already etched at that moment when he dropped the ward.
Love that. The word etched just feels good.
I'll try to slide it in when I can.
Yeah. That's a great one. Absolutely. All right, Bulldog on a bit of a flank angle. Pyoshik gets into the pit. Let's see whether he can steal this one away. He's done these before, but Gideon is going to be able to lock it down. But now, the perfect execution. Let's see whether it's going to work. He's straight into prison, though. Not exactly optimal, as it's going to be a Cloud Soul. Oh, baby. The excitement coming through from every angle, but not in this team fight, because, in fact, what really wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog ulted straight into an ulting Alistar. Lahenz just kind of walks it off. It was almost like a heist here. Gideon comes in, secures the dragon, and they just hightail it out of there. There's no punish to be seen. And I get it, for Bulldog, you want to hit any target you can. You want to get some value out of your Storm Razor early. And, or not Storm Razor, Storm Surge.
Yeah, Storm Surge.
Yeah, one of those other Stormies.
It's a weather-related item.
Yeah. Want to get as much value out of it as you can and try to get something in that fight after you gave Dragon, but he's unsuccessful. Good play from Nongshim.
Yep, this could be some feat of strength here for Pyoshik. He's able to take this one down. Lahenz and Gideon wanted to do something about it, but it is support jungle versus support jungle with some Shellfish in the middle. Berserker going to come on over, though, and not exactly even this one out. There is also an Ambassador up there, so it looks like it is going to be that feat of strength being picked up by DNF. So that's one apiece. Only a turret remains between these two squads, and I'm seeing a Ziggs.
Yeah, that's the thing that's really scary, but consider also that
that's also
turret.
a Herald.
Yeah, and there's a bottom turret that's very low because of the control Bulldogs had in that bottom lane. So don't count those Ziggs eggs before they're hatched, those Ziggs satchels. I don't know.
Don't count your bombs before they explode.
Yes.
Yeah?
Could be some duds. So far, in terms of damage to structure, it's been a bit of a dud for Ju in this one, even with the lane swap. You can see he's dead even with the Callista at this point in time. And it's really the Akali that's the biggest problem for Nongshim. When you look at the gold, where that Herald goes, though, is anybody's guess for now. Wukong looking to head towards the bottom side of the map and take out that weakened turret I mentioned before. So it looks like we're going to see.
Yeah, I actually think that if he does just go down there...
Bit of a race, though. Here
yeah. This is really dangerous. Pyoshik needs to get this down.
It's close. I think
no, it's done. Yeah, Kingen is going to be able to take it. The power of Jace will grab that first turret blood, and I think that's a blunder here for DNF. Because they had the Herald.
Yeah, they had the Herald so early. At least they're going to be able to get some damage on this inner, but that's feats of strength. Over to Nongshim. Great reaction from Kingen. He has Demolish. He's Jace, as you mentioned, so he can press W and shoot real fast, and that's exactly what he did. And there was just no answer there on the top side. And the positioning of Pyoshik, man, he had to travel so far to set up the Herald drop in bottom lane. It wasn't an option mid because the mid turret's super healthy, and there's a Ziggs with insane wave clear that was in control there, and top side they didn't have control either. So I think bot, maybe they realized was their best option a little bit too late. Had they been faster towards it, perhaps they could have won out that race, but...
Yeah, or just throwing it top lane, right? Kept Kingen down. As Lahenz going to be able to spot out Pyoshik, gets that flash. Headbutt not exactly early enough, though. The Warrior Tricks are going to come on through, and there's the handshake. Lahenz may just be dead here, does heal. Trying to keep himself healthy. The bouncing bombs, and all of these minefields are real dangerous. As the ulti not necessarily working. Dudu dashing around this fight. They've got him right where they want him. Kingen going to be going down first as Bulldog. Diving forward. Land's going to get knocked up. In fact, there's a triple hostile takeover from life onto everyone. Fisher trying to keep them into position, but now it's Dudu looking to try and tidy this one up, and I think he's got the dashes to do it. Or at least the dashes to get towards the turret here. Gideon going to be able to get away, as is Fisher, but it's a one fight for DNF.
It's a huge win for DNF. Berserker is trying to chase down Fisher here, but isn't quite able to keep up with him at this stage in the game. Perhaps with a few more of those Cloud Drakes, he'd have a better chance, but either way, is going to be able to crash this wave in. Will force a teleport out of Fisher. Does get back to get it. Well, watch this all transpire here on the bottom lane, or towards the bottom lane, where Lehens actually wants to make a play here onto a Wukong who can just simply Warrior Trickster away. The follow-up just isn't there. It's quite a bizarre play here.
He really wanted to headbutt him back, but something stopped him from being able to get the right angle or something?
Well, even if he does get the headbutt, the Warrior Trickster likely gets him out, right? And he had ult, so it's just a really bizarre call here from Lehens, a snap call to go for that when they didn't have enough control here. They needed a lot more time, and then the flash engage here from Life, as you mentioned, is just beautiful, and the Berserker comes over here, and he's like, if you guys want to stay here and die, be my guest. And yeah, Lehens' Alistar, sometimes we've seen the most incredible plays on him, and sometimes you leave yourself a little bit head-scratching.
Feast or famine. Yeah, it is a bit of that. Oh, it's voracious. Who would have thought? As, Atakan's been there for about 10 seconds. See whether Nongshim are going to be starting this one up. Could be very dangerous, and so Fish is just going to walk past and look for a minion wave. Won't be able to find it. There's now Bulldog into some mist here, and Gideon says, I don't care. He just gets himself out of the way. Understandable as well.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out the ways in which Nongshim can start to win a team fight here, because you know, we talked about how DNF need to snowball this game. They've done a great job of it. I mean, I think this is about as ideal as it gets. I mean, the Akali is massively ahead. The Ambessa was put behind early, only slightly, and she still has 2 kills. Like, she's still very relevant in this game. And they have been able to successfully set up really nice combos with the Wukong, with the Renata. There's a lot of AoE here. There's a lot of targets that are vulnerable, like the Jace in the back line, who is going for the Muramana second here. So he's not going tank. He's going to be very vulnerable, like Jiu is.
He's a real Jace.
And neither of them have flash, so some things you have to consider. And Nongshim really need to slow this game down somehow. Getting a dragon would certainly help.
Yep. Atakan would also help, you could say, especially for being able to get some of these dives to happen.
It's interesting how we've seen the third dragon sometimes go kind of unattended for a while, because Atakan is on the top side of the map, really keeping everybody kind of like on their toes, like, ooh, do we really have enough time to take dragon? And in this case, I think they have enough information and enough control over the top side where they actually can take the dragon, then regroup here. Nongshim just won't be able to take this fast enough at this stage of the game, so they do their due diligence, check it out, set up vision, then take the dragon, and will now rotate back over.
Jiu is trying to get a little bit of space here with this mid lane as the ulti does come through. Bulldog looking to make his way up as Life could be in trouble, but instead they turn their attention towards the Akali, who gonna be able to flash out of the way, and oh no, there's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and it grabs 2 with the help of King and Shock Blast. It looked like he'd almost made the great escape, but instead he was dead. That is going to be Atakan taken here for Nongshim as well. They got some feats of strength in their back pocket. Looked like they were on their heels in this game. That is going to be a large amount of value that they'll be able to pick up, although they're not going to have their mid-outer turret.
No, certainly not. I mean, that's the consolation prize here for DNF after this exchange, but picking up Atakan is going to feel nice. It's not a composition that necessarily utilizes the withdraw as well as some of the other comps, but can give you some added safety. And when you have the Yone, you know, you're feeling like, okay, maybe this is my opportunity to really go in and make a big play here. That was bizarre.
Yeah, King actually teleported top lane instead of just backing. You know, he could have just said, well, I've got the Voracious Atakan, I don't care.
Yeah.
He didn't want to waste it.
So this is, you know, Fisher setting up a pick here, and the team just faster to group, punishing the fact that DNF were taking Dragon on the other side of the map. Bulldog with some cool plays here, but ultimately just tosses his flash away and will end up dying anyways. But that was a really nice punish from Nongshim to set a trap there, knowing that DNF were mostly on the other side of the map, setting up for Dragon. So gets them the Otacon, and let's see how they utilize this withdraw.
Yeah, it's working out quite well so far, at least for creating pressure around the map. See whether they do the thing where they'll just throw their bodies underneath the turret to see whether they can get something, as that is going to be a Cyclone utilized. Fisher actually allowed to escape. You saw Pureshik move out of the way there, so not wanting to overly commit onto the Yone. As there's a Shuriken backflip. I think he's going to have to take a bit of a recall here, and there he goes. So they get rid of one of them.
Yeah, he does have teleport. See if he wants to just head to the top lane, or if you just
40 gold and a blood pedal in exchange for an outer turret. Wolf.
Yeah.
Not great.
That's what's the trade deal mean.
Oh wait, two turrets actually.
Yeah. I receive. This deal keeps getting worse all the time. Lando
Calrissian's got something to say about that, man.
Oh, well, this is actually maybe 3 turrets, Atlas.
Well, there's the Glacial Prison going wide. Let's see whether Life can actually find an angle here. He just gets knocked up immediately, but he's pretty tanky. Okay, they're sending him all home. And it looks like Gideon wants to go home as well. He's like, damn, I'm so tanky. But yeah, they're all just going to go for a bit of a
4 turrets, Atlas!
Yeah. So they throw themselves all at an inhibitor turret and successfully not die, but die.
Yeah.
It's beautifully done.
It's a nice withdrawal. Retreat after killing 3 turrets. Now the inhibitor is open. Gio is going to TP to the mid lane.
Ooh, Lahen's going to get the flash out of Berserker. Has to invest his own, as now Fisher looking for a bit of an angle. Look, Yoshik, he's going to come down. Life not going to quite find it because Fisher's able to flash his way out of there. There's Dudu also dancing around this fight. That hostile takeover was not the one that Life was looking for, and Yoshik cannot find the reset on the bailout, and so he's going to hit the deck as well. And it's 25.5 minutes. That means the Baron's up and available, and there is no jungler on DNF.
This is a bizarre situation. 4 teleports, I believe, in total committed to that mid lane fight, but Nongshim getting the jump on them, having those set up first, end up winning out. Some low health bars means no Baron off the play, but it's Jiwoo and Fisher who teleport here to kind of flank Berserker and trap him, sandwich him here in the mid lane, and he's the first target they find. See, Fisher's forced to then flash here. Bulldog shows up, but there's not a great target for this Akali. And Pyoshik is the one who actually ends up getting punished here, trying to keep Berserker alive and set him up to do that damage. With the bailout, he's almost able to get something done there, but not quite enough. But it does enough damage to where, like I said, the Baron is denied. A lot of teleports are down, but it doesn't necessarily look like it's going to matter in this case, as this game went from having very little action to almost no time to breathe.
Yeah. Although 12 kills in 26.5 minutes isn't necessarily the most high-octane League of Legends that we've seen, but I'm glad that it is at least picking up some pace. I did like, so in the team fight was like Life's hostile takeover wasn't great. In that moment, I actually thought for the disengage upon the rewatch, I liked it.
Yeah, it was okay.
Unfortunately, Pyoshik had already taken way too much damage, and so it wasn't actually able to work out. So I think I'm still definitely feeling good about the Life Renata situation that we are seeing here.
I mean, the tier 3 boots have been done for Jiwoo for a while. He actually had top damage on the Rift, was shown just a moment ago.
Yeah.
The Ziggs was a bit of a slow starter compared to a lot of the time what we've seen from Ziggs in the LCK, where he gets a ton of plates and or turrets early and is set up that way. He kind of has to build his own game this time around. He's significantly behind in terms of CS on this Kalista. But now with 3 kills, actually takes a lead for the first time. For Horizon Focus, been done for a while. He is a big mage, a big awesome dude. And if he's set up well here, I mean, this is the scaling we've talked about for Nongshim. Super low range are DNF, and you can teleport flank them, you can trap them, you can set up a lot of scenarios where it's really uncomfortable for this Kalista.
Oh, ulti going to come through here from Fisher really nicely, picking out Bulldog here, even though he's in his shroud, as that was a weird flash, but it actually worked. The Shuriken backflip, keeping him alive for so long, but there are a lot of bad guys in that area, and it is going to be Jiwoo that's able to lock down that kill in the end. I like the fancy footwork from Bulldog, however, he still died, so unfortunately it was for naught.
Yeah, second time for him, unfortunately. He's flashed to nearly live, and then is killed by Bulldog a moment later. Bulldog now has, sorry, not by Bulldog, by Jiwoo. Jiwoo now has 4 kills, and they have their eyes on this Baron, but the vision here, they decide better of it, as Bulldog is respawning shortly.
I just feel like the location of the money is a problem. Because Jiwoo is...
Well, it's everywhere now.
He is the guy. It is also kind of everywhere, you're right. But the fact that Sejuani doesn't have a big lead or something like that,
sure.
I mean, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point that you make, though, because earlier on in the game, it was a 1,100, I think, which even got higher to like 1.4K lead for Bulldog. He's now significantly behind over this Yone. I mean, he's been shut down really well. They've done such a good job of...
He's 2 levels behind.
Yeah, I mean,
one.
They keep pulling him out of these side lanes, which has been where he's found a lot of success, where he put a lot of that pressure onto the bottom turret, right? And taking the Akali off the map consistently really hurts her spike that she had so early. I mean, she's just unfortunately not able to make a big impact in this game anymore. And now the Yone is a big threat. The Ziggs is fully online. Shadow Flame is done. And I mean, Nongshim are just going, come at me because you can't reach.
Yeah. And this is the problem that they were going to run into, right? Like the severe outranging of Nongshim is certainly a factor. And DNF, I think they need to really hard commit on their opportunities if they can find them. And right now they haven't even been looking, is what it feels like to me.
A lot of this game is going to come down to, I think, for DNF now changing how they approach these fights, because they've been trying to set up Berserker a lot. He's on 3 items, but I think they're going to have a big flank from Dudu to really find success. Finding Jiu in the backline or finding Kingin is your best path to success, and ideally Jiu, because he's really the one who's doing a majority of this damage. He has Flash right now, though. He has Satchel Charge. He's just so difficult to lock down, and he's got Lehens as a bodyguard as well. And, I mean, if you guys want to see how these fights are going to work or potentially not work for DNF, keep your eyes on Berserker in a lot of these team fights and see how many autos he can actually get off. It's not his fault or anything like that, but he just is severely outranged. And on 3 items as Kalista, when you have a massive lead, you can do almost no wrong. You just kind of run at them. But in this game, where you're 1,000 gold behind, it's such a small gold lead. But like you mentioned, big champions, the Ziggs, the Yone online now, the Jace has a ton of money. Where do you break through? Like, what's the front line that you're hitting? You just can't quite reach. By the time you're going in, a lot of your front line is at half health because Ziggs has tossed a few bombs in, and you find yourself on the back foot.
We need pool-based strategies. The flanks have to be amazing, or they catch Gideon out just in the river, but that doesn't actually happen. Fisher going to be able to get himself back to his soul or body. That was his soul doing the fighting prior, wasn't it?
Yes.
But Nongshim, I don't think, are too worried about how this game is going. As far as scaling is concerned, certainly doing well. Fisher does take a little bit of poke. Level 16 hit by Berserker here. Level 16 on Jiu as well feels a whole lot worse. Just with the fact that that Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah, especially with the items he's put together. Got an Oblivion Orb now as well. I do like that tech from him. A Arm Guard is picked up for Bulldog. And with that Arm Guard setup, I mean, it might allow him to get into the backline a little bit better. Try to kill Jiu, that's the game plan. Kyoshik on the flank, spotted.
Yeah. Completely seen. That's going to be taken away. Fisher is going to unbind the soul, but as we know, Bioshik should be fine. So, there we go. They're just pushing the jungler out of the area. See, Life looking for an opportunity, finds a handshake onto Gideon. Berserker finally being able to actually do something, but unfortunately, Life can't quite get that Fate's Call to go far enough. And Fisher really needs like an extra couple of Teemos on that queue to start hitting a few more of them. And now Berserker taking matters into his own hands. I don't know about this one. However, he is able to flash his way out. The bailout's going to come on through. Does he have the Rens available? He does not. Plans gets a 3-man knock-up with that Pulverize. It's gorgeous. And Nongshim, they'll just take the 80 carry, and they'll go about their merry way.
Yeah, remember in his interview earlier, okay, hold up, Life may just be not long for this world. Or perhaps with the Cloud Rift. Oh,
good guy, Sentinel.
Yeah, he's on his team. Yeah. In the interview earlier, Berserker was like, I used to kind of make dumb, aggressive moves, but now I'm a smart player.
That did look a little bit like a tale of frustration.
It looked a little bit dumb at first, but that's the kind of issue I was talking about. You got to close the gap somehow. He knows he has bailout, and I think that was the closest to a successful fight he was ever going to get. He was like, I'm taking this game into my hands, and it almost was able to set them up a pick, right? It was fairly close.
Yeah.
But you could just see the problems of the composition in that moment. Encapsulated in his attempt there to kind of just kamikaze his way through, but he is unsuccessful, and that's a Baron going over to Nongshim. So watch this again, like, Berserker is just like, okay, he's going to have to rebind. I have an opportunity to martial pose off these minions here. Misses, unfortunately, the Q, but when this bailout comes through, he's actually so close to getting this off. Onto Gideon, forces a flash out of him, but I mean, that was about as good as we're going to get. Everyone else is trying to follow up. Lehens denies anyone getting in there, and Bulldog just can't hit anybody. I mean, it's a tank that was being hit there by Berserker, so it's not like Bulldog's going to go in there and blow him up instantly. It was too far away, but I don't think it was the right call at the end of the day, but you can see his thought process there. Unfortunately, just not successful, and this composition has really reached its twilight point, I think.
So what it's kind of feeling like, and Nongshim now with this Baron buff, now pressing down towards this inner turret on the bottom side. Inner on the top side of the map still up and available as well. But it is a bear inhibitor in the mid lane, so Nongshim can get 2. right here as Berserker taking so much damage. There's the Glacial Prison. Knockups are coming through, though the hostile takeover is so good, and Berserker keeps himself alive. They take down the turret. Is now Dudu getting into that backline. He flashes on top of Jiu. That is so much money, and Dudu may have just saved it for the DN Freaks. Kingen going to be going down. He cannot stand against 5 of them. As Lahenzia headbutt Polvin his way to relative safety, but he is the last man there, kind of like a mage blinking out of the dungeon. He will survive, but the rest of his team, not there.
Nope. Lens will get away and push that mid wave, but they weren't going to push to hit mid. They're now grouped on the bottom. They want that inhibitor, which is open. And the play here, you know, for Nongshim, you can see the concept of it, right? But unfortunately, this ult doesn't really do enough to Berserker by Fisher. He's punished and taken out. And then it's just a field day for Dudu, who's able to get in the back line. Satchel isn't enough. He's able to flash on top of him and take out Jiu. And that's the damage gone here completely, as Kingen can do little but look on. Alone as a Jace, you need setup. He did not have it. His whole team fell around him. But that was a big, big attempt from Fisher to get that backline access to kill Berserker and to then follow up and win. But it's a big swing of gold, as you can see as well.
The Red Bull Baron power play for the DN Freaks.
Yeah.
2.2k, not bad at all. And they didn't even get the Baron. So that is the turnaround. And once again, I want to bring up the fact that I think there's too many comeback mechanics in this game of League of Legends, Wolf, because it really did feel like Nongshim had a great game state. No, I think this is fantastic. What we've seen so far in both of our series is that it ain't over. You still have to play well in order to close these ones out.
Absolutely, and when it come back to the range conversation, let's just say Nongshim, especially Fisher, shortened the range between the DN Freaks and himself in that last play, trying to make the aggressive setup to grab an inhibitor. If he gets that pick and they're successful with that play, and Jiu's bomb is more well-timed with him instead of being used so early, maybe they're the ones walking away with an inhibitor at worst-case scenario, perhaps even the win in the game itself. But that overextension gives DN Freaks a window back into this game. We're sitting at Cloud Soul point for them, so that would be a huge boon for them if they're able to get it, especially when you consider how well the champions on their squad use it. The Ambassador that's always trying to close the gap, the Wukong that's going to be ulting and running at you. I mean, it's actually incredible for this composition for them. So if they could stick it out for 90 more seconds here, they weren't able to get any inhibitors off of that play, but they delete the Baron, and they're in a position now to where maybe they could get control. Maybe that Cloud Soul is enough to keep this composition relevant for just a little bit longer. I mean, this is our longest game of the day as well that we're approaching here. 37 minutes, and I think we've got a little bit left to go.
And our last one was like really, really long as well. But I think it was over in another 5 minutes or something like that. And we were heading towards like Baron number 3 and Elders and things like this. It was absolutely obscene. And so now we're still waiting on a Soul. 50 seconds until that Cloud is going to be up and available. DN Freaks, if they do get that, I think it really does spell a big turn, right? Yeah. That extra movement speed, like this whole composition is built around kill Jiu, get on top of him and kill him. And if you move faster, you can do that faster.
And Jiu just completed his Morellonomicon, so it doesn't have a death cap, but that'll be the last step if he does finish his build here. Right now, holding on to that control ward in that last spot, as vision is going to be so critical. I mean, you can see every inventory has got one, basically. With a few exceptions here. Life in trouble.
Yeah, could be. Although it does look like he's posturing aggressively. You can kind of feel it. The bouncing bomb doing a little bit here as Kingen. Also off to the side, really wanting to create a fish in a barrel scenario. Man, how did no one get hit by that? Yeah, kind of crazy. Is Berserker going in again? All right, Kingen could be in trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb not really doing too much as they take down the Jace. Dudu just trying to keep himself alive. Bulldog diving into the backline as well. The flash on top of the Ziggs, and the main man is down. It's now Fisher that's in trouble as he has created enough space. The knockups are good from Lahens, but they've lost all the damage. And Berserker's still on full health. This guy's a madman. As Bulldog getting on in there, he should be able to take down Fisher here, finding the 5-point strikes. And unfortunately, that Soul has to rebind. Even goes Golden to get the style points. Berserker's going to grab himself a Cloud Soul, and this game is back around again.
Yeah, now there's no wave set up here for them to just rush down and start pushing to end the game or even to threaten an inhibitor just yet. 50 seconds on Fisher, though, means that they will be definitely looking for that as soon as they grab this Baron. They grab Cloud Soul. We talked about how important that is with the movement speed. The Baron will allow them to, even though they don't have great siege and great range, do a lot with this Now, this is another exact same situation of what Berserker did last time, and if you're looking at that last fight going, man, this guy is crazy, like, he's lost his mind, like, what is he doing? You can see how it works in a practical situation here, where Wukong also helps him heal, or helps heal for him as he kind of kites towards the rest of the team. He has no fear, he knows how Kalista works, and when he's got a Renata attached to him, and he's got this many items, he just can do almost no wrong.
Yeah,
and that's Baron.
It's so beautifully done, because there was no counterplay to that. Just none at all. And he identified the fact that if we get Kingen on his own,
he's got Jack
I've got all of my things. You will die. Even if you try and kill me, I'll get bailed out. And you'll be dead.
He's super smart, and this build is creative, and
maybe he was right.
I really just think, like, I gave him credit for like what we thought maybe could work in the last fight, but you can see him practice here, and I think people who were calling him out after the last one probably pretty quiet right now.
Yeah, no, I love it, because it's like, this is what I meant, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
So we get the confirmation that, yeah, no, this is actually how this one works.
And I mean, he's had a really high-impact game here, and he's never been afraid. His positioning has been aggressive, and the man is just making waves in this one. And now, again, this composition has a second or third, or maybe is it fourth now? Lease on life, Atlas. And with the Baron buff, they need to crack the inhibitors, though. They need to utilize this Baron buff to get this base open, because they might not get another chance at this.
Well, let's see how this one goes, as Life is going to join Berserker once again. He's just buffing up these minions, sending them towards these turrets.
Kingen finishes Hullbreaker, so it's looking to be a bit of a side lane threat himself.
Yeah, Gideon has got a large health bar, but they seem to be getting through it, as Fisher looking for an opportunity, but he's going to have to rebind, so he does get back there. A lot of pings towards Dudu.
Ooh, they're just not. They're not getting the inhibitor. I mean, they really need it so badly to set up this Elder fight. Okay, maybe there's a chance here now in the bottom lane, but the team is not set up for this.
Yeah, still 1.5 minutes as the ulti comes through from Fisher, but he's not able to lock onto Berserker here.
I don't know.
Gets out of the way.
I don't know if they're going to get it. I mean, they're going to get this mid turret at least. That's gold, but more than gold, they need super minions here, I feel. It's not impossible to win if they don't get one, but it would be so huge for them if they could secure it.
Yeah, I think that like being able to break up the Nongshim composition, right? Like so that they can't just bear down on you with all their range. I agree with you. Still, I think that the amount of power wrestled back here by DNF has been so good, and they have the Cloud Soul. So triple Cloud, like they are running real quick.
Yeah, Gio's wave clear is really making this so much easier for Nongshim to deal with, and you can see he's actually opting for Void Staff here as his final item rather than Death Cap, just because of the tankiness that has started to kind of accrue here. We are in Supreme late game right now, so I think it's a wise choice. You can see Berserker's actually almost matched him in damage on a Kalista that could barely reach. That's insane. I look at the situation now as this game is probably going to come down to whether or not DNF can set up a fight and kill Jiu, or Berserker can find that angle and get empowered once again to just blow up the front line while Pyosik keeps the other players at bay, just like they did in that last Dragon fight. Because it's not impossible by any means, but Nongshim, the scary part of this late game, the first real scary part is over. They weathered the storm. They didn't lose any inhibitor turrets even. So
it's an honest 5v5.
Yeah, like straight up.
Yep. And if they win it, they get Baron as well. And so, I mean, it's likely game off the back of this next team fight. It's about how decisive DNF are going to be. Is Berserker going to be able to find that angle yet again? Because he's got 2 extra lives. He's got Bailout and he's got GA.
Yeah. You lose a lot of steam when the GA is activated, of course, because you're in stasis and your team needs that damage in that moment, but there's a world where it could actually be super huge for him.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with how chaotic this game has been and the way the damage threats work for Nongshim. I think for Nongshim, ideally, you want to be landing some poke before Berserker gets anywhere near you. You want to be utilizing that range advantage. And they are just going to hard camp this Elder early. Look at all the vision they're setting up. They're trying to set up traps here and get every single entry point set. This opens up an opportunity for DNF to try to side lane here, but I've kind of seen it every turn.
Yeah, I like Dudu heading up there and threatening this side lane. Going to be able to probably take this one down. He's got a fair bit of damage, but instead going to respect the fact that Nongshim could be lying in wait.
This game is so interesting because, I mean, the drafts, we talked about it from, second one of the game, how they're so different and how they do totally different things. But in this situation, DNF, they have, some side lane threats, but it's not enough to go over and actually threaten an inhibitor after that Baron is gone. And that's why I was really harping on, I really think they need to get this inhibitor now. Because Nongshim are like, you could side lane, but you won't. You can threaten my inhibitor, but you won't. We have 2 DPs, and we're just going to set up a vision at every single entry point to this dragon. Elder Dragon's up in 38 seconds. They're just going to camp it and say, eventually you have to come to us. Well, and you can't shoot far.
7,000 more item value on the side of DNF. Fresh off a back, Nongshim haven't quite gone for a reset yet. There is 27 seconds on the clock. I don't think they're going to be able to.
I think they just really want to have prio more than anything else.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, Lahan's looking for a little bit of an angle here. We'll see whether they do find anyone as Pioshik creeps in to the brush.
Ooh, Berserker getting dangerously close to Kalista auto range against these champions.
Yeah, Banana Brush, so important here as Fisher is going to unbind the soul. Doesn't pull the trigger on an ulti or anything like that. We've still got flashes galore across the rift. And the Elder is on the map. All right, there's the Flash Cyclone right on top of Jiwoo. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of there. Now Gideon all on his lonesome. But he's real tanky. Going to be able to survive at least for now. 2k damage here for Berserker to start this one off, and they've started the Elder.
Jiwoo having blue buff here from that global blue is actually super huge for him as well.
Look at this flank from Bulldog. This is real scary. They've turned on him immediately. He can go into the Shroud, but he's almost just dead. But into the back line goes Dudu. He's headbutted out of there, but everyone is just piling on top. The hostile takeover doesn't do enough, but it does something, and DNF are just going to be flashing after them. Kingen looking to go down, and we thought that this was in the bag for Nongshim, and DNF said, "Now, hold my bailout. We're going to kill you all."
Everything put into Jiwoo there, and it looked like maybe he was going to be punishing Bulldog, but he steps 1 step too far forward. He's the one who goes down, and Berserker says, "I've lost interest in killing enemy champions. I'm killing the Elder."
Yep, and Dudu is just, going to be trying to take them down in their base, and that is going to be successful. First inhibitor going to go down, the inhibitor turret, and the Nexus turret's going to be following. This dragon is angry, and it's hungry, and it's not going to be eating boar for dinner tonight. Instead, it's going to have to settle for a Nexus and a couple of turrets. DNF, man, what a slobber knocker of a game. And they are going to be the victors here in just game 1. This was just game 1.
I think this has been the best game of the tournament so far in terms of entertainment value.
And the sample size is so much higher than if you had have said that in a previous series.
If I said it after game 2 or 3, it would have been like, well, I mean, I don't know, but we've had some really one-sided games, and our last 2 have been very close, but this was close in a very unique way. I think DNF showcasing how smart they are and how the flank potential they have with this Akali, with this Ambessa, the amount of threats for the Ziggs. You have to be able to find that angle. You have to be able to have the punish. And it looked for just a split second like maybe Bulldog had made an error. Maybe he went too far. Maybe he actually trying to kill Jiwoo just lost his team the game. But his teammates are ready to follow up, and Jiwoo was obliterated. And once he was gone, Berserker didn't even think twice. He's like, I'm just killing the Elder. The game is won. And Berserker tops the damage over a Ziggs.
He out-damages a Ziggs
in a 46-minute game.
Take my player of the match, Berserker. That was pretty unbelievable. This guy keeping himself relevant in one of our longest games of the season so far. And 46 minutes is longer than I was expecting. I thought we were going to have, like, quick-fire games with all of these extra objectives that we have available, the fact that things were looking like they were heading in a snowbally direction. This was back and forth and back and forth. And thankfully, we've got another one on the table. We're not going to see any of these champions, no more of the Berserker Kalista this time around. But man, I want more of that vibe, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be the same champs, the same drafts. Just give me those vibes, and I'm so happy. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space going to be breaking that one down, and we will see you for game number 2.
요네 공 없어.
오케이. 저거 가인도 살짝 빠져. 괜찮아, 가인 그냥 리시쳐요. 나 장로긴 해. 그냥 때려봐. 알리 봐. 알리 끝낼게. 끝내. 나 공도 돌아 이거 그냥. 너 바로 그 스파이크 공도 세워줘. 내가 요네 마크 해줄게. 내가 요네 마크 해줄게.
있어.
나 떠올려 있어. 뭐죠? 타워 해봐. 그냥 질러도 돼.
야 근데 이거 뭔가 내가 던졌나 이거?
아니야 전령을 잘 보자 전령. 앞에서 안 됐을 것 같아. 나 태영이 잘려서 그래. 태영이 잘려.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박재욱이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 플러스 기아의 쇼메이커 황수입니다. KT 롤스터의 미드를 맡고 있는 BDD입니다.
농심 레드포스의 서폿을 맡고 있는 리엔유 손실입니다.
안녕하세요. DRX에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 테디 박진성입니다.
저희는 장로그룹이라고 합니다. 바론보다 솔직히 좀 장로가 좀 세지 않습니까? 좀 잡힌 것 같습니다.
장로 팀에 잘하는 팀이랑 선수분들이 많은 것 같아서 같이 하게 되어서 좋은 것 같습니다.
또 이제 믿을 만한 선수들이 많은 것 같아서 아주 좋은 것 같습니다.
바론 먹을래 장로 먹을래 하면은 저 장로 먹습니다 일단.
아 그럼요. 팀장님 말에 다 맞습니다. 아 지금 다
동의합니다.
너무 동의해.
너무 세요.
후반 갔는데 장로 부였어요 바로.
장로 가죠 보통.
장로 가야죠.
근데 그 전에 이제 아타칸이 생겼어요.
올해 갑자기 뭘 하는 거야? 장로 바론 얘기하는데 저는 바론 가겠습니다.
너무 엄청난 시너지가 있고. 네. 화이팅! 장로 화이팅!
화이팅!
저희 근데 아직 좀 더 친해져야 될 것 같고요.
네, 시오가 좀 말이 많아가지고 정보 공유 잘 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
시우가 좀 걱정돼요.
저도 제가 걱정돼요.
T1이 좀 견제됩니다. 롤드컵 월즈에서도 굉장히 좀 좋은 모습 보이기도 했고 늘 잘했잖아요. 그래서 좀 견제된다고 생각합니다.
첫 경기가 제일 중요하다고 생각해서 DNFX가 제일 경기됩니다.
저희는 이제 같은 라인인 BNK 피어 X 네 이기겠습니다.
저도 T1 이제 첫 경기 T1이거든요, TK.
저도 BNK 피어 X
다 이겨야 되지만 오늘 T1에 이어오고 싶네요.
팀전으로 하는 게 되게 신선할 것 같고요.
뭔가 응원팀이 생긴 느낌이라서 열심히 응원하면서 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
적으로만 생각했던 팀도 이제 응원하게 될 것 같고 하드 피어리스로 해가지고 이제 3세트 갈 때 좀 더 재밌을 것 같아서 기대되는 것 같습니다.
LCK 컵 우승하면 새로운 국제대회에 참가할 수 있게 되는데 LCK를 대표해서 나가는 거니까 되게 의미 있게 생각할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이 LCK 뭔가 자부심 뭔가 그런 걸 가지고 나가는 거니까 좀 되게 뭔가 뜻깊을 것 같아요. 되게 재밌을 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
저희는 이제 저희 라인인 브리온을 전담마크 하겠습니다.
바론그룹 패자주로 가시면 될 것 같습니다.
바론그룹이 지금 좀 장로그룹보다는 좀 약해 보이거든요. 제가 개인적으로 생각하기엔 저희 팀은 이제 당연히 일단 이길 거라고 생각을 하고 있고 나머지 이 멋있는 네 팀 선수분들이 열심히 캐리해서 우승 영표도 이끌어주지 않을까 싶습니다.
저희 목표는 4승 1패라고 생각하고요. 그중에서 저희가 1승을 맡도록 하겠습니다.
우승 영표는 뭐 깔고 가는 거 아니었나?
너만 까는 것 같은데?
젠진이죠. 이번에 또 새로운 시즌 맞이하게 됐는데 열심히 해서 좋은 모습 보여드려가지고 꼭 승자조로 진출해 보도록 하겠습니다. 저희 그룹한테 민폐 끼치지 않고 잘 해가지고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
같은 팀이 된 만큼 책임감 가지고 잘해서 잘 이겨보겠습니다. 화이팅!
새롭게 합류한 농심에서 시작하게 되었는데 되게 과감하게 할 생각이고 많은 걸 배운다는 생각에서 꼭 강한 팀 무조건 한번 잡고 팬분들께 좋은 기억 많이 드리겠습니다. 화이팅!
다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 꼭 승자조로 진출하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
팀장님의 구호 하나 정해주시죠.
구호. 구호 좀 신선하네요. 아니, 구호를 팀장이 정하는 게 아니라 다 같이 정해야 될 것 같은데.
청바지.
재밌냐 너는 근데.
바론하고 갔다고요?
바론 대참사인데요?
그러면은 바론으로 갑시다.
바론?
패견수가 그랬어요? 되게 좋은 것
좋은
같아요.
것 같은데?
좋은데?
괜찮은 것 같네.
저 생각났어요.
와우.
근데 제가 갑분싸 될 것 같아서 못하겠어요.
근데?
질러 괜찮아. 아무도 너한테 뭐라 안 해. 진짜로.
바론보단 장로.
마침 나왔어. 괜찮은데?
그지?
괜찮죠? 괜찮은데? 바람보단 장로.
갈까요?
네.
하나, 둘, 셋.
바람보단 장로 화이팅!
After that last match, the LCK is truly back. It was a slobber knocker affair, but the DN Freaks get their first victory under their new name and are up 1-0 over Nongshim Red Force. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Chronicler and Ox to break that one down. And Ox is going to take up a lot of this segment. I'm just letting you guys know it's going to happen, but you know, it'll make sense in just a little bit.
Yeah, it will. If you've watched the LCK before and you saw that Ziggs was picked, you kind of had the feeling this was coming. And he told us about 20 minutes in, no guys, it's overdone. I don't want to do a Ziggs segment. I think, you know, we've done it too many times. But then he got so mad that we're still going to do it. But first, let's take a look at some of the other team fights. Because we don't want to go too crazy on him just yet. Because things started out very well. Nongshim showing again that Arakan is insane, right? And yes, there's a small gold lead here. I want you to see what this one buff allows you to do.
And particularly when you have a composition with strong side laner like Yone, you have a Ziggs as well. The tower take potential is huge, and the response to a team pushing in siege and like you have to fight them. You don't want to be fighting against this buff though. And they do end up being able to defend their base, but ultimately you don't really gain much other than stopping the push. Meanwhile, Yone is pushing in the side lane, and the cost is just so much in terms of structures.
So that's 4 turrets off of that single play. And in theory, I think you look at the composition that was there for DN Freaks, and it doesn't necessarily skill poorly, but there's a Kalista which is very short range, which we saw Berserker be able to navigate. And then the rest is very, you need to basically get it done on your first play when you go in, which fortunately for them, they were able to, because if you don't get on top of that Ziggs, in the long term, I think you are going to end up losing out on these fights.
So that was 4 towers in that one play. This is our 4th match. And how many Ruinous Otacons have we seen, Ox?
We've seen none Ruinous or Voracious.
That's right.
Yeah, not going too hard.
0 of them. Here's the final fight here. 45 minutes on in. We get to late game. This is where Ziggs supposed to do a lot of damage. Kalista short range. It should be difficult to get in.
Yeah, I want you to watch. So do you look at the Akali? So they decided to try and make a pick on the Akali, and we'll watch, just track the abilities that Jiwoo throws. This is really important to take into account for any Ziggs players, any aspiring Ziggs players. Coming in a second, so look for him. The Q goes, the E goes, that's fine. Oh, the W! And you're dead. Literally like a second later. Just, you know, how much damage did that W do to Akali? Not much. Immediately you die. And, you know, some people might think, oh, well, this is a really hard comp to play into for Ziggs. And I'm gonna be honest, it's not that hard. It's tricky at times, but you outrange everything, and your W is such a good safety tool. Do you know what happens if Akali dives towards you? You put the W between you and Akali, and you're a mile away afterwards.
And I was like, Ox, what if we focus on Dudu? He had a wonderful game, multiple great catches. Actually think did a really good job showing us, even more so than Yukal, who I think had a couple of really pop-up moments. Every single fight, I think Dudu was on point with his ultimates, absorbing a ton of pressure, but as he naturally does. And again, I want to go back to the point in time where we thought that we could talk more about other stuff, because everything looked so good. Look at this Bomba, Ox. You're feeling great.
This was a point in time where I was happy, you know? I mean, this is what every Ziggs player wants. This is a fantasy. When it comes in, you sync up with a teammate. Woo! Now I was a happier man then.
And this was the point where it's like, no, guys, we can talk about other stuff. And then when we got to the end of the game.
Yeah, because it was at this point, Dan, where you're like, you know, his build isn't optimal, but it's good. It's good, but not optimal.
I said okay.
And now...
I said
time
okay.
to talk about it, all right?
I said okay. Like
what's wrong with this?
What isn't right? You know what? It's actually he ended up building Merlinomicon. It's missing the most egregious part. He finished Merlinomicon before he had Void Staff. Where's the Rabbit? He never had a Rabadons, right? If you go Liandry's, Yuntran, Besso, Wukong, even Callista built like a Jack Show. Like Liandry's just eclipses every other item. Like it beats Shadow Flame for damage, it beats Horizon Focus for damage. You need a Liandry's, it's broken. You should have built that. But the Void Stuff came in after Merlinomicon, and people were like, "Oh, Ziggs does no damage. Look, he can't die." Yeah, because you built terribly. That's how, it's so easy. It's
also did go Presence of Mind, which he was also he didn't even remember to mention, but it was. I mean, a personal issue.
Berserker did play well his first game back in the LCK, but here we go. Game number 2. DN Freaks looking to try and get the win here. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I am very sorry, Orcs. We tried to ignore it as much as possible here while we were casting because we knew a whole lot of time was going to be spent on dissecting how that Ziggs managed to lose that game. And I'm really glad that we did get to the bottom of it, and that's great to know.
I'm a big proponent of building Liandry's. I was okay with getting the Void Staff, but there wasn't a Death Cap, there wasn't a Liandry's, and I think part of, we talked about Berserker outdamage to Ziggs, but as was pointed out, and we didn't touch on it too much in-game, was really just the build limiting his damage. The satchel usage was a bit questionable throughout. And Juice had some good Ziggs games over the course of last year, but this was not our favorite. And look, early year jitters potentially. And I don't want to take anything away from DN Freaks either because they had a pretty heroic win in this one. Nice comeback from them. And kind of against all odds, we're able to, despite a range disadvantage, win. And I think a lot of that based on the plays we saw from Dudu, a lot of it from Berserker, being completely fearless. In his Callista play. And I'm just looking forward to more, to be honest. And luckily, that's what we got coming up.
Exactly. We've got game number 2. It is on the horizon. And we'll see who's going to be able to take it here. Because, of course, no more Ziggs. We don't need to worry about that because this is Fearless, baby. And we just don't even need to worry. A few of the bands might be getting looked at as well. Of course, we did have the Auroras taken away, the Vi, the Skarner, the Cassante. Nautilus Leono, 2 of Lahen's favorite champions, were banned in the second round. If he does get his support locked in earlier on, then maybe it's going to be a better experience for them. But it did feel like in that first game that both teams got the archetypes that they were looking for, right? We saw at the very beginning, Callista and Bessa and the Renata all locked in. That's a phenomenal core as far as creating a short-range brawling composition. And then the Ziggs, Yone, Sejuani, like they were saying, a lot of side lane power, and then that range that the Ziggs provides in the wave clear, if that side laning is something you're going to play through. Now we'll just have to see whether we're going to get similarly well-crafted drafts moving into this game, whether it once again just devolves into crazy chaos.
That's the big question. Picks like the Skarner, the Cassante, still incredibly relevant here. Ashe and Varus also not seen in that last game, so both available until potentially banned in this first ban phase. Poppy taken off the board one more time. So we're definitely going to see a different look than Dive versus Poke in this second game. Nongshim Red Force have first pick, so if they decide to say they want the Ashe or the Varus, they just leave both open here in this final ban. They'll ban the Jax, and they get to choose. And this may mean that we see DN Freaks similarly leave both open as well.
Yeah, the Jax ban is kind of curious. It means they're leaving a lot up and available.
Cassante,
the Aurora, I think, probably needs to be looked at, right?
Yeah, the Cassante also a big one. The Aurora, it would be the most logical if you want to trade 80 carries here. And Corki, once again, will be taken away here from Fisher. Fisher has, he practically was a Corki one-trick all year last year.
Oh, man.
Cassante going to be prioritized over Aurora. And I think it makes it an easy call to go Aurora in return here for Bulldog.
And Bulldog has been... he debuted the Aurora in the LCK, right?
Yeah, and he's the kind of player that you're not... when you see the Akali get locked in for him, you're usually thinking like, okay, that's a little bit out of your wheelhouse. It's not that you can't do it, but it's not your normal. He was great at Tristana, was famous for it, but was mostly a scaling mage player. Aurora kind of fits the bill, and Nocturne's up!
Oh god, they could just lock in both of them. Well, the Nocturne is going to be the first lock-in, and I imagine Aurora comes in after that. And it's the first time we're going to see the combination utilized here in the LCK Cup. As first, Purshik does need to hover some weird stuff before he does eventually lock that one down. There is his namesake. Two junglers, and they do it.
The only other pick you'd want to get would be like an Orianna here, but then you just give the Aurora over, so it just doesn't make any sense. There's no other option here. That's what we're going to see. And now, things get a little bit more interesting here in terms of what we're going to see Fisher play. We could see an AP jungle for Gideon, and he could play AD here, try to duel with this Aurora, or he could just lock in the Victor. This would be a completely weird look for Fisher because he's not usually the scaling mage player type, at least not here in the LCK.
He's a Nefiri player.
Yeah. He likes to play AD champions most of the time.
Well, it's probably not going to be Nidalee. Don't mind the Maokai, but Xin Zhao feels good. And that is going to be the lock-in here. A lot of brawling power with the Xin and the Cassante. Means they can create a bit of a wall in front of the Victor as well.
Yeah,
I feel a little bit better about than the Victor Jace shenanigans that we saw in our previous series.
It's a really nice frontline for a scaling mid laner later on in terms of damage. Or it's just going to be Aurora top, and you have Aurora Nocturne and Orianna Nocturne.
Oh, God. Well, that's a lot of combo. Not a lot of tanking. So the DN Freaks really opting in for, well, we don't need frontline if they're all dead. Which, you know, I guess we can't fault that.
The Ezreal ban makes a lot of sense here because of, you know, the fact that basically what you want now as Nongshim Red Force is a very safe AD carry that can do damage from very far away so that you can avoid getting collapsed on by this incredibly strong set of combos that we could see here for DN Freaks. We'll see what else they want to ban here because Ezreal is the safest pick that fits the bill and everything here. And I don't think you're looking for an Ashe in this situation. It just doesn't really make sense. I mean, unless you're really looking to control level 1, but you don't know what your opponent's bottom duo is just yet. They'll ban it anyways, because it's still incredibly strong, and it leaves it open for potentially Game 3.
Yep, and then the Varus is probably the answering ban. You could say it feels like it's sticking out like a sore thumb. Was banned very early on, in fact, in our previous game.
I mean, both of these bottom duos can play anything weird and crazy, so... You know, we're thinned out in terms of AD carries quite substantially, but...
I like this.
It's perfect for the comp.
We are diving!
Yeah.
And now, like, with the Poppy banned away as well, absolutely genius. There's nowhere to pick up something like a Talia to try and stop this Killer Instinct from going exactly where Berserker wants it to.
And, like, Leona is up. I mean, imagine Leona for life in this situation.
Yeah.
Imagine playing Lucian in 2025.
Well, they make that dream a reality, Wolf.
I would not advise.
Oh, no, I give me back the Lucian. I want the Lucian back. Oh, no!
Well, I think we might have 2 upsets today, Atlas.
Yeah.
Like, we have already explained, we have seen... Xayah is bad into multiple dive threats. We already explained it on the space. Why weren't they watching? They were sitting there getting ready for the games. I thought they'd be watching the global desk.
And look, so theoretically you can Featherstorm the, you know, Paranoia Shockwave combo. So if it's just the Nocturne and Orianna, it's genius.
As it turns out, though, there seem to be a few other champions, though. On the
line. Don't complicate things, Wolf. How dare you? That is going to be life locking in the Rel.
And I love that DN Freaks didn't opt into going for... I mean, they could have gone for the Leona, which would have been great into the Rakan also, but they didn't opt to go for anything super, like, standard in terms of, like, just going, all right, well, we got the Aurora, we'll just get a top laner. They doubled down, they hyper-indexed, just like they did in Game 1 into their playstyle. This is what I'm hoping to see for teams that we expect to be in the Rise group, right, going into the LCK, is just really leaning into your identity. They're doing it already here in Fearless Draft on day 1 of the LCK Cup, and that's exciting to see. We already really know the type of team that DN Freaks are.
Oh, yeah.
And we might even have one more game in this series to really learn more, but they know the type of team they know, that they know their identity, they know what they want to do, what they're good at, what they've been able to accomplish early on in this year in scrims. And you just love to see teams that are like that. Hey, that's where you're from. He's from where you're from.
Hey, that's where I'm from. And I haven't been to Perth in a really long time, so welcome. how's it going, man? Hope you're having a great time here at Lowell Park. And I hope Perth's doing well as well. It's been like so many years. I went there for like one event called Supernova, like back in 2013 or something like that. But that is enough story time. It is time to get into this game number 2. Nongshim Red Force with their newly upgraded roster with Kingin in the top lane and Lahens on the bottom side of the map. Can they keep their dreams alive in the series? Let's find out. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift to see whether the DN Freaks are going to be able to pick up a victory or whether it is going to be Nongshim holding on to this series, bringing us to a 6-gamer on our very first day. The most League of Legends possible would be absolutely what we're looking for. But I don't know. I feel like DNF have been real good today.
They really have. This draft might be, like, we might look back at this draft and be like, wow, first pick Cassante really wasn't the play.
I mean, I looked at it when it happened and was like, it's not feeling like.
Well, at the time it seemed kind of less than ideal, right? But when the draft finished, you're like, ooh, I mean, they really got everything. Like, this draft has so much power packed into it, and everything works together like clockwork.
I get it. Because of Oriana, I like that.
Yeah.
It all winds up. As Berserker and Life going to go a little bit aggressive here against the classic Kai'Sa matchup, and that is the Xayah. As the crash down comes out immediately, Lahen's taking a little bit of damage here as Life utilizing that aftershock quite nicely. And the Feather Pool not going to come in just yet. So that is, of course, not where you take level 1.
Life is known to put his abilities on cooldown at level 1 when his enemies are in range of them, regardless of what he's playing.
I like that as well. I mean, maximizing the value. He should have flashed, though, and ignited.
He's already at full mana, you know? Like, he didn't even lose anything from that.
I mean, where's our stat for, like, flashes per game and, like, ignites per game? I think that stat really needs to be celebrated more. Maybe that's the stat that Beryl could almost always
It's
win.
honestly a pretty interesting stat, though, when you consider that, like, you know, a player who might have very little flash usage could tell you a lot of different things about a lot of different people.
Yeah.
Like, they never need to flash because they're so good, or, like, they often go, like, Ghost Ignite.
Yep.
We'll have to keep asking for that one, maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe it's summoner spells per game. Maybe that's a better one. It's all right. Dissonance not going to be really doing too much here to Fisher. And both of our mid laners are staying relatively low. Of course, this used to be a very popular lane matchup. It's now being kind of overshadowed by the Corki Azirs of the world, but it used to be Victor Oriana every game.
You know, a lot of CC's been added to the game since this matchup was really, really the quite dull, extremely common one. And I feel like people still haven't realized that the Xayah ult can only get you really out of one. You know, Aux gave me credit for complaining about picking Xayah into Kennen because the ult's still on the ground. Kind of same thing with Aurora.
Yeah.
And Arel.
Well, the fact that you can just get the Featherstorm by pressing Paranoia is like another thing as well. So I feel like you just kind of have to. As Fisher might just be dead here. Bulldog is going to be able to get the flash at least. Command Protect going to keep him alive as those minions got angry. And he had just enough mana to do so. Yoshik not even really needed here. I think he threw out a Duskbringer, but that was about it.
Yeah. Going to be too significant because they're both just going to teleport back to lane.
Yeah.
But wait, I was told that this is why we had to change teleport, because it just lets players just go back to lane for free. There's no way they'll still do that.
Well, it turns out they did just...
If Bulldog had Ignite, he'd be dead at least.
All right, well, they are still going to be fighting. You can see the Death Ray doing some stuff here from Fisher.
Yeah, this early game's been pretty timid. Let's look at top lane more. Let's see some more grasp
Ruinous Otacons coming out this game, Wolf.
Yeah.
We're
look,
charging up for it.
Look at them stacking it up.
Hey, they are fighting a lot.
Yeah, Kingan's just... He's like, I'm Cassante, come at me, keep hitting me, I've got a mantle.
Yeah. We want Grey Attic Man this time. Please. It's probably not happening. And,
it's not happening. It's like already confirmed not happening.
Yeah.
I've committed to being disappointed in my brain.
But maybe if Cassante takes like about 1 million damage from lane harassment, it could happen. That's a lot of action.
That is a lot of damage. How many times would you die taking 1 million damage? I mean, I guess you could do the calculation, couldn't you? But we're not going to. Math on stream's always dangerous. Gideon going to push forward. Finds Pureshik. Pureshik finds him. They are just going to back away.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of health bar here in this mid lane. Maybe that means that we're gonna get to the Ruinous Boy.
Lens coming up here. Bulldog doesn't have teleport. This could be. I mean, with the teleport coming in here from Dudu, maybe we are gonna fight. But I was gonna say maybe we're looking for a bit of a later first blood situation again.
Yeah, this is a heck of a rotation. Really making sure that they can grab these grubs up in 15 seconds.
Berserker
be able to take that one away.
He is just hanging out bottom lane. Kingan's gonna catch the wave. Doesn't have TP.
That won't do it.
No, not quite reaching.
Life just continues trotting by. And I mean, it's a big investment. As Pureshik going to be able to take the first grub, so no feats of strength are going to be taken down here. And he can just flash out of the way if he'd like to. Instead, he decides to just go in. And that seems like a good idea because Fisher is in a whole host of trouble. Bulldog going to be able to throw down the command dissonance and picks up the kill with a command attack. They take down the Nocturne in the end as Gideon has to flash to get himself out of the way. And Jiwoo's made his way in. 3 versus 3 now, but the ulti comes through from Dudu, gets the flash out from Jiwoo there as well. And man, it is chaos, but it's working out for DNF.
Yeah, in terms of flashes, feels like a trade up here for DNF. They're also able to get a kill on Orianna versus a kill onto the Xin Zhao. Now they do end up getting a feat of strength, even though they weren't able to get 3 grubs because they got first blood.
Yes, first blood did come in.
Yeah, so that's a big win here for DNF. We're hoping to get that plus the 3. Unable to do so. This fight is really scrappy. Like, Dudu's not even here initially because he's trying to clear this wave to get an extra advantage there. He gets 6, he comes down here, and Fisher basically dies instantly, but Gideon gets a ton of work done to a Nocturne that just isn't really able to fight that well early and spent a lot of his resources helping to kill that Victor, so bit of a weird fight there, but ultimately still a big win for DNF because they got the more grubs, more flashes, and also that first feat of strength with the first blood. And a kill onto Orianna, I would say, more valuable than onto the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, definitely. And a possible 5 grubs available if they're able to get that feat of strength by the next round of grubs that does come in. Cloud Drake up and available here for either team. They are going to be able to get enough people down here to look for it. Looks like it is not really a big focus right now. So we've just got bottom lanes meeting up once again. Berserker holding onto this wave. And we are just probably going to go back into a bit of a lull state once again.
For now, yeah. We've been kind of lacking on the lull states.
Yeah, it's
so
been
far.
a lot of aggression.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I was a little bit scared. I'm like, well, but that's our whole LCK thing. Like,
yeah.
how can people be like, oh, the LCK casters are so fun if we just don't get to have fun?
Yeah, we're too busy like talking about the game.
Yeah, like the game and like all the exciting action. I'm like, wait, when are we going to talk about JRPGs and stuff?
And it was crazy as well because I was really worried that we weren't necessarily going to get so much action because I was watching the LPL and it was like not exactly the most high octane League of Legends that I had seen over the last couple of days. As there's the Shockwave combination, but the Gravity Field is in good position now. Chaos Storm trade going to come on through there, and Fisher doesn't even need to use his flash. So yes, Pureshik and Bulldog managed to nail the combo, and no, it didn't really do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it gives Bulldog a little bit of a health advantage in lane, but that probably won't necessarily translate into anything, and Pureshik's ult is now down, whereas Gideon has his, so perhaps there's a world where Nongshim are able to use this timing to try to put the pressure on the Dragon while Berserker is pushed in. Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen, so while it may have been an opportunity for Bulldog to try to push further advantages, it's ultimately going to be the first objective, full objective, that is to say, going over to Nongshim, so they'll have 1/3 of the feat of strength off of this attempted play in the mid lane. But otherwise, it's still a very quiet game with not a lot of action. It was like very short amount of action, but no death, and then it was just back to taking objectives and chilling.
Yep, a lot of vision there for Nongshim as well. DNF, not really too many opportunities to try and counteract that, so credit going to Nongshim there. They had a plan, they executed, and they get the reward, so nicely done. Grabbing themselves 1/3 of a feat of strength and getting themselves a little bit closer to a
hopefully Infernal Soul, because then we get some Earth, Wind, and Fire, which I think is a nice way, you know, to continue this series.
Sure. I mean, everybody loves that.
Yeah. How do you feel about the new teleport? Do you like the sort of like gliding on in there?
There's some things I like about it. I think it looks very fun. It's hard to get used to the timing. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, I need to go in now. I need to wait a little bit longer to get my like full health before I TP, and then I'm just like sitting there because it takes so long. I'm like, oh, I should have TP'd a second earlier. I like that you can teleport to wards again and minions pre-10. That's very fun. I like the indicator on the ground. You know, I like that a lot. So I'm getting used to it. I think the parts I don't like about it are really just growing pains for me as I adjust to it.
I think that makes sense. How do you feel about calling it Turtle Port before it gets upgraded?
That's cool. I like that. That's a cool idea.
All right.
I'm behind it.
We'll see whether that jives with everybody else, but I kind of like Turtle Port before it gets unleashed, and then it can just be teleport from that point on.
Sure.
As Nongshim, they've started off these grubs. Life getting some information there because they did just kill the control ward that he had put down. They can be there at a moment's notice. The Paranoia back off cooldown once again. I think that Pyoshik is looking for an opportunity here, but it is Nongshim being able to lock down at least one of them. Life goes in. There's the Paranoia. They do get the flash out from Fisher. Gravity Field not really doing too much as Bulldog has to flash himself out of the way. The ulti from Gideon gets him in there, and Bulldog nowhere to run and will be taken down. Pyoshik the same fate, and this is one of the issues with this drop. If the Wombo doesn't work, you got nothing left.
Yeah. And you need to have your Aurora in position to really help zone, and then you can actually win both sides of the fight while one of the carries gets pushed out. But this is going to be a plate going over to Fisher on top of 3 grubs going over, and the Dragon was already picked up, so this is looking great for Nongshim Dudu.
Oh dear, you do not want to be in melee range with this guy who's going to go all out. Thankfully, he gets to just dip between worlds, and he's going to be fine. The ulti comes through from Dudu, but he misses the Q. You got to charge things up, and it looks like ulti for ulti is just going to be the trade. No flashes, no nothing, and it's just fine.
That's all right. A little bit of action, but watch this flash from Fisher. Like, he's isolated on the side of the fight, so he looks like an ideal target here, but he's able to flash the fat wall here, and then the re-engage from Lehens is beautiful, and both of, you know, Bulldog and Life here just completely shut down out of the fight, and then if the setup is better for Dudu, maybe you actually could win that, but just nowhere to be seen, and just go for one big combo onto a player who simply flashes out of dodge and end up losing out as a result. So 2 kills now to Nongshim, 2 feats of strength, or 2/3 of the feat of strength, I should say. The grub pickup, and you know, we're still at a fairly even game state here, but we're gonna have to see DNF set up a little bit better than that, if that's how they're gonna team fight. Yeah, really wants that ward. It's supportal combat.
Yeah, and he's able to take that one down. Life going to be walking over a ward of his own, as we saw there, but doesn't actually sweep that one out, I don't think. No, never mind. He will. And so, like you say, supportal combat indeed. As Pyoshik just doesn't want none of it.
Where's Doa?
Yeah, like what? And what's the outcome of this? Like, what are we doing here? Is now Kingin, no ulti, but still going to be going aggressive here. That was weird. Didn't know that's how the interaction worked. As Nongshim going to try and steal away a Brambleback. You can see Bulldog going to get pulled over. Life is here as well. But Berserker, he can Killer Instinct in. Lehens finds the angle there as Life gets the Magnet Storm over the wall with the Acathian Rain. And Berserker's able to lock down the kill onto the Victor. You can see now, wants to find the opportunity and gets in there. The Feather Storm comes down though. Does he have the Feather Pull? The answer's no. As Berserker looking to try and dash his way out with that Supercharge, but the Audacious Charge is going to be better, and it's a double kill for Gideon. He's now even further ahead in this game as Nongshim not going quietly into tonight.
No, certainly not, and that's 4 kills to the Xin Zhao in this game. He has all 4. They're under his name, and on top of a very squishy Kaisa is able to get it done there. It was a really nice, cool beginning to that fight. It looked like DNF had the turn of the century with how it looked like, oh, things are looking a little bit rough for Pyoshik. The Orianna setup isn't great here. Look at Bulldog, you know, he's already lost 1/3 of his health. And then it's both a disengage here for Pyoshik as well as kind of a re-engage. When he goes back in here, he flashes over the wall, Victor is down, and you're like, okay, this is pretty good. But then things get a little bit messy because Berserker decides to opt in to go over the wall. Jiu has his ultimate, And when it's just Kaisa versus Xayah in that type of interaction, yeah, I guess it is the counter, you know?
Yeah.
In that specific case, I think they could have just been happy with the kill they got and walked away. Our Berserker saw blood in the water. That's just the type of player he is. But if in this case, if he had a little bit more restraint, it probably would have turned out better for them.
Yeah, I could imagine. But this is, so far, not necessarily been the wombo combo dream that the DN Freaks have been looking for. It is going to be an Ocean Soul this game, as we have that feat of strength now completed. So it is just first turret for either team. Whoever gets it can buy some cool shoes, which is pretty dope. His wife is going to find the Shattering Strike towards Lehens. Magnus Storm does nothing.
These ex-Gen G players, man, there's some beef between them.
There is certainly some beef. They're going for like best ex-Gen G player award or something like that. And now
Ruler liked me better. He came back to the LCK for me. Well, he's not playing with you. Well, he's not playing with you either, is
Yeah,
he?
exactly. Pretty sure he came back for Delight.
Pretty sure he came back for Duro.
Could you imagine like the DNF or Nongshim like battle against Gen G? That is going to be the biggest one. That's where all of the beef really lies. This is just the initial taste test.
Yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot of interaction between these two.
Yeah.
This game. As Herald is up as well, and Lehens.
Yeah, looking for Bulldog here, gets charmed up. And the Chaos Storm doing a fair bit of work, but Bulldog's going to be able to walk away from it. It looks like Nongshim will be able to collect themselves another one. That is a fourth as far as these objectives are concerned. It's not Earth, Wind, and Fire, so that's a little bit of a shame. And the Rift Herald does go down. That'll be secured here by Gideon. He can put that down wherever he likes. Sundered Sky almost has Black Cleaver completed as well as, okay, Paranoia comes in. They're going to get the combo, but can they get the kill? That's the question. The answer is yes, they absolutely can.
Well, it turns out they can only kill Fisher this game, but they've done it 3 times, so it's starting to stack up.
Yeah, it's working. I mean, you know, if you have a plan and you stick to it, then oftentimes things can go quite well.
It was a really nice idea there, though. Obviously, Nongshim were trying to bail out after getting that Herald drop, and then have the punish to come through here. Lehens had a really successful setup in the last exchange, but then there's that combo once again. Fisher has been the primary target. He's feared. He is just dead. Nothing he can do. Even flashing there wouldn't have saved him. Now, the Herald may guarantee that second feat of strength here.
Yeah, exactly. You can use that to push towards any of these outer turrets and try and take them down. That mid lane outer is looking juicy, primed and ready here for Shelly to come down. So far, they haven't utilized it, though. You can see Gideon can park her here in this mid lane if he would like to, but instead, he'll be holding onto it for the minute.
You mentioned in our last series, like, okay, you know, the gold is where it needs to be. There's no weird situation when the jungler has 4 kills. Well, this time, we have that situation. It's not ideal for Nongshim. I think this game is a lot closer than it initially appeared because of it.
Is it the worst, though? Because I feel like a Fed Xin Zhao isn't the most terrible thing in the world.
Yeah, it's not a Sejuani, you know?
Yeah. I think you'd prefer something like a Viego to get super fed, because like it feels like a legitimate carry threat, but Xin Zhao, I think, can still really get some carrying done.
Yeah, like, you know, you could utilize that gold to just drop a Herald into a turret.
And that gives you a feat of strength. So there you go, gets another charge there as well. Berserker gets 25 gold, but I'd probably take the charge.
I think so. Well, that's huge. That felt like a very passive, I'm just going to drop this and they're just going to take it situation, and that's certainly what happened. You got the additional charge as well, so feeling really good about that. It's okay.
Oh, I've seen this movie before! This time it's going to be a slightly different version. This one is a little bit colder, and Aurora's going to be able to grab that kill. So, yep, I think the DNF have given up on winning the game. They're just going to kill Fisher as many times as possible.
Punish, though?
Yeah, is he going to come on through? Yeah, I think that Lehens thinks he's found an option here. Berserker is in the vicinity, but I think Kingen understands he's probably not going to be able to win this one out with Gideon still moving out of base.
Okay, well, -1 Cassante teleport, but little turret action bottom lane for Bulldog. He's going to have his teleport back online pretty soon, so as long as nothing bad happens here, feeling pretty good about how they were able to answer this teleport. Fisher is going to actually come over here and clear this real quick because he's Victor, but that wasn't the most ideal usage of teleport.
True. I have some beef, Wolf.
Yeah?
I think that
well, let's go grill it and make some amazing food.
I think the new Victor minimap icon
looks too similar to Volibear's.
What, the weird face thing?
Yeah. Doesn't it look a bit like Volibear if you like squint your eyes?
Well, you know, I was waiting to use this for like a lull state, and I guess we're kind of in one.
Yeah.
When did Victor become Protoss? Like, like, come on! I thought he was just like this mad scientist.
Is it Protoss or is it Eldar? Like, is it StarCraft or is it Warhammer?
No, he's Protoss, man. He's Zeratul cousin.
Who is Zeratul cousin?
Apparently Victor, man. I don't know.
Oh, okay, it's just Victor. Okay, never mind.
Like, seriously, all I can see is a Protoss when I see him every time.
Okay, so what we just need the voice actor to do, like, my life for Aya, and then, like, it'd be so good, right?
I think it's the crossover we've all been missing.
Yeah. We really need to, like, dig into the meme. It has to happen. Have you watched Arcane yet?
I haven't, actually. That's why I don't really know a lot about why it's like this yet. I've been waiting. I've been prepping. I've had a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot. I was traveling. I haven't seen it yet, but I need to see it. Well, I haven't seen it yet.
I watched it. I need to watch it again because it got a bit like there's a lot as that show went on. So it's not the easy watching, you know. You're not like watching Scrubs or something. As Lahan's going to be able to watch out for the Shattering Strike and does make his escape.
Yeah, Arcane was definitely not my the first season was definitely not my late night watch. Like, it was definitely like early in the morning, and I'm really hyped, hyper focused.
Yeah,
He said that I should have watched it because it should have been my prep for the season. That's true.
Yeah, she's a bit upset.
I'm in trouble.
Why'd you have to
I
watched
ask me on
it. I
TV?
watched it. Don't worry. I watched it. Don't worry. Enjoyed it. I actually thought it was fantastic.
Spoilers, G-Sun!
Thankfully, we can only read that. Well, just don't read it out, okay? There's Arcane Season 2 spoilers in our prompter right now, ladies and gentlemen. That's what, and we're doing our best, all right? We're avoiding it because, much like Wolf, there are some people that haven't seen it yet.
All right, hold up.
Okay, Atakan has been started. Vision being delivered, and Lahens is on a flank angle.
But it's so far away for Bulldog.
Oh, Berserker is going to get caught out. They all just dive on top of him. There's the ulti and the flash out, though, and the Chaos Storm comes down, and the three-man shockwave is gorgeous. Once again, Fisher is dead, and this time Dudu is on the perfect flank angle. Oh, Atakan, that guy, he really does kill some teams. And it's going to happen once again as DNF, they'll be able to take him down.
I thought initially it was Bulldog's teleport on the flank there, but it was actually Dudu's. And he's able to, after the Pyoshik Bulldog combo there, the Nocturne Orianna setup, he's able to lock them down while they can't retreat. It actually ended up being very beautiful here from DNF. You have to trust that you're going to hit the combo in this situation. You can see that teleport I'm talking about down to the bottom here as Orianna shows up towards the top side. And Berserker flashes the wall here, and then lights go out. Life sets it up with a Magnet Storm too. And then Dudu's here like, oh, you guys thought you were getting away. You thought you were going to cut your losses. No, it's even worse. And they will walk away with a voracious Otacon here and a ton of advantages now across the board.
They should be able to also deny the soul here, utilizing this Otacon at the same time. And so DNF, they will move towards a gold advantage for the first time, it feels like in a long time in this game, as Berserker can just feel free to go aggressive. He is going to continue to do so. Lahens has the Battle Dance, so he's going to be able to get himself out of the way as the rest of Nongshim are all grouped up, wanting to try and send DNF back home, although it does feel like a free ticket with this voracious Otacon, or just Otacon in general.
I think one of the big problems I have for the game state here for Nongshim is just simply, like, we talked about how all the money's on Jin Zhao, but also the main big damage dealer, the safe damage dealer in the Victor, is just so far behind.
Yeah, it's not feeling too safe as they catch him once again. Down he goes. And remember, they get a free ticket home. That's precisely what they want. Life's going to dive back in, gets the Magnus. Oh my god, the damage is revolting. Dudu's under about 7 turrets, and he's just going to take the easy way out. They take 2 with them. They do no damage to the turret, but they have a great time.
Yeah.
0-6, and I swear it's not even Fisher's fault.
Yeah, no, it's a shutdown onto Gideon as well. I'm not sure who got the kill, but that's also big money that they pick up on this play. And it's just time after time after time. They kill Fisher, they focus him down. Who gets that shutdown? Looks like it's actually Orianna. Yeah, so that's even worse. And the Life is just happy to toss his Magnet Storm out to set up the return home. And
Hey, I mean, they did all die, right? Or like pseudo die. So that is like 5 petals.
Yeah.
Kind of good. You only give away 40. You get 40 gold per kill. That's more than a cannon.
Petals worth of adaptive damage and a little bit of experience points.
There you go.
I guess it's worth it, Atlas.
I'm looking at the money at the top of the screen though, and I'm thinking, nah, probably not. And we're gonna see it again. Oh god, this time it's the Xayah that's taken out. Jiwoo didn't really know what was going on. The lights were off, and then his lights were out. It's possibly Baron time.
I think it's pretty reasonable to do Baron here. Yeah, I would give you that one.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Yeah, let's see the damage taken. I'm surprised Fisher is lower, though.
He doesn't have enough health bar to take that much damage.
It's just like current StarCraft 2 balance. Cross is underpowered.
It all goes back to that. All right, Pyoshik taking so much damage from this Baron, as we can see. Dudu going to have to help out with that one, I think, because now Kingin could be in trouble. He eats a whole bunch of the CC, but Fisher, he eats a slowy wall, and he doesn't really want to. The Chaos Storm doing a lot of work here, but the Magnet Storm is going to do the same thing. Maybe an overstep, though, as he's taken out. Berserker getting into that back line. Gideon might be going down again, and yes, he does. There's no damage to take him out. And it's 2 going into the hands of the Kaiser, and now Kingin is surrounded by DNF boys. Jiwoo trying to make his way back, and he does manage to get a few of these. The Feather Storm comes through, but Dudu, oh, the Feather Pull is gorgeous.
Oh, then Bulldog also flashes, but doesn't get the kill.
Pyoshik has the ultimate, and Jiwoo doesn't have his, and he's dead.
Oh, but the feathers!
And the feathers taken out. Okay, so Pyoshik solo the Baron, and it's worth it, my guy.
Wait, how did he mess that up? How did he walk into those? Bulldog, man, you flash and miss it and don't get
He
the
really
auto.
wanted to put a command protect onto Pyoshik, you know, just in case.
Hold on.
The 10 health Xayah was going to kill him.
That's not okay. Okay, Berserker's the first to die this time around. Okay, hold on. I want to watch this again. I don't care about anything except, like, the ending. Like, yeah, this is cool. It's like Aurora zoning. Yeah, Fisher dies again. Yeah, I've already seen this movie. He does a lot of damage, by the way, with the re-engage here from Lehens. That's what kind of saves this. But I just want to see Bulldog in these final moments. There's like a dragon, so I don't know if we will, but anyway, I'll have to go watch it on YouTube later. Because he flashes and then doesn't get the... Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we have to come out of it. A little bit of a shame is Fisher. Do we need to see? I mean, he's probably dead again. Okay, Gravity Field goes down.
That dragon is dead.
Yeah, dragon is definitely dead, and it's going to be DNF that deny the soul. And so once again, we are going to remain without an Ocean Soul. The Rift Scuttler is going to be taken.
So
if we take this,
we saw damage taken for Fisher. I'd love to see how much damage he's done this game. He's on 2 items now. He has the upgraded boots. I don't know if he could really afford the tier 3 boots, let's just say, in the current game state in his economy at the moment. But I think he really needs to somehow stabilize in this game if there's going to be a chance. It's 4,000 gold lead. Lehens is in no man's land.
he's in a bit of trouble here. Does have a lot of mobility, as he is Rakan, so able to get himself out. But now at 50%, going in, going to be a bit of a tough one. As Berserker just happily clearing out waves. King going to be able to catch that one. So we're still looking for a Baron. As Dudu, the fact that he's so safe clearing these waves in mid really is a little bit of a bother here.
Yeah, it's very annoying. It's very frustrating. And every time he hits it and procs that Leandri, he's just taking away at the health bars a little bit.
Yep. He's also stacked a lot of Grasp.
Yes, he's very tanky.
Seen. Still building full damage, of course. This way you get Demolish and fun things like that. And you also just get a whole bunch of health. So as you can see, pretty healthy.
It's fun when you have a ranged champion in top lane to just harass people and bully them.
Yeah.
Everybody loves that.
It's good to see that Dudu is like still continuing to follow in the Keen footsteps, as of course, you know, the DN Freaks used to be the Afrika Freaks, where, you know, Keen got all of his fame, and Dudu really taking over that one, and the both of them play a pretty mean Aurora.
I mean, Nongshim are really standing their ground here. They're clearing this wave, and they actually have a fast track to the Baron. I mean, DNF, this is not just a free win. You still have to fight. You still have to set up those combos. Dudu got zoned out by Kingin, and now there's an opportunity here. I mean, the combos stood up for Pyoshik and Bulldog, but they have no vision.
There's a scary flank ward here. As you can see, the Baron down to 50%. It's going down so incredibly fast.
Might just be gone.
Yeah, the teleport is a little late, you could say. As now Pyoshik, yeah, no opportunity.
still hasn't even pressed the ultimate button, and that is just highway robbery.
DNF, I think, really botched this, and Dudu was really well zoned out by King and Gideon there, and once he moved away, they were like, all right, cool, we have Baron, there's no setup vision here, we can clear that out, and then just rush it down. Fisher is level 14 in this game, and it just
yeah, it doesn't seem to matter. Would you say that they did not factor in the Baron play?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the first one. Of
yeah,
many.
I was like, do we do it on day one? Like, come on, it's like they have the whole new brand and everything.
Yeah, no, we probably shouldn't have.
Berserker's back, like, let's be nice and all. And
I think just with the way that this game has gone and the way Fisher has made me feel, I felt like it was an appropriate time.
Fisher is like me in every solo game. I'm a bit of a passenger, but I will absorb the cooldowns.
yeah. It's like, no, don't worry, guys. He used his flash.
Yeah, like every time I die, I like ping the Nocturne and Orianna ult. Everyone's like, yeah, we saw you die. It's fine. This game is weird because I think that while I still think DNF are in a very favorable position, Nongshim are sitting on Baron here, so that's going to lead to a lot of gold, which should level out the gold substantially. It's still fairly close. It's 2.5k between the two of them. And they're just one dragon away from getting Ocean Soul, which is pretty good for Cassante. It's not the greatest into a big wombo combo because you're not going to get time to heal, but that's something.
And also, like, Kingan's picked up the Mercurial Snowpiercers as well, as you can see there towards the top side. It looks a lot like a train.
Yeah.
The shoes.
And, Jiwoo has a GA. Like, his Xayah has kind of been working out.
I mean, it's 4 items versus 4 items, but it does feel like Jiwoo is going to be able to sort of stand and deliver, utilizing that GA quite comfortably.
It feels like he shouldn't have been able to get to this point, but he was gifted a few kills. He's been able to farm reliably. The fact that he has a lead at this point after what Berserker was able to get done and how many proactive plays he had early, I mean, sitting on 6 kills, it feels like it's just a miracle what Nongshim's been able to accomplish in this game. TP at the ready. They're getting the prio first here on this dragon. Fisher bought an arm guard right before this. Bit of a desync here on the back timer, but he will be able to get here just in time before the dragon does spawn. I think both of these teams are playing a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Like when you see a TP like that and the rest of the team is back and you're like, all right, everybody calm down.
I imagine Fisher is definitely feeling pretty nervous at this stage. Level 15 really does want to hit that level 16 mark. We'll see whether he can actually get some of that, but right now just trying to stay in Fog of War as much as possible.
I'm just saying, Call Me and Calix are watching this game real closely.
Yeah. You were talking about him being looking similar to Zeratul. He kind of wishes he could go stealth, dude.
Yeah.
He really does. As right now, he's right in the middle of his team, possibly creating a paranoia target. They can't group up too much. It is very dangerous, too, taking a lot here from
Dudu on a really fantastic flank as well to set up a big ult.
Yeah, this is such an important moment here for DNF. Can they make the combo actually work? As there's the paranoia. Pyoshik not going to be able to take the dragon as now Lehens trying to keep them all alive. The Featherstorm has already gone down, and Dudu just wreaking havoc in that backline. Berserker trying to do the same thing. Heads down to the GA goes Jiwoo. But this fight is so broken up. It's now Berserker against the world. Can he get it done? Gideon says, no, you cannot. As he flashes on top of him. Not going to be able to do it. That's a double kill, and Fisher is on the board, and we might be going to game 6.
I cannot believe Nongshim are going to win this game. I just can't believe it. And it was a fantastic arm guard there for Fisher. Bought some time. Jiwoo did the heavy lifting. He had the GA. They had everything they needed for this one fight for Ocean Soul. That's where the real tipping point comes through, I suppose. That last big fight earlier on, too, was a huge win for them to grab Baron. And I guess they do it, Atlas. I didn't see it coming.
Well, life is going to try and stop them. And it's not quite going to work out here. Dudu not going to be able to do enough either. And with the Ocean Soul helping, they're going to be able to take down the Nexus. Nongshim will even out the series. We're going to go to all 6. And the decider is going to be coming up. And we are losing like 30 champions. It's going to be messy here in this last one.
Lehens he jumped out of his chair and he wasn't even going to look at his teammates. There was not a single high five. There was not a single hype moment. And everyone just followed Lehens with heads down because they know there's going to be a lot of discussion in the coaching booth. But they were able to stabilize. They were able to get it done in the end. Lehens had some really fantastic re-engages, and I do think there was a lot of hubris, let's say, on the side of DNF. Really aggressive plays and some haphazard engages that led to big disasters. And as the meme goes, they did not finish Game 2.
They did not finish Game 2. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you for joining me as far as the acronyms are concerned. It's a fun one. This wasn't a fun game. However, it's a best of 3. It's totally fine. They can come back and they can make something happen in the next one. Dudu feeling a little bit robbed after that 6k damage. Really kind of making things happen, but that is not what gets you games. It is killing Nexai.
Yeah, I mean, look at the very little damage that all of the Nongshim players did, but they did it at the end where it mattered on the critical objectives. They had a dragon lead. They're able to take that Baron, and that was enough.
Yep. And,
crazy game.
We hit like a 6k gold lead for DNF, and unfortunately, it was downhill from there. These games are wild today, Wolf. It has been real wacky, but it's now time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the decider between DNF and Nongshim. We'll see whether once again it's a reverse sweep or whether DNF can find the form in this last game. We'll see you soon.
내가 해줄게. 정태야 정신 차려. 끝났으니까. 정태야 저 당판 잘하다. 진짜 이거 뭐야? 그냥 야, 막을래? 막을만 한데 얘네가. 해나 끝내. 맵을 잘 보고. 랩부터 볼게. 랩부터 볼게. 그거 니네 끝났어. 아래부터. 맵 잘 보고 너 알아서 판단해. 예. 오케이. 이거 파워부터 할게. 끝났어. 잡아. 넥서스. 와, 눈물의 빅토르다 진짜. 나이스, 당판 잘하다. 감사합니다.
It's the opening day of the 2025 LCK season, so of course it's going to be a 6-gamer, as it's all tied on up here in this series. Nongshim Red Force find a way to fight back against the DN Freaks. Welcome back to the space for the final time today in a pre-show format. Degon alongside Chronicler and Ox. And yeah, we've had a silly series. These teams fight back and forth, and it feels like whoever grabs the early lead doesn't really matter.
This really does feel a lot more like solo queue games. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I wouldn't be able to tell you. That depends on your perspective, I guess. But it is definitely interesting to see, because in both games, the team that got Otacon and then got like at least 3 turrets off of it didn't win, which is impressive. That's not a thing that I was expecting to happen. And really, for these two teams, just drop the best possible team fight comp that you can get.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Otacon has like a hidden buff of giving confidence, and the teams just become overconfident and flop. But this is when, honestly, Nongshim...
should be done!
This game should be over. The Shockwave hits 3, they try to commit onto Berserker, they don't find him. They get completely cooked with this flank coming through from Dudu and the Aurora. And they throw Otacon. And I'm like, well, guess it's a 2-0. But I was sorely mistaken.
That's one thing. Like, getting Otacon in of itself is fine. But then they also do the thing where they then go and push a bunch of turrets. And I get wanting to get value out of your false life, but it felt like this time around it didn't really set up for anything. So it was just kind of a relatively even trade.
Yeah, they kind of
stalled out.
They dove mid, they didn't get that many kills, and then the reset time, they got like 2 kills, everyone died, and then there was enough time before Dragon spawned that it like wasn't that much of a big deal.
I will say that this is the first game that this whole team's playing in the arena, and the audience knows. When you get Otacon, you get the revive buff, you run it down mid and try to get objectives. Everyone was screaming at every play they made with the Otacon, and let's see what happened here at 25 minutes. There's the fight clear near Baron, and we had an interesting look at comms here.
Yeah, I mean, this one was super chaotic. And actually, we see Fisher tying out pretty well here. He did not have a great game. It was a rough one for him, but he did a lot to buy time. And Jiwoo is actually respawning because he got taken out earlier than this without his ult. You can see that without that 80 carry damage, they're starting to struggle, and it gets very scrappy.
I gotta say, Berserker and Bulldog are really giving it their all. Or sorry, Berserker and Dudu. Bulldog, unfortunately, as we're about to see here, tries to go for the flash, tries to get the kill, and then pays some very close attention, because those feathers on the ground, he's trying to get the Nocturne! And he gets a free bonus!
Yeah, and honestly, that made a big difference. You can see Berserker in the chat picking him like, what just happened? Like, that caught them off guard, and as a result of that play, it did make a sizable difference because, you know, all of Nongshim were able to respawn, get set up in time.
Yeah, and from that play, then we got the reset earlier, the reset from Bulldog, and you're thinking, okay, let's settle down, buff's over, they had a close fight. That's when the Baron gets snuck away by Nongshim Red Force. They then have tempo that leads down to this Drake fight that ultimately ends the game.
Yeah, and there's a decent amount of poke that has come down to Jiwoo before this, but securing the Ocean Soul, you can actually see it makes a decent difference in this fight, the healing coming through. They do a great job of peeling for when the GA comes out. The Chaos Storm, the Arcane Storm, sorry, is massive. And then that final attempt to flash it, again, the healing, the little bit of extra HP, really the deciding factor. So the Smite, clutch in this one.
You actually see it on Lahens there, I think. The most actually ended up getting like 300 health throughout the whole sequence, able to get a couple of extra rotations out. And between these two teams, our first series had games that felt very one-sided, right? Like it was very obvious pretty early on which was going to win. I still have not learned anything. I think that both these two teams are still very clearly kind of figuring out what works for them. I think in the team fighting, Nongshim have generally looked okay, but then when it comes on their movement around the map for some of the setup, they look really rough. And then DNF feel like they should be winning more than they have been.
Yeah, it's also, what's so weird to me is both these teams have picked up some pretty big players. You know, we have like Pioshik, world champion, we have Lahens as well, who's won LCK and is a great shot caller, but it feels so chaotic and scrappy. Like, despite the fact that we have these kind of star players who've gone places before, it still feels scrappy. And I honestly feel like game 2, this draft for DNF, they had so much dive potential. And yes, Xayah can avoid dive, but we've seen it doesn't always work before there's multiple sources. Gio was using his ult off cooldown. The Victor got brutally punished. They had Aurora and still, like, I feel like the draft
Nocturne.
And like a Nocturne Orianna Aurora is a disgusting combination. We even saw that like Aurora Nocturne combo used by Genji last year. I think the draft was pretty fine for them. And now they can't lean on those picks again. So, you know, as much as it was a close game, I feel like the loss with such an advantage that they had and the fact they've lost momentum, I feel like it is going to hurt a bit.
Yeah, speaking specifically about Victor, Fisher said this Victor's made out of my tears because of how often he was dying. That was translated for us earlier. Again, was picked on a lot here. Who else do you want to see in this next draft? Because when we looked at the previous draft for the Freaks, it felt like you got the Aurora, you got the Nocturne, you knew what was coming.
It's got to be team fighting, right? And the Skarner's going to remain banned. Like, I don't think we're going to see that champion, and we shouldn't, because he's one of the few like top-tier junglers that is still available. And we might get to the point, because we're getting to game 3 in a series, where if you're able to snag up a specific role early on, and you can then, with bans, try to really choke it out for the opposing team. That's something that Game 3 in a best of 3 is usually pretty early. Generally, you won't see that until game 4 or 5, but particularly this early in the split, I think throwing teams off can be a big boon.
I think for me, bar the Ziggs in game 1, both of these AD carries have looked pretty good when they've been on picks that they're comfortable with. So I think the team that enables them, that gives them agency, will perform. I think both of them are capable of carrying games if you give them the right tools.
And remember, they are playing for their group in the LCK Cup. Not just themselves, but for the group. All these matches matter. And yes, we're still waiting for the teams that went to Worlds. We're still waiting for the big guns here in the LCK. But those teams are still trying to cheer for everyone. You can see, chronically, this is how all the fans are feeling right now for both those sides, because they don't want to fall down earlier.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra pressure, right? You're not just... Oh, there we go. You're not just losing your own series. You're also losing for your team. You can't be letting down the Gen.Gs and the Hanwhas.
It's not just that as well, but if your group loses, Gen.G, Hanwha, they'll probably be fine because they'll be at the top of the group. If you're at the bottom of the group, you might not get a chance to fight again, you know? So it's definitely a concerning factor.
Yeah, well, Nongshim has the opportunity to make it 2-0 for their group. Will they be able to do it, or will the DN Freaks tie things up? Let's find out as we go to the final match of the day as we send it on over to Wolf and Atlas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, there is a lot on the line. Not only is it just a victory for either of these teams, but it is also Baron versus Elder. Is it going to be a clean sweep for the Barons, or are we going to see the Elders make their way back? I think Baron won the first series. Did they not? I think they did. It's hard to keep track with who's on which team, but right now, hoping for a tie-up.
No.
That makes things more fun.
No, it's DRX is Elder, so they won.
All right, never mind. So it is Elder that's already up 1-0, and the DN Freaks wanted to even it out with a Baron.
If you're wondering what it means if your group wins, it means that you get no one gets eliminated in your group, and you have a higher chance of skipping play-ins, basically. So,
yep.
And going straight to the playoff bracket.
If your group loses, the bottom team of that group will just immediately be eliminated, and then you have to play through the play-in, and you get straight into the playoffs with the top 3 teams in the winning group. It's actually, like, kind of a big deal.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
This is also pretty huge, which is the draft. Between these 2 teams, we saw the space go over it. There are now a lot of champions. 20 champions that have been removed. We're going to remove another 6 before we get into picking them, and let's just see what's left up and available.
Looks like DN Freaks are like, well, we're just going to, like, there's no supports left. Ban Leona, and what are you going to do?
Yeah. Is it just going to be Leona and Nautilus, perhaps? Leona, Nautilus, and they just say, well, yeah, there we are. So, Leona, Naut, let's see what Lehens plays.
It's really interesting of all the players in the LCK to be like,
yeah,
you know what, I bet Lehens can't play a lot.
I was going to say, like, I just really hope that we get the Elise lock-in. I'm going to need to see it. The Vi is going to be taken away here. Gideon could, of course, like, play the Elise. You know, she's got a cool new skin and stuff. It's, like, really fun. But also, Lehens has been an Elise support player since the dawn of time. Rumble, still going to be banned away here. Permanently banned throughout the series so far. Corki also has been hitting the deck quite a lot. That might be the final ban here for Nongshim, unless they want to get rid of things like the Poppy that can be quite annoying.
I mean, Varus and Ashe are still up, right? So those are big picks, I think, that we could see rise up to that first spot. As Feroshik losing his Kindred, interesting. So we might just trade Ashe Varus. So 80 carries on lock. The question is, what are you going to play with said 80 carries? Because
there's a lot of fun stuff left available. Like you could play Enchanter supports, you can play like Bard is still here, Braum is still here for early level 1 shenanigans, and you do have the Blitzcrank, the Pike, these types of things. No Rel for a Misfortune, so not as common. Now, Corki has been banned every time, and Fisher's like, thank God. And she was like, I'm playing it, sorry, man. I think you're going to just go 0-6 again.
Oh, no. What can Fisher play to stop himself from, dying all the time? Maybe it had to. Yeah, maybe Tristana. It should have been Kindred, You just put down Lamb's Respite, and then you definitely can't die. There you go.
Yeah, sure.
At least for a little bit.
I wonder, are we just going to see he's actually going to play mid Corki and they're going to grab Nidalee? Wow.
Nidalee Corki does not make me happy. However, they're going to lock it in.
Well, I mean, Corki could be played in the bottom lane still, because like you said, there's no, or like you're implying, there's no CC setup with the Corki, so Jack's going to go over.
Whoa, Braum.
There's that Braum like I was talking about. The level 1 is super powerful, and it's strong into Corki specifically as well in the bottom lane, so does feel like a really nice setup here for the DN Freaks. And this would mean that it is mid Corki.
Yeah, unless it's mid Ezreal, which could be another thing.
I suppose that you could be right. That wouldn't fill me with joy either.
No. There's only been a few players that have made mid Ezreal work, and it was not this year.
Yeah, I mean, Showmaker did okay.
Yep.
But otherwise, the pick has been pretty mid.
True.
So to speak.
Well, but, yeah. Let's bands.
Yeah, let's see what they want to take away from Bulldog. Like, Azir is still available and has been very heavily prioritized here in Korea. We saw it once in the LPL, at least the games I've seen.
Yeah, do you think that maybe this Jax could be a flex? Is there a possibility?
Nah, I don't think so.
All right. So
I mean, I guess it's technically possible, but I really don't think so. No Pyoshik Lee Sin.
Yeah, he has lent towards that one, of course, when he was in NA, playing against T1 in the World Championship. That Lee Sin game was so good.
Are we just going to keep banning Lehen's supports here in the bottom lane?
Well, now that you've picked Braum, I think you kind of want to, right? Because it's not necessarily these, I don't know, engagey ones that you really want to be.
Maybe like Karma?
Playing into. Yeah, like something like that. I actually think that Ezreal Karma could be really powerful.
Yeah, I would be kind of a fan of it. It doesn't empower Nidalee very well, but still a strong pick here.
Yeah, you do need setup CC. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Nidalee's coming out of the jungle, so it is Lee and Viego that are both going to be banned away. You can see Pyoshik's like, oh man, why me? As that is, yes, 5 junglers that have been banned. Wait, how many junglers? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Are there any cheeky flex junglers? No. So 9 junglers have been banned. There you go.
I wonder what he's going to end up going with here, because he has a lot of wild picks. As I suppose that might have been a support ban towards that Maokai there for Lehens.
Oh, and actually these bans here that's 11, right? Because you got Gragas and Maokai.
Yep.
And Rumble 12? Leona jungle was the thing that one time?
Is it just going to be Gnar here? I think it fits the bill, but it's not a lot of setup.
Whoa, that's fun.
Ooh, that's an old king and favorite.
Yeah. Just eat some oranges and BK. No, never mind. That's a Scion.
Scion Nidalee is pretty decent.
Yeah, that does stuff, I guess.
Because your ult can lock somebody down if you can hit a big Q. You can, get speared after that. It's a very nice front line for 3 heavy damage threats later on.
Yeah.
I actually think this pick is quite smart here.
Let's see what is going. Okay, Ivern is a consideration.
I mean,
they could Ivern Tristana. They could actually do that.
I think they might.
I mean, it would be no magic damage, really. But I guess Ivern does augment you with a fair bit of magic damage, I guess.
Otherwise, you want something that can burn through this Scion. Like, Talia could work here, too. Arrow into shove.
Yeah.
And then you get Leandri's, you burn.
Oh, give me that Smolder!
Favorite. Okay. We're just going to comfort picks now at the end of this, aren't we?
Yeah, I think that's totally fine.
All right, Lehens. What's it going to be?
Elise.
Just
give it to me, Lehens. We need it.
They need something to set up the Nidalee, I guess. Yeah.
Could land a Cocoon? It's non-committal?
Mobile.
It's the Blitzcrank. Never mind. Okay, so this is still a fun one. Still one that Lehens is extraordinarily good at. Gives them some setup, but I feel like it is like... It's feast or famine here on the side of Nongshim.
And the DN Freaks, they have the insurance policy.
I feel like it's very difficult for the late game of Nongshim Red Force to find success from behind into DN Freaks' composition. I would have said the same thing about games 1 and 2 with the scenarios we had, and the game got pretty crazy, but when you look at Ivor and Brush Control, the scaling of Smolder, which is vastly going to outpace ultimately what Ezreal and Corki can do, they really need to make sure they don't botch getting to the 2-item spikes for both of their Muramana champions, and then they need to be able to ride and coast that into a really significant advantage, because as we've seen with Ivern for all time, you get advantages, especially with the deep wards that we have now, 4 health on the ward, you're just shoving more and more and more vision. If you end up being behind against a team and it's like Chemtech Soul, you're really doomed. So the scaling aspect here is it's not like the composition of Nongshim has no scaling, but it is certainly going to fall off when we reach a certain point. We've been having longer games today. I'm going to have to lean towards DN Freaks' comp. I think it's strong early with the Ashe Braum. I think it's extremely strong late from ahead with the Smolder.
Yeah, I would agree. And I don't think I mind too much about the lack of engage, just because Smolder just tends to do a whole lot of things as the game goes on. But we'll just have to see how it goes, because honestly, it's been hard to predict today. Let's get into it. Nongshim fans pretty loud here today, as we can see already the Braum Ashe team looking to invade early. Does make a little bit of sense.
Yeah. But well respected.
Looking to cut down the forest with the Lumberjack Scion skin. I respect it.
Berserker's just taken the scenic route to a lane swap, it looks like.
I do kind of like that Berserker's kind of their only engage, because it felt like he was their only engage in game 1 as well.
Yeah.
And the way he did it was to just jump forward a bunch of times.
I mean, when you consider Jax as a pseudo-engage, he's not even going to lane swap either. He just really wanted to get somebody's flash at level 1. I mean, look at where Lehens and Jiu are. They're like, let's take the very safe path to the lane. But yeah, the ways in which you can follow up on like Arrow into a route from Pyoshik and then set up a counter-strike. I mean, there are ways.
Yep.
Braum's engage is not our favorite, but it certainly can be
well, when
strong.
It's with an Ivan, right? Like if you actually land the Trigger Seed, then you can get a Braum ultimate into a pretty good position with the extra mobility that you kind of get there. So I don't mind it. Life just going to be moving up towards Lehens, who throws out a hook and doesn't find the target. And that is not a great start, but oftentimes you need a few calibration hooks.
Yeah. Ask Peanut, I think he's still calibrating.
Peanut is still calibrating now. However, I could imagine that once the calibration is complete, everything's going to be fantastic. We'll see how long it takes Lehens to get the calibration sorted, as it is off cooldown once again.
Well, Life, he just likes to use his cooldowns at level 1, like I said, and so far so good. He's adding some extra poke damage, and the Ashe level 1 ending up being strong again. We'll keep track of Bulldog's stacks with our new UI. It's much easier to see. Like in the past of the LCK, we'd be like, when will they click on it? But now we can just see it in real time, which is really nice. Scion could stave off a lot of pressure in this matchup, but isn't going to be doing any winning. And
no, it's more of not losing that you want to be doing. There's a bit of a demolish proc there from Dudu, who is just going to wander behind the turret. I feel like this is his natural habitat, though, right? Like, on a split pusher, something like a Jax that can really affect the late game in more of a side lane capacity feels pretty Dudu-esque.
Yeah, feels very Din-Din-esque as well, but
True.
I digress.
Yeah.
I think that one of the things I really love about this composition for DNF is that the Jax does a great job of buying you time in a mid-game.
Almost. Pyoshik not able to find the smite, but still just going to be peacefully moving on over and having a conversation with some of these camps.
Yeah. Well, when the Jax gets to, threaten side lanes and force reactions, it just means Smolder gets to keep stacking. And the more stacking he does, the more of a threat he is later on. And there isn't a great way to lock him down because he's pretty mobile. He has his flap as well, so he can get out of almost anything that they can offer. Like, you can avoid a Blitzcrank Q, you can avoid a Scion knockup, you can avoid a Scion ult. So I actually really do think the Smolder pick is one we haven't talked about much recently. It's really fallen off, and it's one that was super popular last year in the LCK, and it's been nerfed a lot, but it's still quite strong. It still scales incredibly well, and it really does feel like the perfect pick. I feel like this has kind of been the best Game 3 tech we've seen so far.
Yeah, I love the identification of the fact that these games are going longer than we kind of expected. And I like to think that Rapid Star also thought that, and he's like, well, I mean, Bulldog's a really good Smolder player. Let's just go do that again. We saw it in Kesper Cup as well. Like, there were quite a few Smolder games, but that was on the previous Rift, right? It was a slightly different experience. All right, got some plants going down. Dudu gets himself a shield. It does not really a whole lot, but that's fine. Just trading grasps as bless you, Bulldog.
Bulldog's one of the Smolder enjoyers.
Yeah, certainly is. I really kind of thought it was going to be Tristana. Just with how much he loved Tristana last year.
And Tristana Ivern was one of the biggest combos, so it suits Pioshik as well. And I do think this is kind of how Fearless is going to go for us in the LCK Cup, is just when you get down to brass tacks, it's like, all right, well, I like to play these champions, so let's go.
What you got?
And that's what I want to see. You know, sometimes we just have to stay too meta. Lehens?
Yeah, going to come on over and look to punch Pioshik here. He punched it. There you go. Spear is going to connect there as well. Pioshik going to flash, gets out his shield. The flash forward from Gideon. That's First Blood as Bulldog, if he gets a kill here, it could actually be really dangerous despite First Blood going on over. But no, he pounces over the wall and he gets himself out of there. The flap comes in. Oh, the flash forward! And Bulldog collects it. Is it worth it? We'll have to find out in future. See whether that flash can be punished.
Yeah, I feel like... I mean, it's definitely worth it, the flash, and it almost feels like, despite losing First Blood, it's a trade up here for DNF, because getting this Smolder accelerated and getting him to a more stable place feels amazing with what this draft is trying to accomplish, because, you know, it's not just about the First Blood. Like, you need a second feat of strength in order to get the upgraded boots, and so
and
this
often
doesn't feel too bad.
The other two go hand in hand. I feel like First Blood is... it's not as important as I thought it was going to be, in my mind, because I feel like you can lead some objectives into a Herald and then get first turret, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that is sort of like the way that it kind of works. And so First Blood is not entirely necessary as far as that is concerned, but it looks like they are going to be able to grab their first objective of the game as well. So Nongshim looking to really accelerate that one as Berserker takes the turret shot, putting a lot of pressure on the Jew here, as we can see.
Yoshik's coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Good old surprise party Ivern.
Well, he's getting zoned.
With a Gromp instead.
Yeah, well, he's getting zoned off of these minions as a result of that. So even though he doesn't die, doesn't have to flash or cleanse or anything like that, it's going to be Berserker grabbing a plate here. And the CS advantage for this early game Ashe is just incredibly huge here. I mean, he's sitting at 456, the gold advantage right now. And then going back to this play here, I mean, this was... You know, we talked about how we're looking for something to set up the spears. Well, a rocket punch, I suppose, will do. And then he gets the grab right afterwards. Pioshik has to flash away. Bulldog does so much damage. He also, by the way, gets a ton of stacks in this exchange. Gets his flat back online, goes over the wall here, and flashes for the Q. Just narrowly able to get into Q range. He is on the edge of it there.
Yeah, love the Unbreakable going up immediately afterwards as well, so not going to be punished or anything like that. The flash... about a third of the cooldown, a little bit more, has been used up. We'll see whether Nongshim can get some sort of punish play. Of course, Gideon doesn't have his flash, but Fisher does in this mid lane. So you can see Bulldog having to play pretty respectfully here.
Fisher's like, you can't have this cannon.
Yeah, well.
And then he gives it to him. Come on, Fisher.
Yeah. Wanted to continue the shove. All right, looks like there's not going to be a whole lot of jungle here for Pioshik. As the bottom side really does look like it belongs to Gideon. Fisher cheating over towards the rest of his teammates. Makes sense, but I think gives away the play here. As Life moves up, knows what's going on. He could be in real trouble. That's the hook! It's going to connect onto Berserker. He has to flash out immediately and stand behind the ward here for Life. Gets him out of dodge. So holds onto the flash on the Braum side of things, but that's a real valuable one with Berserker now not having that opportunity.
Yeah. Still... I mean, he can just return to lane and keep putting the pressure on. So it is high value, but it's not as high as I think Nongshim would have liked. They really wanted to take him out here to give Ju some reprieve.
Oh, arrow going to connect onto Lehens. Life will be able to find that Winter's Bite, so Lehens going to have to flash out as well in the nick of time because those concussive blows were coming through. Mom gets mad. Fisher moves a minuscule amount of distance to the right, and that is the hard counter.
Bulldog was considering just taking a turret shot, but he's like, I don't have any minions. There's some bulwarking and stuff like that. I'm not going to mess with it. Over here, I mean, this is a really nice hook
미쳤잖아, 그래.
with Lens.
그만.
Sorry, that's it. Stop.
That was a nice hook, though. Very
Sick hook
sick
indeed.
I think he was
Sick.
saying that to himself, was he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautifully done. So, Lahen's congratulating himself and then telling everyone that it's really not something we should do anything about.
So I'm a little bit, if I had to like take a little closer look at the game state, you know,
please do.
With like a magnifying glass, not a microscope. We don't have to go that deep, but just like, let's just say our eyesight's not that good. I'm kind of like, wait, where are we?
So maybe you're taking a look at it with your reading glasses.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that, sure. Or like, you know, putting the zoom function up a little bit on your browser. I see the gold lead is very Nongshan favorite, except for the two champions you should be afraid of for Freaks, especially that Smolder guy.
And it is like, as far as gold lead is concerned, it is like 0 pretty much. It's like 100 and it's dipping back and forth. So you're right. I think with the Ashe and the Smolder both being ahead, that makes the gold that DNF has a little bit more valuable.
Because when you look at the Scion lead, it's not significant, but it's there. It's just not... it's not going to really stop the Jax from being Jax later on. So I think Nongshan need to be super proactive here. The problem is they're running a composition that has two item spike champions that are just not anywhere near their spikes right now. So how this works out is going to be really tricky. And I think Lahen's has to be hitting hooks, and he has hit so many, but they haven't led to big eliminations. They've led to summoner spells, but that alone isn't enough. I think they need to figure out how to use Lahen's to generate some gold here for these carries to accelerate the two item spikes. Otherwise, you know, DN Freaks are kind of chilling right now. I mean, Bulldog is sitting on 82 stacks. He just picked up his Essence Reaver, and he's just smoothly heading towards a mid-game that he's going to feel very confident with.
Yeah, I would agree. And you can see that DNF are going to be able to move forward and look for this one as, okay, Lahen's going to get caught out, knocked up by the kitchen sink, but the Braum just explodes. Okay, trade of supports, but where did Life go?
Yeah, he's gone.
He's really gone.
But, I mean, this is a trade-up for DNF because they got Berserker the kill.
Oh, no. Fricassee going to connect onto Gideon. Daisy getting mad and going to chase that cat into the brush. Looks like Gideon's going to have to get out of there as, oh, no, my money's on Daisy for this one. The explosion of that shield. The flash has to be invested. Not even able to pounce over that wall. As, all right, Koshik is kind of in no man's land. Spear is going to connect somehow. One more arcade shift going to come on through, but Kingen, he finds the flank angle. The slowest flap of your life there for Bulldog. Ain't gonna save him. And the Lumberjack to the rescue will mean objective number 2 here for Nongshan.
That's right. DNF didn't get any of these grubs, so it's going to be 6 grubs for Nongshan, so denying all of the grubs from the Jax as well as getting that second objective for Feats of Strength that you mentioned. Now they just need to get this Dragon bottom side, and they get Feats of Strength. So this is a huge turnaround here. It looked great for DNF, but chasing a bit too deep there, especially Pioshik, I have to say, on this Ivern. Backfires in a big way because the beginning of this is great. It's easy. You know, Life's like, cool, I'm coming in here. He's engaged Braum with this Ash Arrow. He's very happy with this. And Bulldog is getting stacks on stacks on stacks in this fight as well. So he's just sitting here going, all right, cool, this is great with me. Gio, a little bit vulnerable here, but then they change targets onto Gideon. He gets rooted, but he's Nidalee, so he's super mobile. And then they just chase way too far instead of just saying, all right, let's set up to control this objective. And this is where things get a little bit haywire as Pioshik's on the wrong side of the rift. Then they double down on trying to save him, and it's just unsuccessful with a teleport coming through here.
Did he have flash that whole time? I think Pioshik had flash that whole time, just didn't really find an angle.
And Jax was waiting for him to show up and knew he was missing, backed and then teleported in as well, if I'm not mistaken. So he also lost his teleport. Now that's kills to a Scion. So game state here is still not horrible for DNF, but this is still a huge win because the grubs now allow Fisher to just delete turret plates here. And a Jax without these is just so neutered compared to what he could be when we get to the late game.
And with 6 grubs, like, I mean, I'm saying that Scion's even a split pusher at that stage.
I mean, pretty
especially
much.
2 and 0. Going to be building up a whole bunch of tanky items. And Gideon looking to steal stuff away. Dudu is going to find him, though, as the Blast Cone will get Gideon to the wrong direction. Pioshik will turn up. Lahen's trying to offer something as well as the arrow connects! And that is the kill onto the Nidalee. Daisy comes out now. We're getting serious here as she punches Jiwoo one time. and then backs away.
Yeah, well, that's another pick here, and DNF have just been so proactive with a composition that's not necessarily so early game focused. I mean, Ash is so good in the early game at level 1 with Braum and stuff like that, but they're turning this into a pick comp as we approach the mid game, and all the while, Bulldog is just laning against the Scion, which is pretty hard to miss with your Achus and your stacking. So he's feeling pretty good about it. Hit that 125 break point, so feeling very good about the current game state. And I think Nongshim, you go look at the 2 item spikes for Fisher and Jiwoo. They're so far away. They both have their Triforces, their tiers are stacking, and there will be a moment where they're sitting on those 2 items where they can compete with the Smolder, but they really need to maximize that window incredibly well.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm most worried about here, Atlas.
I'm a bit worried about it as well. Although I'm looking at, Bulldog and the fact that he's stacking pretty quickly, doing okay. I feel like they are kind of intentionally not worrying too much about the feats of strength because they know that they have a scaling composition, so maybe they're feeling all right. This was a great moment, though. This is showing what DNF's composition can do, because if they do manage to find someone out of position, they get it done.
And I mean, it's a good attempt here because you're Nidalee versus Ivern, so you should be able to try to abuse Ivern's clear timings and get into his jungle and start to punish and use your fast clear speed to take some of those camps away. But unfortunately, you can get punished, if you get caught like that. I mean, the Jax CC, the Ashe CC, we talked about it earlier, like how much CC is there in DNF? It's a little bit awkward, but they're utilizing it incredibly well and consistently well throughout this early to mid game.
Yeah, and I feel like it is like the follow-up ease that you have with something like an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, like it is such a clear go button. And everyone knows that it's going to press the let's kill more immediately as soon as that one comes in, so can certainly work. Speaking of which, the flash has to be invested, and you'll get that every time. I don't think Valkyrie's fast enough, or unless you see it a little bit earlier. So Fisher going to be able to make sure that he gets out scot-free. And after the game that he had previously on the Victor, you cannot really blame him as, oh no, Jiwoo, that was not the arcane shift you were looking for. Concussive blows comes down, the ulti's perfect. Sometimes life comes at you fast, my friend. And Jiwoo is going to suffer the brunt of it. As Spears coming on in, Gideon going to have to get out of there. Kingan might be able to get first turret, which is going to mean feats of strength galore here for Nongshim as the rocket, the rocket, what is it called? It's the hook.
Yeah, rocket grab, right?
Rocket grab. Why did I not remember what grab was? My brain only has room for so many things, apparently, and the Ivern is going to be able to take down the Cloud Drake. Cloud Drake's still in there, as it turns out. Who would have thought?
Yeah. First dragon of the game, by the way.
Oh, wow, yeah. And that is also so wait, hang on. They denied the Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
So there they go. They didn't manage to get first turret, though, so it is all
They
three.
almost got, like, all 3 feet
Yeah.
strength. They were very close, but...
They got 2 of them, though. So Nongshim going to be able to complete it. It would have been, like, because it stops counting them, right? Does it stop counting
Yes,
them?
it does.
Yeah.
So
this is about the best you're going to see as far as getting all of the feats of strength.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a gold lead here. They got that turret topside. But remember, 2 kills on the Scion is where a lot of that gold is. And I think this game state is very unfavorable for Nongshim unless they can find some consistent picks here. It's a gold lead for Fisher, technically speaking, but the cheating of gold and how valuable it is going to happen here very soon for Bulldog when he starts burning people's health out, including this tanky Scion in a few moments' time here.
Well,
maybe a pick here.
Yeah, Lahens, does he get the hook? No, he doesn't, but man, he gets a flash. And now the follow-up is in. Koshik's the one that flashes this time, but unfortunately Bulldog didn't come with an extra charge. And so that is the turret going down at the same time. Dudu's going to try and trade on the other side of the map, but man, the proactive play here from this Nongshim composition is really working beautifully.
It really is. I mean, they are getting some punishes here. Super bizarre the way that was handled. As yeah, Jiwoo unfortunately here, Arcane shifts in. He just I mean, there's a control ward in that brush, so he had some limited information, but it was a very greedy choice, and he was punished for it promptly.
볼게 살짝 볼게.
And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna look for it.
잭스 털도 되고.
And
안 돼요?
Yeah, there it is. I think he knew that the flash is down there as well, so Koshik, he can get himself out, but really nicely done collecting the flash.
The response there from Bulldog is a little bit odd, but does not end up getting out safe. Daisy wasn't enough to turn that one around either.
Unfortunately, you can't block the Scion with a Daisy.
Yeah.
A bit sad.
So, I mean, looking at this, still winnable for Nongshim, and it's Kingen who's kind of kept them in this.
And I think that like this is still like Nongshim need to keep up this pace. If they keep up this pace, it's feeling real good. They're a minute away from potentially an Atakan extra few turrets to really push this snowball forward.
Yeah.
Of course, it is a place we have seen games thrown before, even in this series, so they do have to be careful. There are more opportunities to push a game forward if you do have a foothold.
I wonder okay, so Fisher got his second item now. I wonder how much gold Ju has right now, because if he can also get Muramana here, they can use that double item spike before the 225 is hit here for Bulldog and get Otacon out of it, like that fight, they win that one, then they're in the driver's seat again completely in this game.
And Jiu is so close to max stacks on his tier as well, so as soon as he completes this, he's going to be...
He's got to be so close to finishing it, you know?
He did buy boots, so maybe that's going to make it a little bit more dicey, but he's pretty strong.
He is also 30 CS behind, so missing a lot of that farm, so maybe he needs a little bit more time here. So he doesn't have it just yet, but doesn't mean that DNF is going to start it up before he gets it. They're just not in a position to do so. Dudu is wishing so badly that he had grubs, but I don't think he needs them to take this turret out. He has teleport, and Nongshim are going to try to take this Herald.
Yeah, so the Herald will be secured. Dudu's going to split push to his heart's content, though. It's actually kind of big. The fact that Dudu can actually be useful in a side lane really be helping out, because if Nongshim are forced to group up to make their composition work, then it can be a problem. Is all right, Life just going to tank it up. Don't hook Braum. He's got a big door. He doesn't care. Dudu finds the flank angle, and they're going to lock down the Scion, who takes a lot of killing. In fact, maybe too much killing. And finally, he does go down. Berserker with that Q activated, doing a lot of damage, as Jiu is able to keep himself safe. And the zombie is not going to do enough at all. And DNF come alive here at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't fully understand the thought process on this one from Nongshim, but looking for a pick, starting to feel the pressure. They had just taken the Herald. They weren't fully grouped for a pick there, and Braum is ready for the re-engage. So, like, look at where Corki and Nidalee are right now on the minimap. When this is happening, Gideon comes down here, but you hook to Braum, you're already so low. Bulldog has ult.
Life actually with some great movement just puts himself in front. I think it was once again Lahen's going for the Ash, but wasn't able to get there.
Just got to be so careful about making moves like that when you don't have full control. Now that the Herald doesn't necessarily get the value they were hoping for, and we'll see if they find a good angle for period, basically, in this game. As you can see the gold lead back now in DN Freaks, but it's, again, more about the number of stacks on Bulldog more than it is about the gold. That's the big concern here. The Ash is already well and truly online, sitting on 2.5 items, and still no Muramana here for Jiu.
Yeah, not quite able to get that one done. I don't think he's actually been back. Has he?
He did. He bought his...
Oh, yeah, he finished the Caulfield,
yeah,
so
Caulfield.
unfortunately just didn't have very much money.
Yeah, he's super low eco with the lack of CS, I suppose, is the main thing here. Doesn't have any kills. There's the Herald drop here.
Feels so against the play, doesn't it? With the Herald going down in favor of Nongshim, like, you'd expect them to have a bit more control. Instead, Lahens is running away. Gideon's just going to be left out to the Wolves. Or make that the Dragons. His mom comes down and eats him.
That's almost
now,
done.
Yeah, Kingen, what's he tanking for? Nobody else is sticking around, and he is just going to be left out as DNF. I think it looks to me like Nongshim have just kind of ran out of ergs.
Yeah.
They ran out of, what to do.
I mean, that's the Bulldog finishing his stacks as well. I think that's the game. Well, very likely off of that play. And they drop Herald, and it's just completely ignored. And man, Life has had such a fantastic and fun game here on this Braum. He just doesn't care about anything. And the ults we're seeing from Bulldog have been phenomenal.
Yeah, and we have to go back to the first game as well. Life looking real good. Life almost being able to steal a red buff is kind of hilarious, as Atakan is going to be secured here by DNF.
And let's give Berserker credit where it's due.
Oh, 100%.
His arrows have been so good this game.
And with how good Berserker was in the first game, would he get player of the match?
Right now, he's 100% my vote. I mean,
yeah, I would
something
agree.
Crazy changes. And yes, Bulldog is going to do the big boom boom, but I don't think I can be a boom boom voter here because he's been so empowered by
that
his
arrow.
It's just the arrow, and there have been so many of them. just completely ignore the Herald because they're like, it doesn't matter about our mid turret. We've already gotten past the tough part. Bulldog's already stacked, so we just don't care. And off this fight and hitting Sion a lot, he does finish those stacks in this moment. And now everything gets so much harder. It was already tough enough.
Yeah, now they have an extra life.
It's you know, Hextech Dragon is up here, but it's the second Dragon of the game with 24 minutes in. Like, neither of these teams have any interest.
League of Legends now is so crazy with the fact that, yeah, we're 24 minutes in with 2 Drakes. No one cares about Drake anymore, as Berserker and Bulldog both doing a lot of damage this game. Kind of amazing that a Smolder is topping the damage at 24 minutes. You feel like that should take a little while longer to come in, but that is just the game state.
Yeah. And it's Mountain Soul, but I don't think Smolder really cares.
No.
With his percentage-based burn.
I think he would like to have it himself.
Yeah, that could be pretty huge. He does have a 2-dragon lead. The question is, do we get to 4 dragons in this game?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, it's a Smolder game, but he's already online quite early, and his teammates are as well. And the Jax has 3 kills and doesn't have any grubs, but cares less about that than he did earlier on. Baron spawns, and DNF are like, it's mine.
Yeah, let's just take it on spawn. Of course, spawning 5 minutes later than it used to. As Berserker, he's got some volleys to keep them out of here. Lehens certainly does need to be respected somewhat for these hooks that can bring a priority target in, but as you can see here, Nongshim not pulling the trigger just yet, and it's DNF that are going to do so. Fisher immediately going to get McHale's as Lehens at least gets that one done. I don't know about that one, Dudu, as Mum comes down, but Lehens still going to die. Mum does so much damage, and look at this with the Ivo, and this Jax is just immortal. Both of them going golden. Gideon going to get eaten by a dragon. You can see Bulldog going to be able to take him out. Dogs versus cats, I guess. It's going to be Bulldog that comes out on top, and this one is, okay, that's a fully charged Q. Remember, none of them can die, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no.
Like, they've still got out of card.
They have the withdraw, so it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, Dudu saved his life or his withdraw by going for the arm guard to keep himself into the fight because he didn't want to waste time teleporting back in. He had teleport, so if he did die, he could have just come back. He is going to come back right now. And, you know, at this point, I think Bulldog's like, I would like some more.
Yeah, they know exactly where Ju is as Dudu comes on over. The door just eats the True Shot barrage. This Braum has been such an incredible pick. And they get in there. You can see Kingen trying to utilize that ultimate to lock them down as Lehens not going to be stealing that one away. That's going to be the Baron secured by Pyoshik. Kingen is now a zombie as Bulldog just trying to flap his way away and will be able to do so. The spear not going to connect. Jiwoo able to offer back a lot of damage here as Dudu does need to be a little bit careful as the Achu just barely not able to get him as, oh, the arrow for the snipe. Doesn't quite get in there, but the damage has been done. The Baron has been secured, and Berserker's already utilizing it in the mid lane.
Bulldog's about to have his ult back, too. It was a real world where maybe something could have happened there with it. Could have looked for a snipe there on those retreating Nongshim members. But, I mean, with Baron up, they already got 3,000 gold nearly with it. It's just, what do you do in this situation as Nongshim? You're struggling as Lehens because you can't get an angle to grab. The Baron and Daisy are working against you. Fisher is in no man's land. He can't actually get close to anybody to hit any priority targets. They all have res anyways. And the ults from Bulldog have been so clean and so high value in these choke points all game long. This is that hourglass, or rather the arm guard I was talking about earlier.
Looks like a tempered fate with the fact that they used it in such good timing.
Yeah. And then, you know, you're sitting here going, what do I do? Like, I can't do anything. There's nothing here. There's no tools. There's no Nidalee, there's no Smite, but we're still trying to be around this Smolder, and it's a bad time.
Well, Lehens is going to get a hook onto a Braum, and this time he's dead. Nicely done. So they managed to take down life for 40 seconds. That might stop this push. I feel like the Braum is extremely valuable for this composition. They've already got 2,600 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, and so a lot of the damage has been done, but that will put a dampener into it.
The Smolder just gets stronger and stronger, though. It slows the game, but it doesn't make things any better unless you can get really a team fight win somehow. You need to get multiple members.
Yeah.
And Lehens grabbing a Smolder is just optimistic at best when this Braum has been doing such a good job, when Daisy is so frustrating to deal with, when he has Flap and he's fairly mobile. He can get over walls, he can just stay away from you and still be such a pain to deal with. I mean, he can utilize minions to increase his range, he can utilize Kingen to increase his range and just keep queuing you and harassing you. We've just seen that in the LCK, when Smolders get online pretty, relatively easily without any problems, you don't come back from that. We've very rarely seen comeback games. I mean, Jiu was like, man, once I got online with Smolder, the game didn't end for like over an hour.
Not to mention the fact that Berserker can do things like this. Now that he has the big old shield, Life diving into so many people, but look at the value of the door. It is disgusting how much this does. As Lahens, yeah, that rocket punch not doing too much of anything, and now Dudu feeling immortal himself as long as he has that gentleman tree around him. And he's going to go golden there, utilizing that. Zonya's repaired his arm guard quite nicely, but the turret is getting angry, and finally he is going to go down. Bulldog's at full health though, and Nongshim, I think they're losing an inhibitor turret at least, because Berserker is just by himself in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he just doesn't care. They don't even have grubs, but we're at the point of the game where these turrets just don't last long. Aun goes one inhibitor, and a second inhibitor turret will fall. I mean, I suppose there's a world where maybe they could defend this if Berserker was more vulnerable, but he's got Flash.
Yeah, Life needs to really save him here, though, because there are a lot of people coming. That's 4. I think Life might be dead, and Berserker is also dead.
Okay.
3 hooks. So, double kill there for Jiwoo. It is going to be an inhibitor in trade for it.
They didn't get that inhibitor, in fact. It didn't survive.
So that was possibly a little bit of a misstep. There is a Mountain Dragon up and available.
I suppose, this series is just going to be messy no matter what.
Is there any game state that is unthrowable? Because I'm starting to believe that there isn't.
You mean like there's definitely a way that DNF could throw this game and still lose?
Yeah.
I'm not ready to get like all religious like you. My mom would tell me like anything is possible, and I just roll my eyes. Like that's kind of how I feel. But let's see. I mean, look, I thought there was no world where they didn't get both inhibitors, and
at least I'm in good company with my somewhat spiritual take on how this game could go.
I don't want to watch this again, but we are.
Yeah, Dudu overextended a little bit, and then we're going to get a bit of a fast forward, and then Life and Berserker are just going to die.
Yeah, there's no collapse here to try to, because like Jax is dead, so there's just not really a whole lot of heal for Berserker, and it was a good punish play there from the side of Nongshim.
Yep.
And Land's hitting the hook, everything lines up. He's got his Mikhail's completed, he's got an Elixir. He's ready for the team fight on this Baron. Like okay, is it possible? Is Atlas onto something here? Like anything is throwable.
Well, Life is going to show them the door, and he's going to get hooked in, and he's going to die.
Atlas?
I need to stop telling Life how valuable and cool he is, because it seems to have a negative impact on how things are going for him in the game.
Yeah.
We call them caster curses, don't we?
We certainly. That's usually the accepted term in our industry for this type of moment where you praise someone and they immediately are either punished or make a mistake.
I didn't know what they were called in 2025, because we hadn't quite got there yet. It was just Chronicler in our group chat, I'm pretty sure, from earlier on in the day.
Well, Baron is up in 15. Nongshim do have Prio. Life will respawn in 5 seconds. They're trying to just threaten the back door, but I don't know. They're a little bit split here.
Looks like front door to me.
Sure, I mean, yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, Daisy's getting amongst it. And Kingen is just holding the wave as best he can. No more Baron.
Life's
up
back.
and available. As you... Wow, okay. Bulldog, they need to avoid everything Bulldog does. That's really important. And like you say, Life is just going to get into position once again. He can soak a hook, but he needs the rest of his team to be there to follow up, if he does indeed do so.
I mean, they can just say, all right, you do Baron, we'll do Baron for Nexus trade. Dudu's trying to set up for it, clearing these waves.
Yep.
Super Minion wave is very
Fisher is taking 50% of his health bar for no reason.
I'm just gonna say go away, Fisher, and now the Baron Prio belongs to the DN Freaks.
Okay. Oh, the hands. I thought he was going to do it. I thought he was going to go in. His Life is going to get snagged by a spear. Oh, it could be. They don't go for it.
This composition doesn't have a strong tank. DNF, so they're so scared of starting Baron, somebody getting hooked and them getting isolated, corralled.
Oh, Arrow going to connect there onto Jiu, but he does
get cleansed immediately. Now Dudu diving into that backline. Fisher in a bit of trouble. Dudu goes golden. Gideon now, he's going to get cleansed as well. Goes golden as well. And now Chiwu's running out of buttons that he can press. Arcane Shift Flash, not enough as DNF close in. And with the jungle and AD carry both dead, Kingan's going to try and hold on to the wave to keep this game alive. It's not going to work out. Down he goes, and it's Bulldog that's gifted the prize of the kill money. It's completely unnecessary because they're about to take down the Nexus.
Okay, Fisher doing the Faker strat, and Valkyrie's his way to taking out that super minion, but another wave comes through here. Lehens grab one of those minions away. Buy some time.
All right, Nexus turret number 1 going to go down. Lehen's not going to be doing anything. Fisher as well, grasping at straws to say the least. And that's a bare Nexus. That is going to be a game win for DNF. Able to keep things interesting as far as our groups as well. Baron 1, Elder 1 at the end of today. But I think you could argue that these are 2 upsets here today.
Yes.
Considering the caliber of players that we see on this Nongshim roster, as well as Bro and how good they looked. It's a crazy LCK Cup so far.
Yeah, this new patch is wild. You just don't know what to expect. It looks like no team is fully prepared for Fearless Draft, at least of these 4 that we've seen so far. I mean, you have your own style, and I thought that the Smolder pick was a really nice touch, but I feel like we haven't seen too many master classes like that one just yet. It's a lot of comfort that teams have gone back to, and so it gets really interesting, and it gets really volatile in these game states. So, yeah, Dudu hitting that DN logo. DN fans are shy, but happy, but pleased. And
they're trying to get used to it, you know? Like, the Quantum Freaks last year weren't necessarily our top teams, but right now, this squad is currently leading in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, and
with the victory here.
With this win, we are tied Baron and Elder both at +1, so it's dead even going into day 2. And you love to see it. Competitive groups, competitive series, in terms of the scoreline.
Not to mention in terms of the games as well. We've had long games and back and forth.
Yeah.
And the amount of times feats of strength have come in and then the team that didn't get them has just kind of crushed, just like we just saw, has been much higher than I was expecting. So I'm feeling real positive about how the game state looks moving into the rest of the week, because these games have been crazy. I've loved it.
Yeah, I have to say I was most impressed with Berserker today on the DN Freaks. I did give him my vote, even though Bulldog did a lot of boom damage and it was a team effort, and Pioshik set him up really well. And Life had a fantastic final game here. I think the arrows were really the big story here for me in this one. And then obviously his performance on Callista earlier on in the day, which saved them with what seemed like an unwinnable game.
Yeah.
Was enough to give me for me to give him my vote.
It's the power of NA talent, man. We've got Berserker coming on over. We've got Mark coming in as well. And DNF off to a 1-0 start in the LCK Cup. I think it's proof, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna give it to it because they played exceptionally well. I feel like Berserker here in this moment, kiting out very nicely. But honestly, it's the way DNF sort of recognize what their composition does and then play to it, almost to a fault, right? You saw in their very first game, Berserker went for that play because he knew that the Callista jump forward, keep jumping forward is the way that we're going to be able to win, because they don't have a lot of answers to if that the Ren set comes in after the bailout.
I will address the elephant in the room. We had some rough drafts today.
We did.
We had actually almost every game there was a rough draft on one side or the other. We also should address that Nongshim made some big mistakes in this game. The Nidalee plus no real setup in bottom or in mid didn't really hit the mark for us, and really didn't have a huge impact except stealing some camps away. So it wasn't the highest level we will see, but we'll see that in the coming days as teams get used to this patch. And you can see how hyped these guys are for closing out what was an incredibly tense series.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that the more champions that get involved, right, the more we're going to see teams practicing different picks, right? So that they can have like these extended quivers that you're going to need in order to win in Fearless. So Bulldog, 36k damage, absolutely massive. Fisher doing a decent amount of poke this game as well, but honestly, for me, I'm with you, Wolf. I think that Berserker played absolutely amazingly, even in a more utility type style here that we saw in this last game. NA talent, dude.
NA
Stacked.
talent, sure.
Yeah.
Not Korea talent that like gets sent to NA and then comes back later. NA talent.
No. I think the life started last year. Wasn't that right?
Not like a player who won Worlds and then went to NA and then came back. It's definitely
Not like
NA.
that.
It's NA that does it. Yeah, for sure.
And the hyperbolic time chamber of North America. But whatever happened, I think Berserker has been absolutely fantastic. He was good in Challenger. Went over to NA. We didn't know whether we'd see him again, but he comes back, joins DN Freaks, and looks pretty good whilst doing it. And in fact, this roster in general is really, really fun. And he is going to pick up Player of the Match, as you can see here. 5-2-5 on the Callista, I think the most impressive of his games. But even on the Kaiser, he found some angles despite the loss.
Yeah, I mean, they arguably could have won Game 2 and should have won Game 2.
Yeah.
And had an impressive Callista and kind of helped turn the game around for his team in Game 1. There were definitely some votes you could have gone. You could have gone support, I think. You arguably could have gone mid or top, so it's just a team effort. But Berserker, to me, was the big standout.
Yep, absolutely fantastically played there by Berserker. And now we get to chat to him. So here's Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Berserker on the side of Group Baron's DN Freaks, who secured a victory in the second match of 2025 LCK Cup. You just won your first match of LCK Cup and became the player of the match.
일단 제가
Congratulations. How do you feel?
첫 무대기도 하고 뭔가
This is my first
그러니까 오늘
stage
경기가 되게 중요하다고
in the
생각을
LCK,
했었는데
and I thought that
제가
today's
LCK
first match would be really
넘어오면서 혼자
important.
다짐했던 게 좀 약간 후회 없는 경기를
And coming into
하고
LCK,
싶다고
I really wanted
오늘
to
제가
have
카리스타판에 두 번 좀 어이없게
and play
죽었다고
matches
생각을 하는데
and play games
뭔가
that
그
I just
이후에도
don't regret.
약간
And I
쫄지
think
않고 계속
there are a lot of
공격적으로
moments
했던
where
게
I
저 자신한테 되게
died,
뿌듯한 것 같아요.
but I didn't cower away. I think I just stayed brave and kept playing my game.
너무 멋지다 이런 이야기를 했는데요. 너무 잘 봤고요. LCK컵 첫 무대에서 승리를 거두고 이제 첫 경기부터 굉장히 치열했잖아요.
And so,
대회 해보니까
from the
막상
first
어떠신 것
match,
같나요?
it was quite neck and neck. So how did it feel
말해서
playing on the stage?
오늘 세
To
경기
be really
전부 다
honest,
약간 이렇게 질질
all
끌릴
three
게임이 아니라고
games
생각하긴
today,
했는데
I didn't really think that it would get
아무래도
dragged out
첫
this long.
판이고 다들 오랜만에 경기 하다 보니까 좀
But it was our
긴장한 것
first
같아서
match of
뭔가
the
다음
season,
경기에는
and I think
조금 더
everyone's just a little
확실하게 승부도
nervous.
돌리고 좀 타이트하게 게임할 수 있지 않을까라고
And
생각하고
I think
있습니다.
next time we'll be able to will be more capable of snowballing the game and then pulling off cleaner games.
브라움을 꺼낸 상태에서 상대가 블리츠
And after
이후에 꺼냈거든요.
DN Freaks picked Ashen from bot, the enemy locked in Blitzcrank. So how did you react to this?
이게 아무래도 피오리스 경기가 요번에 새로 도입된 거라서
Since
다들
the
어지러울 만도
Fearless Draft
한데
was implemented
그
newly
와중에 저희가 레오나
this season,
노틸러스를 밴을 해서 리엔즈 선수가 되게 할
I
게
think it's
없다고
because
생각을
we were
했었는데
we ended up banning Leona and Nautilus, and that really left Leon no options. I think that's just something that he had to play, maybe some comfort pick of his.
불구하고 계속해서 공격적인 포지션.
And despite you being the AD carry, the back line, you positioned to always go in first to make some feisty plays. So what is the source of this aggression?
공격성이라기 뭐 공격성이라면 공격성인데 뭔가
I guess you could call it
오늘 제가 한
aggression, but
챔피언이 카이사 빼고는 다 혼자서 뭔가를 만들 수 있는 챔피언이라서
other than Kaisa, there were a lot of the champions that I played today were just
상대가 좀 실수가 나온 것 같아서
playmaking champions that I can just play without a team.
나름 만족하고 있는 것 같아요.
And I think I'm pretty content with my performance today with those champions as
책임감이라기보다
well.
그냥 당연히 할 걸 하는 느낌인 거죠.
좋습니다.
I think it's just rather than responsibility, I'm just doing what my job really entails me to do.
어느 정도 맞춰졌다고 보시나요?
You guys had a really clean bot duo performance today, so how would you rate your synergy with life?
지금 한 60-70% 정도는
We've been practicing for a while now, so I would say that we're at 60 to 70% of our potential.
사람이라서 그게 좋은
And
것 같아요.
life as a player, as a person, is a very fun person, so I'm enjoying my time playing with him. Do you want to send any message to life?
집중을 살짝 못한 것
Life,
같아서 많이
I
잘려서
think
좀
we
아쉽긴
lost
했는데
a little bit of
그래도 형 원래
focus
잘하는
in the
선수니까
last
다음
game,
게임부터 잘해보자.
so we ended up getting picked off, but let's just get back on our feet and do even better next time. And your next opponent is because Kia. Please share your resolution.
에이밍 선수가
Yeah, DK has aiming. And I consider aiming as one of the top AD carries in the LCK. And being able to face such a great AD carry in the LCK so soon makes it even more fun. And that's the end of the interview from Berserker. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that wonderful translation, as it is the D and Automotive Freaks getting their first victory here in the LCK Cup and making sure the score is tied between Group Elder and Group Baron. Welcome back to the space, Degon alongside Chronicler and Ox as we take a look at the player of the match votes and quotes between everyone. Go ahead, show what you got here. And only one dissenter here on the English analyst desk. There it is. That's right, opposite votes here.
Hey! There we go. I was actually contemplating this a lot, and I went back, and I stand by it. I think Dudu, in all 3 games, when you look at the team fights, played impeccably. I think he was one of the big reasons why they won game number 1. He was able to get on Gio consistently. And I think in this Jax game was a little bit less flash, but even the catch that ended the game was him. So I think he played a really good game, but it's fine. Sometimes you got to take the hit.
And I just believe in NA talent, you know? Thank you.
I can't believe I got 10 out of 11, and I'm still not the biggest idiot on the desk.
That's a true American patriot right there. Representing the LCS, well, formerly the LCS.
Yeah, LCS talent, North American talent. Uncle Sam would be proud. I am proud. I'm so happy for Berserker in his journey and the first step here with the victory. And then you can see quotes that we had from our fellow Korean broadcast. Giga Chad, ADC, Masterclass. I love this. They're all leaning into it. What else do we got? What were some of the other quotes that we had from them?
I'm waiting for I was hoping for Cloud Templars again. Cloud Templar really is kind of the, maybe we can get it later, kind of the GOAT. He was my favorite comment earlier on.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, particularly with DNF, even in this series, I think looking a bit shaky when it comes to the performance of Bulldog and Pioshik. In case Pioshik and Bulldog really shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Seeing Life, Dudu, and Berserker all be this consistent is a really good sign going into the rest of the week.
Yeah, I mean, it gives a lot of hope, honestly. And I mean, the whole series, this game as well, was quite scrappy. There's a lot of back and forths. I do feel like Nongshim didn't really help themselves. I think a big factor for me was the Blitzcrank pick. Made almost 0 sense into this team. And we saw that it went down instantly. It traded for the Braum. That was fine. This flank, though, from Kingen was big. This was kind of the start and the end of really the successes for Nongshim.
Yeah, I do like Kingen just embracing that he should just play tanks, because I think that most likely is the case. Who I want to call out is Gio, because I think as well as Berserker played, I think Gio, unfortunately, and this is kind of something that started in 2024, really not able to kind of keep up the level. Because in 2023, Gio was one of the 80 carries that I was insanely high on, and I think that he also warranted that. And I feel like second half of 2024, we already started to see a shift, and we're seeing it here as well. The Arcane shift forward. Yet halfway through, that ended up getting him killed while still blowing Flash and Cleanse. That's the kind of mistakes you can't afford to make.
Yeah, and again, if we're thinking back to game number 1 on the Ziggs, Dan literally created a segment to talk about how difficult that was. Let's take a look at our final highlight from this game here at 20 minutes into the 22-minute team fight in mid lane.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing the issue with the Blitzcrank. You just grab the Braum. Doesn't really work that great. And then this composition with the Smolder, with the Ashe, with the Ivan, you just kind of chase targets down and just consistently pump damage into them. It's very hard for this poke composition to deal with. I think maybe if you had a different support, maybe if you were a bit better at keeping some space, it could work a bit. But it's literally just a death ball composition from the DM Freaks, and they piled it really effectively. You can see Berserker positioning in a way where he's pumping out damage, makes sure he's out of range of the knockup, moves back in, and then it starts getting channeled again, and it feels like he's just not even putting a single foot wrong.
Lahens and the Rift Herald driving. Those things are usually a recipe for disaster, and here's another highlight of it.
Well, also Gideon, unfortunately, I think started off okay, but Nidalee is the type of character where we always talk about the Nidalee pass. You need to really be able to never make a mistake, and there he was just like, he got Braum queued and then Ashe ulted from melee range. So
yeah, we've got a couple more of those translations on Berserker's performance. We can't even fly them because Cloud Templar said, I literally est my pants looking forward to his future performances. And Pony said, an ADC who knows how to push forward, finish them off Berserker. So he made quite the impression
he's
here.
aptly named.
Yes.
Right, and this goes back even to 2021 when he was on T1, has always been very aggressive, so it's really fun to see him back.
All right, let's take a look at the predictions after our first day because that's right, only one of us on the English broadcast got it correct. Everyone else went 0-2. There is only one, and after finishing last place in predictions last year, I'm currently in first place.
I can't wait.
At what cost, Egon?
I can't wait for KT to lose to BFX tomorrow and then beat Hanwha. That's going to be great.
That's right. I'm basking in it because last year did not go so well, and we all had an unironic bro pick. Not our fault that we got it wrong. And then the North American talent. That's right. Uncle Sam was happy, and so were my predictions. Let's take a look at the standings here after the first day of the LCK Cup, as it is the DN Freak sitting on top of the group, as well as DRX on the opposite side, and Baron and Elder tied up after we had, I think what we assumed were maybe some of the lower end matches going head to head.
And if you go with the predictions, it's supposed to get to 2-2 tomorrow because T1 is heavy favorites. Atlas the only one who went for DK, obviously with now Barrel and Shiu coming in. And then on the flip side, everyone predicted KT, so might end up with the same score. Now both DK and KT have a tendency to be a bit swingy in how they perform, so we'll see, both in positive or negative sense, so we'll see how that ends up playing out tomorrow.
I mean, we definitely need to see more from these teams to scope it out, but I remember I was kind of leaning Group Baron, especially with Bro's Casper performance, but now like they've traded evenly, and if you look at the three teams that haven't played from each side, BFX are kind of standing out as maybe like the weakest there, so if we see these teams trade games a bit more, I think Group Elder could pull ahead.
But they have an A-talent Fikla, who was really good for Team Mid when they won the season opening.
Gotta prove himself to Uncle Sam.
Well, we get to see him tomorrow as BFX take on KT, and then a big one, the debut of Doran on T1 up against young talent in Shiwu and plus Kia. A huge match tomorrow in the second one, and every single match counts as we are stepping closer and closer to the end of the LCK Cup, but we just started. 2025 LCK is now underway. Thank you so much for watching as again, it has been a lot of fun. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.